Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today. Chapter 701, The Fall of Jerusalem. In the holy city of Jerusalem, the Sultan of the Timurid Empire stood upon the ramparts gazing at the enemy army gathered below. The Crusaders had attacked sooner than he had anticipated, and the messenger that he and his Byzantine allies had been captured and eliminated by the Crusader forces before he could reach the shores of the Reich. Because of this tragic fate, Jerusalem stood on its own with a garrison comprising Timurid and Byzantine soldiers who would have decided to defend the city until their last breaths. Months of indiscriminate bombardment had left much of the city uninhabitable. Luckily, the rounds fired by the Crusaders' Drake cannons were inert and thus caused far less damage than the Austrian terror bombings of Florence. Still, morale was low, and those who had put their lives on the line were beginning to feel hopeless. Although their 14-17 12-pounder field guns were highly effective on the field of battle, against the enemy's rifled muzzleloaders, they were not nearly as effective in a siege, with their range proving to be severely lacking. For comparison, the 14-17 12-pounder field guns had an effective range of 1,536 meters, while the rifled muzzleloaders used by the Crusaders had an effective firing range of 4,600 meters at an angle of 20 degrees. The city's defenders could only sit back and wait as their city was bombarded into submission. After seeing the bombardment continue, Solon descended from the ramparts of the city and returned to the keep, where the Byzantine generals stood with an equal sense of despair on their faces. Solon knew that the moment the Crusaders broke down the door, they would butcher all Muslims in the city and enslave the Orthodox Christians. The fate of the Jews who called Jerusalem their home would be equally dire. Rather than wait until the city was destroyed, he had decided on a course of action which he did not hesitate to voice to his allies. That's it. I'm done waiting around. Our infantry weapons are superior to theirs. If we sally forth through the gates and meet their army in the field, we will have the advantage. How many men have we lost waiting for reinforcements to arrive that are simply not coming? If I'm going to die here in the city, then I will at least do it with my blade in hand. The strategos of Palestine were quick to object against this notion. The enemy army outnumbers us 3-1. If we go out there now, we are asking to be defeated. The entire army of Egypt is here in this city. If they were to perish here in the city, the region would be undefended. We have fought too long and bled too much to give up North Africa to the Crusaders. Despite this reasoning, Solon was insistent. He did not care about Egypt. As far as he was concerned, if the Byzantines lost the territory, it only benefited the Muslims who would swoop in and reclaim it from the Crusader forces. The alliance that Berengar had fought so hard to form between the Orthodox and Muslim worlds was beginning to collapse. Ultimately, it was the strategos of Egypt who spoke up in favor of Solon's words. If we do nothing, this city will be our tomb. If we storm the enemy's position, we have a chance of success. Besides, Egypt is in good hands. If my army were to perish here, I assure you the Kaiser would swoop in and prevent the Crusader army from getting too far in the region. Both Solon and the strategos of Palestine were shocked when they heard this, with both of them asking the same question at the same time. How are you so sure? A smug smile formed on the strategos of Egypt's face as he proudly announced the security of Egypt even without the Byzantine army which was stationed there. Because the Kaiser owns a large amount of territory in the region where he is building a massive canal. I doubt that man would allow his ambitions to be halted because of a few pesky Crusaders. If those fools dare to march into Egypt, they will face the fury of the German army. When the two men heard this, they were surprised. The Suez Canal was not public information. It was a private endeavor carried out by Berengar and his people. Only the Kaiser, his employees, the Byzantine emperor, and the strategos of Egypt were aware of this reality. Upon hearing that Egypt would be safe even if its army was defeated here in Jerusalem, the strategos of Palestine let out a heavy sigh before nodding his head in agreement. Very well. If that is the case, then I have no lingering fears. Alert the troops. We will be sallying forth from the city and attacking the enemy position in a frontal assault starting at dawn. The three generals were in agreement. This battle would either end in total victory or humiliating defeat. Either way, they would not sit idly by and suffer the enemy's bombardment any longer. Hours passed and the army of Jerusalem was gathered at its gates. Their weapons were fully loaded and they were prepared to charge forth into the fray, knowing the possibility of certain death was high. The gates of the holy city slowly opened until finally they were open, revealing that the enemy was heavily fortified in their encampment. At once, the three generals issued the order that would end this battle. Charge! With that said, the city's defenders rushed out of the gates in the tens of thousands and towards the enemy encampment. The moment the gates opened, the enemy artillery focused their fire on the horde of Byzantine and Timurid soldiers who charged forward with their rifled muskets and bayonets without the fear of death in their hearts. The mixed battle cries of the Byzantine and Timurid forces filled the air as they rushed towards the enemy encampment through artillery fire. God wills it. Allahu Akbar. The defenders of Jerusalem rapidly approached the enemy position in a giant horde of bayonets. When they got within firing distance, they immediately formed ranks and fired on the enemy, who were still equipped with smoothbore matchlock muskets. The volley fire descended downrange and onto the targets who stood behind makeshift fortifications mostly made of wood. These defenses were easily shredded apart by the mini-ball projectiles, who continued on their path into the armored parts of the Crusaders' body. Once the defenders had fired their shots, they charged forth with their triangular bayonets, no longer caring about their lives. If they were to die this day, then they would claim the lives of as many Crusaders as possible. Unfortunately, the Crusaders were well disciplined and waited until their enemies were so close that they could see the whites in their eyes. Once such a scenario presented itself, they fired their own volley, sending lead balls down range and through the armor of the Byzantine and Timurid soldiers. The first wave of Jerusalem's defenders were immediately cut down like wheat to the scythe, but the second wave was undeterred by the loss of their comrades and stormed past the makeshift defenses, forcing themselves into melee engagements with the enemy. Bayonets from both armies intermixed as the two opposing forces sought to dig their blades past the weak parts of their enemy's armor and into their bodies with the hope that they could claim their lives. The defenders of Jerusalem had gained the initial advantage. However, it did not last for long. The Crusader army was overwhelming in numbers, and they abused this fact. Without regard for the lives of his allied forces, King Lawrence of England gave the order to fire on the chaotic melee, which mostly consisted of French soldiers and the enemy forces. Before Aubrey could even object, the English musketeers had lined up and fired a volley on the battle that was taking part in front of them. French, Byzantine, and Timurid soldiers all fell to the gunfire, gazing upon their rear with horror. The French lines quickly crumbled in fear of being betrayed by the English, yet before they could even retreat, a second volley had fired. This time from the Burgundian forces. It would appear that Duke Marcel had aligned with King Lawrence to eliminate the armies of France alongside the enemies they were facing. Ironically, this betrayal of the French secured the upper hand, as enough of the Byzantine and Timurid forces were caught in the crossfire. Seeing that the other kingdoms had fired upon the chaotic battle, the other armies that consisted of the Crusader forces lined up and fired their shots as well. The two Byzantine strategos and the Sultan of the Timurid Empire gazed in horror as their armies were cut to ribbons by the enemy gunfire. Their men fell by the thousands and no longer presented enough of a threat to the overwhelming numbers of Crusader. It was at this moment that Salon had decided to abandon the city of Jerusalem, just like he had done to Acre. Retreat. Fall back to Ascalon. The city is lost. He did not wait for anybody else to hear the orders. Only the troops that were protecting the generals in the rear were able to make it out in time. With Salon and his elite forces retreating, the two Byzantine strategos were left with two options: die in Jerusalem or flee further southward to the Egyptian border. Jerusalem had fallen, and they had failed in their endeavors to prevent it. Out of the 25,000 defenders of Jerusalem, at most 5,000 managed to escape from the battle and flee to Ascalon. The losses to the Byzantine-Timurid alliance were severe. However, the French did not escape the slaughter. Only a few hundred French soldiers remained alive and capable of battle after the betrayal they suffered at the hands of their allies. Aubrey was left in a precarious position. His allies had betrayed him, and as a result, he had lost his army. Naturally, Aubrey had left the battlefield the moment he saw his forces gunned down by the men who claimed to support him. He immediately headed to the ports of Acre, where he intended to return to the safety of his homeland. Chapter 702, Treating the Poisoned Princess. Ewald stood by the side of the Anangpur princess with a pitiful expression on his face. He felt overwhelming sympathy for the poor girl and was elated that he had the means to cure her. Over the past few years, he and his medical staff had developed many treatments for different types of poison. Being the paranoid man that he was, Berenger had put an emphasis on life-saving treatments for the most likely assassination attempts he might receive. This included a variety of medical practices, from surgeries to antidotes. Speaking of antidotes, there were several of such things stored up in the palace infirmary for a variety of common poisons, but unfortunately the means that had been used to affect the Anangpur princess were much more vicious. By now, the middle-aged physician was well accustomed to most known poisons in the world and how to treat them. It would appear that the girl was poisoned with small doses of arsenic over an extended period of time. The purpose was simple: to feign a death due to illness. Though it had been months since the girl consumed the poison and her condition was slowly improving, she was still severely ill. After identifying the agent used to poison Priya, Ewald quickly administered N4 of chelation therapy, which was the use of a chemical designed to seek out and stick to metals and minerals in the bloodstream, creating a compound that the body removes when urinating. It was the most efficient means to clean the girl's bloodstream of the poison that existed within. After 30 minutes of the treatment, the girl felt immensely better, which Ewald took notice of. The girl did not speak weakly like she had done when explaining what she knew about her condition. Instead, there was a wide smile on her face as she used what little German she had learned on her journey to thank the man. Thank you, kind sir. I feel so much better now. Ewald smiled when he saw that his patient was recovering before speaking further about the girl's condition. It's a good thing you escaped your assassination attempt. Had you stayed in the Anangpur Empire, you would already be long dead. Even though you may be feeling better, it is best that you stay in the infirmary for a few weeks. I will give you weekly treatments of the drug I have given you. With your current state, I'm sure you will make a full recovery by the time the treatment had ended. In the meantime, you should be able to eat solid foods and drink most forms of liquid. Though I highly suggest purified water as the only liquid to consume. Your meals will be arranged by the palace staff. I am certain you will enjoy our empire's cuisine, most foreign guests do. The girl smiled as she bowed her head slightly before thanking the man once more. Her complexion had already recovered substantially, bringing back the healthy glow of her skin. Thank you, Ewald. I will use this precious time you have given me to perfect my German. It appears I will be staying here for a while. The physician merely smiled before departing from the room. He figured he would inform the Kaiser and the Emperor of Anangpur about the girl's current status. As such, he followed the corridors of the royal palace to the dining hall where Berenger, his family, and his guests were enjoying a nice meal. Berenger had a habit of introducing his guests to German cuisine by giving them his favorite meal. This time, there was a slight spin on it. The meat of the Jaeger schnitzel was actually the venison that Berenger had personally hunted. It was slathered in a fresh mushroom paste and served with a side of potato pancakes and käsespätzle. Since the boy was young, Berenger did not serve him a liter of his favorite beer, instead he gave the boy some fresh milk. The food that was being served was not heavily seasoned, at least when compared with Indian cuisine. Instead it was very hearty, something that Daria was not accustomed to but found pleasure in nonetheless. When Berenger saw this, he smiled before asking the boy emperor his opinion of the food. Do you enjoy what I have prepared? The schnitzel is made from a buck that I hunted myself. Daria gazed in shock when he heard the meat was hunted personally by the Kaiser. He was surprised that the man had such a dangerous hobby. You hunted this yourself? Berenger smiled as he nodded his head. Indeed, hunting is an ancestral pastime of the German people. Hunting is legal in the Reich, though it is regulated by the Department of Game and Wildlife for the purpose of conservation. The most common tool that German hunters use is a bow, but I grant some people special permission to use rifles. Though the licensing required to own a firearm is extensive. As far as gun laws were concerned, Berenger based them on those enacted by Switzerland from his past life. With so many old rifles in storage that were rapidly becoming obsolete to the point that even the national militia no longer used them, Berenger needed an outlet to sell them to, and he could only sell so many of the old guns to his allies. Thus, he had enacted comprehensive gun legislation so that hunters and shooting clubs would have the tools needed to be efficient, while minimizing the risk of the weapons ending up in the hands of rebels, criminals, and those mentally unfit to possess them. While Berenger was talking about his most recent hunting trip, Ewald walked into the room, which immediately caught the Kaiser's notice. There were only two reasons this man would be walking into the room right now. Either Priya's condition was curable or it wasn't. He held his breath as he waited for an answer. Ewald cleared his throat before giving the people at the table the answer they were hoping for. The princess will make a full recovery, though it will take some time. Right now, she is resting. I expect that in a few weeks she will be up and about. I just thought I would take the time to inform you of all of her current condition. Berenger and Daria both sighed in relief when they heard this. After which Daria asked for more of the venison knockwurst which sat on the table. More of the deer sausage, please. Berenger grabbed hold of the plate and handed it over to Daria, who only took the sausage but not the sauerkraut. Apparently, the boy disliked the taste of the sauerkraut. Berenger did not blame him. Sauerkraut was not for everyone, but he himself loved the stuff. Upon seeing Ewald standing there awkwardly, Berenger congratulated his physician on his efforts. Ewald, you're a miracle worker. If you're not too busy, join us for a meal. You have more than earned a treat after all your hard work. Ewald was about to refuse when he saw Daria munching on a piece of sausage. I'm busy. Maybe some other is that knockwurst? Berenger smiled as he heard this before handing the plate over to Ewald before boldly declaring that it was indeed what he thought. Venison knockwurst, I made it myself from my most recent hunt. You want some? Ewald sighed before sitting down at the table at an empty spot. He thanked Berenger for his kindness as he prepared for his meal. Thank you, my Kaiser. I will take you up on your offer. After saying this, Berenger whistled towards one of the kitchen staff and motioned for them to bring out more of the meal so that Ewald could have a proper fill of the feast. Afterward, the feast continued with a much lighter atmosphere now that everyone knew the princess would make a full recovery. Berenger and Daria discussed trivial matters as they enjoyed the food that was prepared for them. As far as the Kaiser was concerned, talking about politics over a meal was tiresome. He may have entertained such things for the purpose of expediency in his younger years, but now that he was only a couple years away from being 30, he no longer spoke of such matters at his table. This was a moment for celebration and he would not allow politics to spoil that. Instead, Berenger planned to have an official meeting with Daria the following day. There was a time and a place for everything. The matters that pertained to the Anangpur Empire were not so dire that Berenger needed to discuss them at this very moment. Instead, he enjoyed the time given to him with his family and his guests. After the meal was over, Daria was escorted to the infirmary where he had a chat with his little sister. They mostly discussed the meal and the cuisine of the German Empire before he retired to his quarters for the evening. Now that he was in the royal palace of Germany, the boy could finally relax. He and his sister were truly safe and sound for the foreseeable future. Chapter 703, End of an Era. Itami Ryo had a bitter smile on her face as she said goodbye to her darling little sister and her annoying mother. The brief vacation she had spent in her family's lands had been fun, albeit uneventful. She mostly spent her days being pampered by the luxuries her domain produced. Her mother had tried to take her on a few dates with some local men, but she had utterly refused. Because of this, there was a conflict between Ryo and her mother, but what else was new? Currently, Ryo had gathered her mother and sister together in order to give them a proper farewell. The mature beauty gazed upon her daughter with a smug expression as she criticized the girl for returning to the capital so soon. It has only been a couple of months and yet you're already leaving? I haven't even been able to set you up with a man yet. Ryo glared daggers at her mother for mentioning marriage yet again. The woman could not help but meddle in her daughter's affairs. Ryo took a deep breath to calm her nerves before shoving away her little sister who latched onto her like a lamprey, completely ignoring her mother's comment as she gave the girl some advice. Momo, you be good while I'm away. I have eyes and ears across all of Japan. If you dare to make trouble for me or our mother, I will know. The girl had tears in her eyes. It was the first time she had seen her elder sister in years and now they were departing so soon after reuniting. It didn't seem fair to her. However, Ryo had an empire to run and her vacation had lasted longer than she had expected. It had been roughly 2 months since the young empress first ended the rebellion against her, and yet she had not yet publicly declared her victory, nor had she taken advantage of her position to further her imperial agenda. She realized her family was entirely to blame for this. They had a way of sucking Ryo back into their affairs every time she wanted to leave. This time she had put her foot down and would not tolerate any more disruption to her master plan. Thus, she glared at her mother and said goodbye. Mother, take good care of Momo and yourself for that matter. I will visit the next time I am able. Make sure my little sister doesn't get conned by some bastard. You know how naive she is. Momo immediately took offense to Itami's words, but before she could say anything, her mother interjected on her behalf. Of course, you can trust that under my guidance your sister will turn into a proper young woman, unlike someone I know. Ryo's snow-white brow twitched when she heard her mother's shameless comment. She immediately rebuked her mother for speaking to her in such a disrespectful manner. Is this how you speak to your empress? However, Mibusaya retorted with her own snide remark as she spoke to her daughter like a worried mother. No, this is how I speak to my errant daughter who behaves like a member of the opposite sex. You know you will never meet a good man if you continue to act in such an unladylike manner. You should learn from your sister. She already has several suitors lined up, meanwhile you are 19 and still unmarried. Such a shame to our family. Ryo had finally had enough of her mother's talks of marriage and flipped her long white hair before turning around, departing with a single phrase. Goodbye, mother. After saying this, she mounted her horse and rode with her army back to the capital of Hyankyo. Her prisoners were already waiting for her there and she planned to execute them publicly as a display of her authority. If her mother knew what her plans were, she would chastise the girl for being so bloodthirsty and vicious. However, she did not. Thus, Itami Ryo had begun the long journey back to the capital. One that would be entirely uneventful. After arriving in Hyankyo, Itami was surprised to see that everything was calm. She had a track record of being extremely unlucky. She half expected her absence to cause some kind of catastrophe. Luckily, she was able to enjoy her brief vacation in peace while her subordinates ran her newly established an empire in her stead. With the arrival of the Empress and her army to the capital, she expected there to be a grand welcoming, especially after she was absent for so long. However, that was not the case. Instead, the city's people still behaved normally as she and her troops passed by. Though some took the moment to point and whisper, there was no massive celebration. Itami was skeptical of the reason for this but decided to press forward to the palace. Surely her ministers would explain themselves when she met with them. After a brief journey through the city, Itami and her soldiers arrived at the royal palace where she entered alongside her personal bodyguards. The ministers were quick to greet her with a small welcoming party to which she immediately snapped at them. I returned from my grand victory over the Mori rebellion and you doddering old fools can't even put together a proper welcoming? Her lead minister was a man named Akamatsu Takahira. He was an elderly man in his 80s and looked like a stereotypical elder monk. With a bald head and a long white beard, the man looked as if he belonged in a kung fu movie. However, he was not a monk nor a martial artist. Instead, he was an opportunist who previously served the Ashikaga shogunate as a member of the Bakufu. However, he had seen the writing on the wall and ended up siding with Itami, knowing full well that she would be victorious during the closing days of her rebellion. He was the one to clean up the mess of the royal family's execution and was the man who fabricated her claim as a distant descendant of the Yamato clan. The man bowed his head towards the enraged young empress and begged for forgiveness. Apologies, Itamissima, but we have been dreadfully busy cleaning up the remnants of the Mori rebellion. We simply did not have time to orchestrate a grand welcoming ceremony for you. Itami had expected there to be remnants of the rebellion. Even if all the leaders were apprehended, there were bound to be those who could not let go of their beliefs that she was unworthy to lead Japan. Still, she did not expect it to be such a large issue. However, if the remnants of the rebellion were posing a threat to her, then she planned to do something about it. She would execute the leaders of the rebellion in public and then dedicate her most advanced forces into hunting down and eliminating those who swore loyalty to the old world. Very well. You are forgiven. I want you to gather the rebel leaders in the public square and have the area secured. Every citizen of the capital should be able to see their deaths in person. I will show those fools who still deny my rule the inevitable result of their misguided efforts. Akamatsu Takahira bowed his head once more while he accepted his orders before carrying them out. As you command, my empress. With this said, he quickly departed and got to task setting up the public execution. It took a few hours to do so, and during this time Itami staved off her boredom with sake. She was an experienced drinker and maintained her sobriety for the big show. After a few hours had passed and the sun was beginning to set, Itami was notified by a servant that her public display had been prepared and much of the city was gathered. Thus, she wasted no time as she departed for the town square. After a brisk walk, Itami arrived in front of the gathered crowds and gazed upon the scene. The various leaders of the Mori rebellion were coated in filth from their months of captivity. They were barely recognizable. She sneered in disdain as she climbed the steps, announcing to the crowd the end of an era. People of Hyankyo, these men who are bound and chained are nothing more than rebels and traitors to Japan. Many of these men fought by my side to bring down the cruelty of the Ashikaga shogunate. However, the moment we did so, they turned on me, believing that I was unfit to rule our great nation. Well, they were proven wrong as I thoroughly trounced their foolish rebellion and brought peace to our new empire. For rebelling against the Empress, I hereby condemn these men to death. With their deaths, I shall usher in a new era of peace and prosperity. One where one's success in life is determined by their merit, not by the status of their birth. For those who seek to obstruct such progress, let the fate of these men be a lesson to you all. After saying this, Itami unsheathed her katana and brought it over to the first prisoner. The man gazed at her with disdain. He listened to every word of her speech and condemned the young woman in his mind as an idealistic fool. He spat on the ground in disgust as the blade fell onto his neck and severed his head. After claiming one rebel's head, Itami moved on to the others until all that remained was Mori Nobuhisa. Itami gazed at the man with a wicked grin on her pretty face before asking him one last question. Do you have any regrets? The man merely chuckled, knowing his fate was sealed. He sighed heavily before revealing his final thoughts. My only regret is not killing you when I had the chance. Itami merely smiled before bringing her blade down on the rebel leader's neck, severing his head and spilling his blood all over the stage. The crowd cheered as the rebel daimyo was slaughtered, believing in the words Itami had spoken. No longer would they have to live under the yoke of their feudal lords. Instead, they could pursue their own path in life. Though it would take a few years of reforms, this would mark the beginning of the end of an era. Itami would work on industrializing her nation, mechanizing her agriculture, and liberating the peasants from their fields, creating a semi-modern country in the process. Chapter 704, Afternoon Tea. Weeks had passed since Daria and his sister first arrived in the royal palace of Germany. The two siblings had been well looked after during their stay, and Ewald had recently discharged Priya from the infirmary. Currently, the two siblings were sitting in the dining room enjoying afternoon tea. Priya was engorging herself on a variety of German sweets like a little glutton. The girl was particularly fond of Black Forest cake, which was recently added to the list of German cuisine after cocoa beans were transported en masse from the colony of Barenstadt to the fatherland. Since Tlexicli returned to the empire after her trip to her homeland, she had continued to oversee the constant influx of cocoa beans across the Atlantic as well as the processing of the beans into chocolate. It was a massive trade as chocolate had begun to dominate the sweets market. As an ambassador to the Reich, the Aztec princess now resided in her own chateau located within the palace district, where she would occasionally visit the royal palace and speak to Berenger about important matters of diplomacy. At the moment, Berenger was seated across from the two Indian siblings with a smile on his face. Priya seemed to enjoy the sweets and tea that he provided and devoured them as if she had not eaten in months. Which was mostly true as Priya had suffered from malnutrition long before she was poisoned. Because of her uncle's cruelty, the poor girl had been severely underfed throughout most of her life. Naturally, when she was poisoned, it became difficult for her to even stomach the paltry portions she was served. Because of this, she had become borderline emaciated. However, now that Priya was living in the city of Kufstein, she would never go hungry again. While Berenger understood the need to feed the girl so she could get to a healthy weight, he was concerned with the speed that she consumed sweets and quickly lectured her about her unladylike behavior. Priya, slow down. Trust me when I say the food I serve you will not disappear anytime soon. Take your time and enjoy the snacks. There is plenty more of it. The young Indian princess was slightly embarrassed when she heard this and wiped her chocolate-covered mouth with a napkin. Having realized her mistake, she bowed her head and apologized for her uncouth behavior. I am sorry. It is just that I haven't had so much food available to me in years. I fear as if you're going to take it away from me if I don't eat it all now. Berenger felt pity for the girl. Her uncle had starved and poisoned her, and he still did not know the reason for it. She appeared to be a sweet and innocent girl who was no threat to the man's power. If anything, Daria should have been the man's target. Of course, Berenger didn't speak a word of this, knowing it would be inappropriate to ask the siblings about the difficulties they had endured until now. As for Daria, he took several glances at Berenger every few seconds. Though he thought he hid it well, Berenger noticed these strange gestures and was even more curious. He had no way of knowing that he intimidated the boy Emperor of India. Not because of his actions. In fact, Berenger had been nothing but generous with his guests. The reason Daria feared Berenger on some instinctive level was because of his appearance. Berenger was a one-eyed man from the west, just like the ridiculous prophecy that had driven Daria's uncle Chandra to madness. The boy feared that by bringing Priya here to Kufstein he had inadvertently made the prophecy come true. Thus, despite Berengar's kindness, the boy could not help but suspect that he had ulterior motives. Obviously, Berenger had no way of knowing Daria's thoughts and just assumed that the boy was socially awkward. He tried to bridge the gap by wearing a pleasant smile while snacking on some wurst and sauerkraut. The truth was, Berengar's sweet tooth had long since been diminished with age and he only enjoyed eating sweets on rare occasions. He was much happier eating sausage or jerky as a snack. Priya took notice of this and immediately inquired why Berenger was not eating the tasty treats that she was so thoroughly enjoying. "Your Majesty? With such tasty treats around, why are you eating meat?" Berenger chuckled when he heard this. The girl was too young to understand that sweets were a delicacy that one should enjoy on rare occasions. He responded to the girl's question with a tone that sounded as if he were imparting ancient wisdom. "When you get to be my age, sweets don't seem to hold the same sort of sway over you as they once did. These days, I prefer the savory taste of meat over the sweets that a child like you would enjoy." Priya had been locked up most of her life and was not very sociable. Because of this, she immediately asked Berenger the question that was on her mind without thinking about manners. "Oh really? How old are you?" Berenger did not conceal his age and quickly answered the girl's question with a pleasant smile on his face. "I'm currently 28. The girl did not respond to how he had expected. She had a shocked expression on her face as she uttered her true thoughts without thinking. "Wow! So old?" Berenger struggled to maintain a smile as he heard this. "Old? How is he old? He had yet to even reach the prime of his life." This girl had seriously wounded his pride by calling him old. Did he appear as if he was some feeble old man? Preposterous. Daria could tell that Berenger was displeased with his sister's comments and started laughing. This only further made Berengar's brow twitch with further displeasure. He simply took a deep breath to calm himself before informing the kids about their itinerary for the day. "After you finish your snacks, my subordinates will take you on a tour of the city. There are many sights in Kufstein that might catch your eye, and I figured if you're going to be living here in exile, you should get to know the city and all it has to offer." Priya was excited when she heard this, nearly jumping out of her seat as she spoke her thoughts once more without a care for etiquette. "Really? We get to go out into the city?" Berenger smiled and nodded his head before commenting further on the plans he had for the two kids. "Of course, I won't keep you cooped up here in the palace. Naturally, you will have a proper escort to ensure your safety. Not that Kufstein is unsafe. In fact, you will not find a city in the world that is more secure than this one. However, for guests of your position, I would be remiss not to take certain measures to ensure your safety. Don't worry, the guide will take you wherever you desire. There's no set tour in place. I want you to experience the city on your own terms, not some pre-planned itinerary. So after the two of you have finished your treats, go out and enjoy yourselves. I am certain that you will find Kufstein to your liking." Even Daria found himself excited at the prospect. At first he was expecting Berenger to have a very strict path set in mind, to show off the better points of his civilization, but since he was free to dictate the course of his tour, he would make sure that he saw the true state of the city. Though he had seen many technological marvels since he first entered the borders of the empire, he doubted such things were truly as widespread as the rumors said. As for Priya, she was overwhelmed with anticipation. Now that she could walk on her own, she wanted to stretch her legs and look at some of those pretty dresses she had seen in the windows of the shops. She wanted to taste the food from the street vendors to see how it compared to that which she had been served in the palace. There were so many things she wanted to do now that she was no longer confined to a small room. She could not help but look at the golden-haired Emperor of Germany as if he was an exceptionally kind man. He was allowing her to go out and enjoy the city, something she had never been able to do back in her homeland. Truthfully, Berenger did have ulterior motives. He wanted to show off just how glorious life in the Reich was, to help foster the idea of building an alliance in the mind of the exiled emperor. The best way to show this was not some strict tour of the wealthiest areas, but to show just how prosperous the life of the average German citizen was. Naturally, the prosperity of Kufstein was spreading across the Reich at a rapid rate. As the years passed, more and more cities were developing into cultural hubs as they became connected via the National Railway project. However, Kufstein had the virtue of being the capital, and because of that, it was still the most impressive city in the empire. The two Indian siblings quickly finished their treats and prepared themselves for the tour of the city. They planned to have a good time and enjoy the trip. As for Berenger, he had an empire to run and couldn't take the time out of his busy schedule to personally guide the children. Thus, while Daria and Priya were enjoying a tour of the city, he would be overseeing a mountain of paperwork. Chapter 705, Tour of the Capital Part 50. Having finished their afternoon tea, Daria and Priya met up with their guide, which was the Princess Henrietta. If there was one thing Daria had noticed since he first visited the palace, it was the fact that the Kaiser had a lot of beautiful young women by his side. The young woman was quick to greet her brother's guests with a wide smile on her face. She had met them at the dinner table the day they arrived but had seldom interacted with them since. Daria, Priya? It is a pleasure to be your guide on the tour of my brother's city. When Daria heard she was the Kaiser's sister, he felt a bit relieved. It would simply be an injustice for one man to hoard 6 peerless beauties for himself. However, he did not know that Henrietta was her brother's mistress. Because of this, he wore a happy smile as he greeted the woman. Thank you, Henrietta. It means a lot to me that you would take time out of your day to escort us. Henrietta brushed off the notion while maintaining a proper sense of humility. It is not that big of a deal. These days my brother has me looking after some minor financial matters. Apparently, I have a talent for such things. Truthfully, my workload is not nearly as much as Big Brother's. Now, are the two of you ready to head out? The two children eagerly nodded their heads, causing Henrietta to smile as she petted their heads. Very well then. Let's get started. After saying this, Henrietta led the two kids by the hands while being flanked by an armed escort. The two of them left the palace grounds and entered a carriage as they descended into the city. The kids had wide eyes as they looked out at the hustle and bustle of the capital of Germany. Daria was curious about its history and quickly inquired about the subject. How long has the city of Kufstein been around for? Your ancestors must have worked hard to make such a magnificent metropolis. Henrietta giggled as she heard this, causing a look of confusion to appear on the boy's face. She quickly explained the origins of the city of Kufstein. Until about 8 years ago, Kufstein was nothing more than a small agricultural town. My family were minor noblemen who relied on the feudal system to pay taxes to our overlords. Daria was astonished to hear this. It did not take him long to ask the woman another question. What happened? How does a small agricultural town turn into this in 8 years? Henrietta wore a proud smile on her face as she talked about Berengar's accomplishments. Big Brother happened. I was only a young girl at the time, but under his leadership Kufstein transformed from just a small farming village into what you see today. Kufstein is the center of Austria's power and wealth, which has spread to the rest of the kingdom. It has been less than 2 years since the German Empire unified, and because of this, the other states are lagging behind. However, under Berengar's influence, Austria has become the center of the empire. All of its wonder is being rapidly implemented across the rest of the Reich. I can only imagine what Kufstein will be like in another 5 years. Daria and Priya reflected upon this as their carriage stopped in front of a large, domed building. Henrietta quickly introduced what this building was and the significance it had for the Reich. This is the Reichstag. The House of Commons meets up here and creates bills. Once these bills are voted upon, they are sent to the House of Lords to review. After the House of Lords has approved the bill, it is sent to the Kaiser to sign into law. The Kaiser reserves the right to veto any bill that comes across his desk. In the empire, all law-abiding and educated males can vote in members of parliament who represent their interests. In the House of Commons there are several parties, but the largest of them gets roughly 72% of the vote, and they simply refer to themselves as the Loyalists. The Loyalists are a political party that believes the Kaiser has the best interest of the people in heart. They are the backbone of the von Kufstein dynasty's power in the House of Commons and support the Kaiser's vision for the future. Aside from the Loyalists, there are other parties that represent different interests, but they split a tiny minority of the vote. Naturally, this could change in the future if, for whatever reason, the Reich is cursed with an incompetent Kaiser. However, such a thing is unlikely due to the succession laws in place. The idea of people voting representatives into office was alien to Daria. He never would have conceived of such an idea on his own. Priya, on the other hand, was just enjoying the magnificent architecture of the Reichstag and quickly asked the question on her mind. Can we go inside? Henrietta smiled before shaking her head, explaining the current situation to the two of them. The Reichstag is off limits to the public. Unfortunately, I cannot get you two inside. However, there are plenty of other places to visit in the capital. After saying this, the driver of the carriage snapped the reins where the horses led the party towards the heart of the city. As they were heading out of the palace district, the kids spotted a large bronze statue of Berenger in the center of the palace district. It was not quite the colossus that watched over the city from the hills above, but it was still significant. The statue depicted Berenger in his imperial regalia and was commissioned in honor of the unification of the empire. It was very different from the statue that resided outside the city, which showed the man in full armor pointing his sword towards Rome. The statue was embedded in the center of a small pond, which was the habitat of several beautiful fish. There was a merchant selling flowers that people could buy and leave by the side of the statue to honor the Kaiser. It surprised Daria to see how many people paid tribute to the statue in this method. From Daria's perspective, the people of Kufstein genuinely revered their leader. He himself was an emperor as well, but the revere and worship that his servants gave him was out of subservience, not genuine respect. He could not fathom these people voluntarily spending their hard-earned coin on a flower just to place it by the side of a statue as a way of honoring their nation's leader. After passing by the statue, the party crossed over a bridge, leaving the palace district behind and entering the heart of the city. What surprised Daria the most was despite entering a more common area of the city, the people who walked by on the streets appeared to be equally well-fed as those walking in the palace district. Every person on the street was in remarkable shape, especially the youth. Not only were the people well-fed, but they were well-dressed too, with men wearing clean suits and women wearing dresses and skirts that were tidy and aesthetically pleasing. War heroes commonly wore their medals on their suit jackets as a symbol of their accomplishments. In a martial society like Austria, the people praised veterans and looked at them as ideal members of society. While gazing upon the German people, Daria noticed something interesting. There were two distinctive groups of German youth who walked on the streets. Among them were boys who were dressed in black military tunics with matching shorts. They also wore black leather ankle boots with matching long socks. Over their necks the boys wore a black tie, while they also adorned a black leather Sam Brown-style belt over their tunic. Atop their heads was a M43 pattern field cap, and on their right arm they wore a black, white, and gold armband with the Reichsadler embedded in its center. Meanwhile, there was a group of girls who were dressed in a uniform of their own. This uniform consisted of a white short-sleeved blouse with a black tie. They wore black pleated skirts and matching shoes with knee-high black socks. On the girl's right sleeve was an embroidered Reichsadler. These two groups of German youth were engaged in different acts of community service, with the boys pulling weeds, cleaning sidewalks, assisting the elderly, and engaging in basic maintenance, while the girls were providing soup to the German public free of charge. The sight of this baffled Daria, and he was quick to ask his guide about what was happening around him. "Princess Henrietta, why are those children all dressed like that, and what are they doing?" Henrietta glanced over to where the boy was pointing and quickly smiled before educating him on the German Youth Corps. Those boys and girls belong to the German Youth Corps. The German Youth Corps is a government-funded organization that assists the community and teaches boys and girls the skills they need to be productive members of society. As you can see, it is split into two different groups based on sex. Boys between the ages of 7 and 18 can join the German Cadet Corps, which teaches German boys the skills required to be successful soldiers and productive citizens. Whereas girls of the same age can join the League of German Maidens, where they are taught the necessary skills to become good wives and mothers. Membership is entirely voluntary, but it is heavily encouraged. Daria and Priya gazed in awe at the German youth as they assisted their community in different ways. It became clear that the tasks given to the two groups differed greatly. The tour of the capital had only just begun, and they had witnessed so many strange things. The two kids could hardly wait for the rest of it. Chapter 706, Tour of the Capital Part LL. After having a conversation about the German Youth Corps, Henrietta led Daria and Priya into the nearby trade district, where they could witness the splendor of Austrian prosperity. There were people from all walks of life entering and exiting stores and carrying their goods across the street in hemp bags. The first place that Henrietta wanted to show the kids was the nearest grocery store, and because of this she led her two guests inside of it. The children reacted with shock when they saw the food that was lined up in the aisles. From fresh produce to canned goods and even slabs of meat that were salted, treated with rosemary extract, sealed in wax paper, and were resting in ice chests. The abundance of food that was regularly available to the public was stunning to the two children, who had never before seen such an abundance of meat and produce in their lives. Henrietta saw their shocked expressions as they excitedly walked through the store, looking at all the different items that were littered across the shelves. Daria reacted in shock as seemingly common people took the massive stockpiles of meat, cheese, and eggs and carried them in their wicker baskets. They would purchase these goods at the entrance of the store, until then they were free to carry them throughout the building. He could not properly comprehend the idea that even commoners in the German Empire could get their hands on meat as if it was a common part of their diet. Priya was less interested in what this meant about German agricultural production and was more enamored with the variety of foods that were being sold in the store. When Henrietta witnessed Daria's gaze, she spoke to him with a smile on her pretty face. "Are you surprised to see so much food?" While a grocery outlet like this is a common sight throughout Austria, the rest of the German Empire is slowly producing enough yields to establish stores like these within the cities. After all, it has only been a couple of years since the empire was unified. It takes a while to export the agricultural technology produced in Austria to the rest of the Reich. Daria was even more befuddled when he heard this before asking the question that was most dire in his mind. "You mean to tell me you have more places like this?" Henrietta raised her brow in confusion, not realizing that the boy had assumed the store was one of a kind. She did not know how devastating the truth would be to the young Indian emperor when it escaped her lips. "Of course. This is just a small outlet. There are even larger grocery stores further into the trade district. As for the other major Austrian cities, like Vienna, Salzburg, Graz, and Trieste, they have a number of their own grocery stores as well." Daria felt his heart suddenly grow weak. He had not expected that the agricultural devices he saw on his journey to the capital could produce such high volumes of food. While the tractors and other mechanical devices made it easier for large plots of land to be farmed by a single household, the true reason for such large crop yields was the implementation of the four-field system, irrigation, and advanced fertilizers. There was also the fact that Berenger had introduced selective breeding as a standard practice in the empire's agriculture. He taught farmers and ranch hands of the German Empire to select plants and animals with ideal traits to reproduce. Over a span of 8 years of this process becoming standard practice, it had attributed greatly to the increase in the food surplus. Daria could not bear to look at the sight any longer, knowing very well how his own people were lacking in comparison. He quickly grabbed hold of Priya's arm and led her out of the store. "Come on, we're leaving." Henrietta could somewhat understand how conflicted the boy must be. All foreigners who visited Austria for the first time had a similar state of depression. There was a reason merchants typically stayed in Germany until the day their visas expired. They could afford luxuries here in the Reich that they could only dream of back home. Henrietta did not bother keeping Daria behind. If he did not want to gaze upon the success of Austria's agriculture any longer, she would not insist. Instead, she led the two children to a street vendor to cheer them up. This street vendor was an ice cream cart which sold homemade ice cream to citizens of the city. Henrietta approached the merchant and made an order. 3 vanilla ice cream cones, please, and do you mind adding some chocolate sauce? With the recent introduction of chocolate to the empire, different merchants were experimenting in the best ways to make use of the substance. Naturally, Berenger had a bit of influence on the rapid development of chocolate desserts. The ice cream vendor did not mind the request and took Henrietta's payment before handing the 3 cones to the woman and the 2 foreign children by her side. "Enjoy." After thanking the man for his service, Henrietta led Daria and Priya through the city's streets while slowly eating their ice cream cones. This delicious treat excited Priya. Of course, she had enjoyed everything she had consumed since entering the city. Daria was still sulking, but he enjoyed the ice cream cone nonetheless. Upon seeing his mood had improved, Henrietta checked up on him. "Are you feeling better now?" Daria nodded his head instinctively before complaining about the overwhelming prosperity he had witnessed so far. "I just don't understand how a place like this can exist. It appears as if you have everything in abundance. Your commoners are able to easily afford luxuries like meat, eggs, milk, and treats like this. I thought the abundance of food in your palace was simply because your brother is the monarch of this nation. However, it appears that even your commoners are better fed than most of our nobles." Henrietta merely smiled as she answered the boy's question to the best of her ability. It wasn't like this before Big Brother rose to power. It is because of him and his ingenious inventions that the Austrian people and by extension the German people are able to live such carefree lives. Our neighbors are all envious of our success, but because of the overwhelming power of the German army we forced them to calm their avarice. My brother always says that without the proper force to deter our neighbors, having such luxuries is simply asking to be ransacked. We have fought many wars these past few years. If not for the sacrifices of our kingdom's soldiers, then I dare say we would not have seen such success. Even then, our enemies still eye our borders and the wealth of the fatherland. We must forever be vigilant, as the world will always envy us for being so prosperous. If our neighbors were to unite against us, then we will stand our ground and repel them from our borders no matter the cost. Luckily, we have forged powerful alliances that are used to help deter our enemies from making a move against us. Though should the day come when it is Germany against the entire world, we will not falter and do our duty to ensure the safety and prosperity of the Reich and its people. That is the spirit of resistance that the Kaiser has instilled in all of our hearts. Daria could see the so-called spirit of resistance in Henrietta's azure blue eyes as she spoke about the Reich and its Kaiser with a glint of pride on her face. She was so enamored with her speech that she forgot she was speaking to 2 foreign children. They could never understand the struggles that Germany had gone through to unify under a single banner, nor the sacrifices the men of the society had to make in pursuit of this goal. Thousands of German men lie in the cemeteries across the Reich, brave heroes who had fought for and gave their lives for a dream of a unified Germany. Soon, the entire Catholic world would be united against him. Enemies would surround Germany on all sides, and the peaceful days the people enjoyed would come to an end. Naturally, Henrietta was not scared of this future, as she knew the might of the German army would overcome any obstacle thrown before it. The reason for this was simple: the Kaiser, her brother, would lead their forces to victory as he always had. After having her moment of propaganda, Henrietta smiled before leading her 2 guests deeper into the city. She wanted them to see the sacrifices that had been paid in order to ensure the current state of the Reich. Chapter 707, Tour of the Capital Part LLL. After feasting on their ice cream and listening to a bit of propaganda come from the Princess of Germany's mouth, the 2 Indian exiles followed her on a further tour of the city. They passed through many marvels in the city and admired them in awe. Initially, the tour was supposed to be decided by the children, but because they were not aware of the exciting places in the city, they ultimately decided to follow Henrietta's judgment. There were 3 places in particular that Henrietta wanted to show them. Luckily, the first destination was on the way to the other 2. Due to the sensitive nature of the advanced technology used to power Germany's industry, the industrial sectors of the various cities were under tight security. Only those with approved credentials could enter those parts of the city. However, since Henrietta was the princess, she was given special permission to enter. The guard verified the woman's identity and those of the 2 kids beside her before begrudgingly parting for her. Though he was not technically allowed to permit anyone to pass who had not received approval from the crown, Henrietta was a member of the royal family, and because of that he had to do what she said. Besides, there were rumors of her relationship with the Kaiser, and if she turned out to not only be the man's sister but also his lover, then he did not want to be involved with her any longer than he needed to. Thus, the man quickly opened the gates and allowed Henrietta to pass with the two Indian siblings in tow. The smell of smoke and steel surrounded the air like a thick fog. Due to the overwhelming steel stockpile that Germany currently had, they had limited the hours of operation for the Bessemer converters out of environmental concern, but that did not mean that the other industrial processes were halted. The kids quickly covered their noses as they witnessed the industrial sector at work. Henrietta merely smiled as she informed them of what this section of the city was used for. In most of our cities, we have established dedicated industrial sectors where factories of all kinds produce a variety of goods for the empire and export. The largest of these factories in Kufstein is the Royal Kufstein Armory, owned by the von Kufstein dynasty. This is an arms corporation funded by the state to develop the best weapons and armor that the world has to offer. As you can see by these complex machines, the men who work in these factories are well trained in their use. What you see here is the limited production of the newest type of rifle that the Kaiser has designed for use by our armed forces. Currently, only Special Operations Unit are being equipped with these multi-shot bolt-action rifles, but they will soon be issued to all soldiers of the Reich. Priya was not nearly as interested in the industrial machinery as she was in the food and clothes they had passed by that were for sale in the trade district. However, Daria was the exact opposite. He gazed in astonishment at the sheer industrial capability of the Royal Kufstein Armory. This one factory was producing thousands of rifles and hundreds of pieces of artillery. He remembers first gazing on the arquebus and believing it was the single most magnificent piece of weaponry he had ever seen. Yet it failed to compare in any reasonable sense to these new G25 bolt-action rifles. Each weapon had its own complex within the massive factory, including an area for the construction of nylon plate carriers and the ceramic body armor they used to protect the soldiers from threats. Of course, Daria did not know half of what he was looking at. He could only understand that the difference between the German army and the troops under his uncle's command was as if they were from two separate worlds. They continued on a tour of the facility to the point where they came across the area manufacturing the artillery. The size of the guns on these cannons was ludicrous in the boy's mind, as until now he had only seen significantly smaller bronze smoothbore cannons. Yet there were not just the 7.5 centimeters and 10 centimeters field guns being manufactured in this plant, but also the massive naval guns used on the warships of the German Navy. Daria could hardly believe his eyes and was forced to ask the question that was at the back of his mind. These are all functional weapons? Henrietta gazed over at the boy's face as he looked at the cannons with a mix of wonder and terror in his eyes. Henrietta nodded, smiled before showing off the shells that these guns used. Yes. Though only 2 of these cannons are used in the field. The larger guns that you see are constructive either for naval purposes or coastal defense. The guns that are being manufactured here for field use will be dispatched to the borders to be used by the German border guard in defense of our lands. My brother has the idea to slowly phase out the 7.5 centimeters FK-22s that are currently in use and replace them with the newer models. Ideally, the hundreds, if not thousands, of guns we currently have in use in the army will be refurbished and reissued to the national militia. As they are still far more advanced than our adversaries, but too advanced to be sold to our allies. Daria could not believe his ears. They already had hundreds if not thousands of field guns in their army that they were replacing with these new models. He was curious about how effective these old guns were. Why are you spending so much effort replacing the old guns? Is there some fatal flaw in them? Henrietta cocked her head slightly in confusion. As far as she was aware, the weapons used by the military that were upgraded every few years had no fatal flaws, they just became obsolete as new weapons were introduced. Thus, she was able to confidently answer the boy's question with a line of thinking that exceeded his understanding of military matters and politics. No, there is no fatal flaw per se. After all, it is the belief of the Kaiser that it will be decades before our adversaries catch up to our current technology. However, there is significant improvement in recoil, range, and rate of fire in the newest weapon designs that the Kaiser simply believes it would be best to implement them as soon as possible. With the scale of production we are talking about, it will still take a few years before the guns are fully replaced with the newest models. As for the old weapons, they can be stored and maintained at minimal cost. We could sell those that are not in use by the national militia to our allies at a later date. Daria felt as if he needed to sit down after hearing Henrietta's explanation. What he was witnessing was already remarkable. The idea that any kingdom would have hundreds if not thousands of cannons was already unbelievable in his pre-industrial mindset. Yet to hear that it would only take a few years to completely replace those cannons with a newer, more effective model was simply maddening. To top it all off, Henrietta played it off as if this was completely normal. How could Daria even compare his family's empire with this upstart from the West? They were both technically empires, but he suddenly felt as if a new term was needed to refer to the German Empire. It was no wonder that so many people used the German term Reich to refer to this single empire on the other side of the world. It was simply so exceptional that they had to use a different term to immediately make clear the one empire they were referring to in conversation. Henrietta noticed that Daria was feeling a little unwell from the sudden culture shock and offered to take him and his sister elsewhere. If you're not feeling well, I know just the place that will clear your head. Come, you two follow me. Daria and Priya did not resist, and they soon found themselves traveling outside the city's gates, where they ascended to a hill above where a colossal bronze statue of the German emperor stood proudly watching over the city as its eternal guardian. Daria almost did not recognize the man at first, as he was missing his eye patch and was dressed in more conventional armor. Priya gazed upon the polished bronze statue with a delighted expression. She voiced her thoughts aloud. It is so beautiful. Henrietta smiled and gazed at the statue with fond memories. I was only a child when my brother commissioned this piece. Believe it or not, it was an act of defiance against the Catholic Church. Early on in my brother's reign, the Church made his life very difficult. As a result, he commissioned this statue of himself in his old armor, riding on his old steed, pointing his sword towards Rome as a statement that he would not go quietly. Today, the Kufstein Colossus is seen as a symbol of Austrian glory by the people who live here, the eternal protector of our great city. It is one of the two most popular destinations for inhabitants of the city when they venture outside the capital's walls. Daria was immediately curious about the other most popular destination she spoke of and quickly voiced his thoughts. What is this other place you spoke about? Henrietta wore a bitter smile as she thought about how she was going to end the tour. Ultimately, she spoke one final phrase before moving on from the statue, which represented her brother's personal glory. Come along, I will show you. With that said, Henrietta began to lead the two Indian exiles towards the Kufstein National Cemetery, a place which visually displayed the price that Austria had to pay for its current prosperity. Chapter 708, The Price of Prosperity. Henrietta stood side by side with the Indian emperor and his little sister as they gazed at the scene before them with solemn expressions. They were not the only party that was present in this location, as family members and friends of those who had given their life in service to the von Kufstein dynasty mourned their loved ones. The Princess of Germany could no longer smile as she gazed upon the 10,000-plus graves that existed within the Kufstein National Cemetery. This was a cemetery dedicated primarily to members of the military. However, it also acted as the permanent resting place for those engaged in intelligence, law enforcement, and any government uniformed service where a member gave their life in the line of duty. For many, they considered it the highest honor to be buried in the cemetery. Though Berengar's campaigns had been fought and won with relatively few casualties, the reality was that the number of graves that existed in the cemetery accumulated with every conflict. The headstones of these men were marked with the coat of arms of the von Kufstein dynasty, which was now the Reichsadler of the German Empire, as a show of thanks for giving their lives in pursuit of Berengar's ambitions. There were also other symbols engraved on the headstones, such as prestigious military awards for valor that were granted either in life or posthumously. The most common of these was the Iron Cross, which seemed to mark a large minority of the graves. Aside from this, there was a special area dedicated to the tomb of the unknown soldier, which acted as a memorial for every man who had perished in service to the state in such circumstances that their body was unidentifiable. Their corpse could not be recovered, or they were simply missing in action. Priya gazed at the sight of the massive graveyard with a hint of confusion in her teary eyes. There was only one question on the girl's mind as she asked Henrietta for clarification. Why would you bring us to a graveyard? Henrietta was suffering as well. Every time she visited this area, she would become overwhelmed with various emotions, thinking about the price these men and women had paid for the continued growth and prosperity of the empire. She had to settle her nerves with a deep breath before she could answer the girl's question. Because I wanted you to see the price of prosperity. We did not achieve our current gains overnight, and we did not gain them without bloodshed. Most people come to the empire and see only what we have, not the price we paid to gain it. Every man and woman who has been interned in this graveyard gave their life in pursuit of a unified Germany and a prosperous state. Thus, I decided the most apt way to end your tour of the city is to witness those brave souls who have perished so that we may all live a peaceful and plentiful life. Without the sacrifices that these men and women made, we would not be where we are today. Priya could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes and sobbed while clinging on to her brother. But Daria stood still with a stoic expression. It was not that he was disrespecting the fallen, but he was mentally saluting those who had given their lives in pursuit of victory. After everything he had seen on this tour that had blown his mind, the most shocking of all was the fact that a seemingly pampered princess like Henrietta would be moved to tears at the sight of those who paid the ultimate price to ensure that she, and everyone else in their civilization, lived comfortable and peaceful lives. The truth was that Berengar had raised his sister well. Henrietta was not a princess who was locked away from the world in a palace of luxury. She went to school with the common girls. Many of her friends had lost fathers or brothers in the wars. She understood all too well the price of prosperity that had been paid for with the blood, sweat, and tears of the Austrian people. She also knew that she benefited dearly from it all. Daria instantly had a newfound sense of respect for the German princess, who clutched her heart with a bittersweet smile on her pretty face as she silently thanked those who had given their lives for the Reich. Without realizing it, Henrietta had begun to cry, before quickly wiping her eyes away in fear that the two children would look down on her. After taking a few moments to gain control of her emotions, Henrietta smiled before asking the children if they were satisfied with the tour. Well, I hope you enjoyed the tour, because this is where it ends. I will be taking you back to the palace so that you can enjoy the rest of your day. Daria was overwhelmed by all the shocking things he had seen on this brief journey, and Priya was still crying over the 10,000+ graves that sat before her. For her entire life, she had been locked up in the palace, and aside from grieving the loss of her parents, she knew nothing of the hardships that existed in the outside world, let alone the wars that were waged across the globe. At first, she thought the German Empire was simply lucky to be in its current state of prosperity. Perhaps it was even graced by the gods. However, after seeing the graves of the soldiers who fought and died for it, the girl came to a sudden understanding that the German people did not achieve such results without struggle. The trio was silent on the journey back to the palace. When they finally entered, the Kaiser greeted them. He immediately noticed their long faces and inquired about just what they had seen on their tour. "Why does it look like someone killed their pet? Henrietta, where the hell did you take these two kids?" Before Henrietta could defend her actions, Daria spoke up on her behalf. "Your Majesty, do not blame the princess for our current expressions. We had a wonderful time." She just ended the tour on a more serious note. "We visited the Kufstein National Cemetery and realized the price that has been paid for the current prosperity of your empire. It was a very sobering experience." It shocked Berenger that his sister had taken these two kids to the military cemetery on their first tour of the city. That was not something he would have done, as he felt the kids should have fun on their trip. Instead, it would appear that Henrietta had subjected the children to a propaganda tour. This caused him to rest his forehead in the palm of his head as he sighed heavily. "All right, I understand. Dinner is being cooked as we speak, so how about you two go wash up and prepare yourselves for the meal? Henrietta, I'd like a word with you if I can." Henrietta bowed her head and curtsied before her brother while showing him the proper respect for his position in front of the two children. "Of course, Your Majesty." After saying this, Berenger walked off with Henrietta while the maids attended to Daria and Priya's needs. Berenger brought Henrietta into his study where he inquired about just what kind of tour she had given his two guests. "Where else did you take them besides the cemetery?" Henrietta did not hesitate to answer his questions in a calm and collected manner. The itinerary was simple. "I took the children to see the Reichstag, where I talked about its purpose. From there, I took them to the trade district, where on the way they witnessed the youth corps engaging in their charitable activities. After that, we stopped by a grocery store and an ice cream stall where we made our way to the industrial sector where they seemed to have a hard time dealing with the pollution. So I showed them the Colossus on the hills above the town for some fresh air before ending the tour with the cemetery." Berenger pondered about the tour Henrietta had taken the kids on and came up with one conclusion. Henrietta went to places that were ordinary but significant to deliberately show off the wealth and power of the Reich before ending on a somber note. He had to give it to the girl. It was quite clever, the clever way of flexing to the guests from a foreign empire. There was only one question on his mind that he was quick to ask. Did the children enjoy it? Henrietta thought about it for a moment before nodding her head with a confident expression on her face. "Despite the culture shock of witnessing how great our empire is compared to their homeland, I am quite certain they enjoyed the tour. Even if I spoke a few lines of propaganda to them." Berenger chuckled as he petted the girl's golden hair before complimenting her for her efforts. "Good girl." Henrietta blushed as she enjoyed the attention her brother was giving her. Though they did not have time to fool around before dinner, she knew that she would be able to convince the man to spend the night alone with her after her actions today. That is, unless one of the other girls in Berengar's harem showed her up in the evening. With that said, the tour of the city and the lives of its citizens had come to an end. Daria would become greatly affected by the German propaganda that Henrietta had uttered to him and believed that ties to the Reich were necessary if he wished to reclaim his homeland. Chapter 709, Finding Traces of the Supernatural. Linda stood in front of the Kaiser's desk with a smug smile on her face. After months of hunting down traces of the long-forgotten deities of ancient Germania, she had finally found a trace of the mythical figures. Words could not express the difficulties she had gone through to secure this information. Her own subordinates had begun to question her sanity as they searched endlessly across Europe for traces of mythological figures. If not for preparing a proper response, they would have petitioned for the Kaiser to remove her from her position due to concerns of mental health. The reasoning that Linda used to explain these ludicrous searches to her agents was explained as assisting the Department of Archaeology on fabricating claims to the lands north of the Schleswig-Holstein borders. Luckily for the veteran spymaster, her subordinates bought this line, as the Kaiser had previously used ancient Germanic mythology and culture as a means to persuade the public about some of his more controversial policies. Currently, Linda presented a map to her husband. On this map was an area circled that had many rumors surrounding it, and though they had not been proven, a mysterious mist would commonly come from its woodlands, much like the case of the forests of Frisia where the goddess Badahena dwelled. Berenger studied the map and the details recorded in the dossier earnestly as he listened to his wife's emphatic speech. In Jutland, there is a special wooded area that the locals report to be mysterious. Many who have wandered into these woods have never returned. Others who have survived the ordeal returned to their homes speaking of madness. I am certain that there is something supernatural hidden in those woods, and I believe it is related to the so-called gods you have spoken about. Berenger admitted the rumors behind the woodlands had some similarity with those where he encountered Badahena, but it was difficult to say for sure. Normally he would just send out an expedition to investigate, however, he was uncertain whether they could find anything of value. It was rare for the gods to interact with humans, and they were not likely to bother wasting time revealing themselves to some random field agents. However, as a reincarnator, Berenger had some kind of connection with the gods of this world. Though exactly what that was, he did not know for sure. Still, it was his opinion that if he visited the area himself, whatever mythical figure that was lying dormant in those woods would reveal themselves to him. Thus, Berenger nodded his head and smiled before responding to Lindy's claims while hatching a plan. I believe it would be most prudent for me to visit these mysterious woods myself. It is funny. I was just thinking that it was about time I revisited my allies in the north. I have not spoken to King Alvar of the Kalmar Union in some time, and I am concerned about the state of his military. As an ally of the Reich, they are required to maintain a large standing army. However, unlike my allies in Al-Andalus and the Byzantine Empire, I have not done my part to oversee the establishment of the Kalmar Union's army. Linda became concerned as she heard the excuse her husband had come up with to visit the mysterious forest in Jutland. There was a major problem with his reasoning that she was more than happy to point out. The capital of the Kalmar Union is in Copenhagen. How will you convince the man to let you pass through Jutland? In response to this, Berenger wore a confident smile. His reasoning was quite simple and was merely the whims of a foreign emperor, but with the power that Berenger wielded, such petty concerns should be enough to convince the Kalmar king. Thus, he did not hesitate to reveal his master plan. I will just explain to Alvar that I plan to take the scenic route. My journey will start by traveling to the province of Schleswig-Holstein via train and then ride on horse to the shores of Jutland, where I will then set sail for Copenhagen. He can consider it an act of curiosity on my part, particularly about how much his lands have developed since I gave him such vital agricultural technology. It was an utterly foolish reasoning for going through the lands of the Kalmar Union, but Linda knew it would be enough to convince King Alvar. Though they had seldom met over the years, the rapport between Berenger and Alvar was decent enough. Besides, if the German Kaiser demanded to take the scenic route, then any neighboring kingdom would be more than willing to roll out the red carpet. Berenger simply wielded too much power to refuse. Thus, Linda was convinced, causing her to voice her next question on the matter. All right, when do we depart? Berenger raised his brow when he heard this before questioning the woman's intentions. We? Linda refused to allow Berenger to travel to the Kalmar Union by himself. If there were truly deities in these woods, she wanted the same treatment as him, to have her soul brand removed so that she could follow Berenger into the afterlife of his choosing. Thus, she was adamant as she made her point. If you think you're going to those woods by yourself, then you've got another thing coming. Whether you like it or not, you are taking me with you on this journey. If there is really a deity there, I won't pass up the opportunity to be with you for eternity. Berenger could only smile when he heard how adamant his wife was to spend eternity with him. However, he shook his head before caressing the woman's cheek. He was too worried about her safety until he could confirm that there really was a deity there and that the journey was not hazardous. He would not take Linda with him. Thus, he denied her request with a loving smile on his face. I'm afraid that is impossible. I won't put you in such a dangerous situation. If I can confirm the path is safe and that there really is a deity there, then I will bring our entire family into those woods and have them freed from their fate. You must stay here until I have scouted the region out. Linda pouted as she heard these words, but she no longer insisted. She knew the logic behind her husband's words. She was not exactly a fighter and had grown up especially pampered. If the situation were to turn dire in the woods, she would only be a liability to the man. Unlike Berenger, who was accustomed to fighting for his very survival, Linda rarely had faced such dangers during her privileged life. She was the spider queen behind the web, but she was not a soldier. If any of Berengar's wives could safely accompany him on this journey, it would be Anuria. Thus, she sighed before agreeing to his demands while making an additional stipulation. Fine, but you must take Anuria with you. I won't let you go on such a perilous journey with only your imperial guard to protect you. Berenger chuckled when he heard this demand. He knew the real reason behind it and quickly poked his wife on the nose before teasing her. You're just worried I will pick up some Norwegian chick to be my next bride, aren't you? Linda blushed in embarrassment. Her intentions had been so easily seen through, but she did not admit to it. She merely harumphed while crossing her arms. Berenger found this aspect of Lindy's character to be endearing. Thus, he hugged her tightly before whispering in her dainty ears. Very well, if it means that much to you, I will take Anuria along with me. A pretty smile carved itself upon Lindy's beautiful face as she heard this. She did not hesitate to question when her man would be departing. So, when do you leave? Berenger thought about it for a few moments before responding. A week at the most. It should not take long for my messenger to reach Copenhagen and inform King Alvar of my intentions to visit. Once my messenger returns with confirmation, I will depart immediately. Linda nodded her head in silence as she hugged onto her husband's chest while pressing her head against his broad torso. A single phrase escaped her lips as she stood intimately with the man. Be safe. Berenger responded to this worry by petting the woman's silky strawberry blonde hair before smiling confidently. I always am. Though he doubted this journey would be particularly dangerous as he was entering Allied territory with his own imperial guard in tow. It was impossible to know what he would encounter in this shrouded forest. If there was, in fact, a deity hidden in these woods, perhaps they could prove hostile. Though he doubted such a scenario would occur. Either way, Berenger took his safety seriously and would be well prepared for whatever he may encounter in the region of Jutland. As for Linda, she would do her best to support his efforts from behind the scenes as she had always done. Chapter 710, Stuck in the Mediterranean. Julius sat upon the papal throne with his head held in his hands. Since the attack that claimed the lives of the College of Cardinals, he had been on edge, believing that his life was in the hands of the heretic who sat upon the German throne. If Berenger could so easily sneak a man into the holy city and annihilate its leadership with a single attack, then surely he would not live for much longer. He had prayed to the Christian God for revelation on how to defeat his enemies, and yet the Heavenly Father had been utterly silent. He doubted if the Lord God Almighty actually saved him or if his survival was a mere fluke. Though the crusade was progressing in the favor of the Catholic Church, the enemy had regrouped and halted their advance further south. While the Catholics currently occupied the Holy City and a few others along the coastline, it would not be easy to declare this a Catholic victory, especially since the Byzantine and Timurid empires were still an active threat. He knew that the crusade in the Holy Land would bog down into a series of protracted sieges until both sides were no longer capable of fighting. Such a thing was the least desirable outcome, as the only true victor in that scenario would be Berenger the Accursed. He could not allow that man to expand his influence even greater than it already had been. While the Pope was dwelling on such dire matters, an archbishop approached him, where he, of course, had nothing but poor news to discuss. Your Holiness, it would appear the fleet we sent to secure new trade routes further east was sunk at the Strait of Gibraltar. It seems that the German fleet posted in Iberia has no intentions of letting any vessels sail westward. Perhaps they have discovered something that we are unaware of and have blockaded all parties to stay within the Mediterranean? It shocked Julius to hear this news, and he instantly broke out into a fit of fury as he condemned Berenger for the 27th time of this day. God damn that man to the depths of hell. If he thinks he can keep our fleets in the Mediterranean, then he is severely mistaken. After all, we have the English Navy on our side. Surely they are not blocked by the Strait of Gibraltar. The Archbishop had an anxious expression on his face as he tapped his feet on the floor. Julius took notice of this and felt that another shocking revelation was about to occur. What is it? A jolt of lightning went down the Archbishop's spine as he heard the Pope's chilling tone. He had no choice but to reveal the truth about the matter to Julius. Your Holiness, the English Navy has deployed all of its ships to the Mediterranean as a part of your crusade. They are completely unable to return home. The few merchant ships they have left at England have been sunk by the German North Fleet, which has blockaded the English Channel. It would appear they discovered that we wanted to find alternative trade routes to India and have placed an embargo preventing all Catholic kingdoms from sailing westward. I don't know what they have discovered, but there are rumors of German ships coming and going from the Strait of Gibraltar regularly. Whatever they have found in the west, they don't want anyone else knowing about it. Julius was furious when he heard this. If it was worth blocking access to the Atlantic, then clearly the Germans had found something spectacular. Whether it was an alternative trade route to India or something else entirely, the filthy Germans desired to hoard it to themselves. The more he thought about it, the more the Pope realized it could not be a trade route to India, or else why would the Germans continue to dig their canal in Egypt? Something fishy was going on here, and Julius did not know what. Enraged by this discovery, Julius immediately demanded something rather foolish, not realizing how disastrous the consequences would be for the Catholic Church if they had actually tried to do such a thing. I want every ship we have to break through the German blockade at the Strait of Gibraltar. We must discover whatever it is they are hiding from us. Luckily for Julius, this archbishop was a man who was wise enough to realize such an attack would be nothing more than suicide and clearly outlined the consequences such a disastrous attempt would have. Your Holiness, if we use all of our ships in the Mediterranean to attempt a breakthrough of the German blockade, not only will we be stranding tens of thousands of soldiers and the kings who lead them in the Holy Land, we would also send our fleet to the depths of the sea. The German ships have iron hulls and are impervious to all means of attack that we have discovered. Worse yet, their weapons have incredibly destructive power and are capable of superior ranges and rates of fire. Do I need to remind you what happened to the Moroccan Armada? They fought against a handful of ships. Yet there are over 25 of such vessels currently blocking the Strait of Gibraltar. Julius panicked when he heard this because he realized he had sent the overwhelming majority of the Catholic world's forces to the Holy Land, and they were now stuck with only one viable solution to return home. They would have to sail for Hungary and march back to their homes across Eastern Europe. However, the English would have to pass through German lands to even attempt to get back to their homeland. It was truly a disastrous scenario. When the kings of Christendom heard this news, they would lose the will to fight, as they were essentially stuck in the Holy Land where they could only fight until the last man against the enemies who surrounded them. It turned out that Aubrey was fortunate that his allies had betrayed him in Jerusalem because he was given just enough time to escape this mess and return to Paris. Julius realized that if he did not come up with a solution, the armies of Christendom would be stranded in the Holy Land thousands of miles away from their families. There was no solution other than an all-out attack that the Pope could think of that would allow him to break the blockade. Even then, such reckless action would just be asking for their ships to be sunk. It was far more viable to just convince the English king and his armies to stay in the Holy Land until they could all march on Germany. It was becoming increasingly clear to the Pope that Berenger had provoked him into a conflict in the Holy Land so that he could set up such a trap, thus making it so his borders would only suffer an invasion from the east. Honestly, the man was giving Berenger too much credit. The Kaiser did not expect his stranglehold over the saltpeter trade to force the church to look for alternative trade routes to India. By blowing up the saltpeter mines in Calvados, Berenger had annihilated the Spanish army but at the same time kick-started the age of exploration before he could finish the Suez Canal. Luckily, his navy was powerful enough to prevent the Catholics from heading to the New World. Or else he would soon be engaged in colonial wars with his neighbors. The Archbishop gazed upon the Pope with a hopeless gaze. He did not have the answer on how to fix this scenario. He could only ask what the Holy Father had planned. "Your Holiness, whatever shall we do?" Julius gritted his teeth as he decided on how to move forward. He wanted nothing more than to throttle Berenger for forcing him into such a position, but unfortunately he could not. All he could do was sigh and give the orders he had in mind. "We will try to prevent this information from leaking to the Crusaders for as long as possible. When they have finally claimed enough of the Holy Land to declare a victory, we will inform them of what Germany has done and rouse them to attack the Reich. Only by ending Berengar's reign do we have a chance to put an end to this blockade." The Archbishop gulped his pooled saliva when he heard this before nodding his head. It would appear the final showdown between the Catholic Church and the German Reformation was around the corner. He had long since waited for this day, but it would appear to him that the situation was rather hopeless. However, Julius had made up his mind. Since I forced him into a corner, he would not hesitate to resist and bite against those who had forced him into this hopeless situation. If the Reich sought to prevent him from finding out what they had discovered west of the Mediterranean, then he would not hesitate to fight back. By the time Berenger got back from his trip to Jutland, he would realize the desperation of the church. Chapter 711, The Liberian Conflict continues. Fritz Fischer was an average soldier in the Imperial German Army. He had long since been dispatched to Iberia and had spent the last 3 years under the smoldering sun of the region. Sure, he had been given leave and returned to the Reich to witness the monumental changes that occurred after each deployment. However, with each passing day he was convinced that Iberia would become his grave. Currently, the man sat inside an armored stagecoach which was fitted with a turret that utilized Mk2 Schmidt gun. This was just one of many such vehicles that strode through the war-torn streets of Toledo. He was currently loading several shells into his trench gun while the men beside him kept a lookout through the small slats for potential hostiles. The Catholics of Spain had adopted the same strategy as the Portuguese. They were colluding with the Catholic Church, and because of that they shared the same intelligence network. Brutal urban warfare was the state of affairs within the Iberian Peninsula. The Catholic fanatics, emboldened by the Pope with false decrees of eternal glory in the afterlife, fired upon the German troops from their rooftops with a mixture of matchlock firearms and black powder rockets. Truthfully, these rockets were more akin to fireworks but could still prove to be a deadly weapon if caught in their blast radius. Thus, the implementation of armored stagecoaches became a common sight among the German ranks. Interestingly enough, the military engineers in the Kufstein Royal Armory had come up with an alteration of the steam tractor and created mobile steam engines that were capable of propelling these armored stagecoaches at a speed of roughly 510 miles per hour. It was slow, sure, but the soldiers were protected from the enemy's weapons. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. For the moment, Fritz thought about this. A rocket lit off from a rooftop above and propelled downward towards the armored stagecoach. It erupted and sparkled against the vehicle but did little damage. Meanwhile, the man in the turret above adjusted the sight of his weapon and began to crank on it, propelling a few dozen rounds towards the target in a matter of seconds. The hostile who had fired the rocket was shredded to pieces by the sheer volume of fire the Mk2 Schmidt gun was capable of producing. Fritz wiped the sweat from his forehead, partially due to fear from the attack, but also because these damned vehicles were nothing more than sweatboxes. Under the glaring sun, the steel exterior acted as a heat sink. He could not wait for the convoy to arrive at its target so that he could conduct the raid. Walking into enemy fire was preferable to sitting in these steel-armored stagecoaches. After suffering a few more rocket attacks, the convoys finally arrived at the location where the soldiers opened the large steel door and quickly deployed. The moment they did so, smoke erupted from a window and a musket ball hit the man in front of Fritz in the face, dropping him to the floor dead on the spot. Fritz cursed at the Iberian rebel and hopped out of the vehicle with his shotgun in hand, unloading 6 shells into the building rapidly as he slam-fired the gun as fast he could manage. After the first round of buckshot, the perpetrator was shredded into Swiss cheese, but that did not stop Fritz from continuing his assault. Fucking bastard. This was another drawback of the stagecoaches. Only one man could exit from one side at a time, and they naturally became the targets of the hidden rebels. Soon Fritz's fire team deployed from the vehicle and covered him with their rifles while he reloaded his weapon. After doing so, he fired another 3 rounds into the lock on the door before kicking it open. Once the door was breached, a woman came charging at Fritz with a knife, where he quickly pointed his trench gun and fired a round of buckshot straight through her chest, killing her instantly. He cursed at the madwoman who tried to claim his life while loading more shells into his gun. Crazy cunt. Get fucked. After reloading his weapon with 6+1 rounds, Fritz took point as he carefully progressed through the building. The foyer was clear, but that did not mean the kitchen was. As soon as he turned the corner, a musket fired its shot straight towards his head, where it bounced off his stall helm, causing him to react to the shooter with another round of buckshot. This time it took out the man's head, turning it into a bloody mess. A soldier in Fritz's squad ran up behind him and checked on him. "You all right, Sarge?" Fritz did not respond and merely clanked his helmet with his fist, showing that he was fine, just a little rattled. After doing so, the soldier nodded and took over Fritz's position, leading the rest of the troops with his trench gun as Fritz fell to the back to protect their rear. The men kicked down another door, only to be fired upon by another musket. This time the shot missed, causing the target to be shot full of holes not only from the buckshot of the point men but also from the rifle rounds fired by the other members of the squad. The soldiers reloaded their weapons before advancing further into the house. While their squad cleared this one building, others worked throughout the street, undergoing the same level of resistance. Some buildings were hostile, others were peaceful. It was impossible to know the difference. After clearing that one house, Fritz ordered his soldiers to take the lead after he breached the next one. The door swung open, and this time the German soldiers were not fired upon. Things appeared rather peaceful at first glance. That, however, did not make Fritz any less cautious as he walked through the halls. The pointman approached a door where he quickly kicked it open, only to reveal a Spanish woman immediately screaming in fear for her life while clutching her child in her arms. The pointman instantly shouted his commands, unafraid to open fire on the two of them if they made the slightest movement. "Hands? Show me your fucking hands. You goddamn cunt, I swear to God I will blow your freaking brains out in front of your child. Show me your damn hands." Naturally, he was speaking in the local tongue so that the woman could understand him. The woman quickly did as was instructed, occupying the man's attention. Meanwhile, the 5-year-old girl that was in her arms was hiding something sinister. With the pull of a drawstring, a grenade detonated in the room, killing the pointmen and 2 other soldiers in the doorway. Fritz felt the house shake as he looked over at the bloody scene. Those who were within the room were blasted into meat paste by a grenade that was most likely scavenged from a German's corpse at some earlier date. The mother had given it to the child and ordered the kid to pull the cord while she occupied the soldier's attention, killing her child, and 3 German soldiers. The sergeant of the squad could not help but curse. This was not the first time something like this had occurred. The Catholic Church had brainwashed thousands of men, women, and children into martyrdom. The use of child soldiers was common among the Iberian rebels, and it was not surprising in the least that a mother would coerce her young daughter into doing something so barbaric. Goddamn fucking savages. The soldiers in the squad said their own curses towards the woman and the entire Catholic population. Fucking Catholics. They're all the same. Fritz did not let his fallen comrades deter him from his aim. There was still much of the house that needed to be cleared. However, he was even more cautious than he had previously been, giving strict orders to his troops. "I don't care if it's a man, woman, or child. If you come across a group of people huddled up, make sure they're all facing you with their hands up or fill them with lead." The German soldiers nodded their heads in agreement to the sergeant's orders before going through the rest of the house. The only other incident in that building was finding the husband of the crazy cunt who fired a musket at them but ultimately missed his shot. He was promptly filled with holes. The war in Iberia was brutal for everyone involved. The more Germans that fell in combat, the more their weapons and munitions would end up in the hands of the enemy. Though they could not be reverse-engineered, they could be wielded against their former masters. It seemed like Iberia was becoming one giant battle of Fallujah. It was no wonder Berenger was planning to end it via a chemical strike on a major city. He had lost many soldiers as the years went by, and the number only continued to grow as the enemy came to possess more devastating weapons. Encouraged by the Pope to give their lives without thought in a desperate attempt to drive the Germans and Moors from their lands. Against such zealotry one could not dare to be merciful, for if they were, they would lose everything. Chapter 712, The Misadventures of the Queen Honoria's Revenge, Part 50. Melissa sat at a table in the middle of a small city off the coast of Africa. She and her crew of salty wenches had been exploring through the Atlantic for some time now, charting courses for new territories in both the New World and the coast of Africa. For some time now the former prostitute had been acting as captain in Honoria's stead. After all, Honoria explored and privateered on a whim and spent much of her free time in the capital of the Reich. However, Melissa and the rest of the crew did such activities as a living. The fortune they had received in their exploits was no small sum, and many of the original girls had retired, replaced entirely with a new generation of privateers. Out of the original crew, only Elfrun and Melissa remained. Many of the new girls had never even met the legendary pirate queen. While Germany may have outlawed slavery in both the fatherland and its colonies, that did not mean that the Arab world had done so. As a side job, Melissa would often travel to the coasts of Central Africa, buy slaves from the local tribes and sell them to Al-Andalus, Morocco, Tunis, and the Mamluk Sultanate. It was a profitable business, as all she needed to trade were some old arquebuses and the gunpowder for their use. The Central African tribes would never have the means to replicate such advanced weapons, and thus she did not worry about them one day being used against Germany. While German laws stated slavery was prohibited in the boundaries of the Reich and its colonies, it did not prevent private enterprises like the Queen Honoria's Revenge from engaging in the slave trade. Albeit it was heavily frowned upon, and because of this, only those living on the fringe of German society engaged in such uncouth behavior. However, today was different. Her crew had surprisingly run out of alcohol and citrus due to a little drunken mishap that caused both a crew member and a few barrels of liquor to go overboard. In order to fend off scurvy, the acting captain of the Queen Honoria's Revenge had taken an emergency pit stop in the Mali Empire. To Melissa, who grew up in the Byzantine Empire, the idea that this primitive state could call itself an empire was laughable. However, for a sub-Saharan African nation, it was relatively advanced. After all, if one traveled a few thousand kilometers south, they would literally run into Stone Age tribals. Though the Mali were rich in gold, for whatever reason they had utterly failed to build a single city that was comparable to any of those that existed in the Byzantine Empire. Timbuktu, the great trading city of the Mali Empire, was nothing more than a loose collection of mud bricks when compared to the grand Romano-Byzantine architecture. Because of this, Melissa and much of her crew had an innate sense of disdain for the people of sub-Saharan Africa. However, when interacting with the locals, they didn't let it show. Thus, when their ironclad sloop of war which flew the colors of the Reich landed in a small coastal city, they put on the airs of diplomacy. While Melissa's girls were out buying the necessary resources to continue their journey into the Mediterranean and towards the Mamluk Sultanate, the woman in question was gambling with some of the locals. Melissa had ensured to buy a handful of slaves who could act as translators for the regions in Africa they contacted. For the sake of convenience, she freed them and offered them a place in her crew, which they gladly accepted. The game of choice was five-finger fillet, as its rules were simple enough to teach anyone on short notice. Despite being a woman in an Islamic city, Melissa refused to wear a head covering. Because of this, many of the locals were hostile, but the revolver on her waist was enough to put down any attempt to harm her or her girls. More than one would-be rapist had been shot in the city by Melissa's crew. This was not their first time visiting this port city, whose name was unpronounceable to a Westerner. Because of this, these men were willing to wager their fingers in exchange for one thing, a night with Melissa or one of her girls. After all, most of Honoria's crew were Caucasian women, which were completely alien to the Mali Empire, making them exotic beauties. Being a former prostitute, Melissa had no qualms about wagering her body in exchange for coin. However, despite the multiple attempts by men to beat her at her own game, they usually ended up losing a finger and paying the sum she had demanded as a bet. Melissa nimbly wielded the knife between her 5 fingers with ease. The men were shocked to see how easily she manipulated the weapon without harming herself, especially at such speeds. The man who was gambling against Melissa gulped the saliva down his throat as he doubted whether he would be able to best such skill. After completing her round, Melissa handed over the blade with a smug smile on her face. "Try your best, boys, but I'm afraid I'm going to be taking your gold today." After hearing the translator repeat the woman's words, the African man frowned before rolling up his sleeve and placing his palm on the table. He skillfully moved the knife between his fingers, albeit slowly at first. However, if he wanted to win the wager, he needed to pick up the speed. Thus, he increased the rate at which he stabbed between his fingers until finally he slipped up and sunk the blade into his thumb. He screamed in agony as he gazed at the knife sticking into his thumb. Melissa simply cackled as she saw the man injure himself and scoop the promised payment that sat on the table in her pile. This was not the first chump she had enticed by a wager of her body. She had accumulated quite a bit of gold from this venture. Ultimately, she grew bored with this activity and decided to call it quits, attempting to leave with a taunting tone. "Sorry boys, better luck next time." After saying this, the woman blew a kiss and trotted off. However, she didn't get far as the bodyguards of the man she had just wagered blocked her path. Melissa frowned when she saw this and immediately questioned the man's actions via her translator. "What is this? We had a deal." The man immediately screamed at the woman in his native tongue while wrapping up his bloody thumb with a tablecloth. Her crew member translated his words. "He says that you cheated him and he demands your body as payment for him and his men." The bodyguards immediately made a move for their swords, but Melissa was a second quicker. She quick-drew her twin revolvers like an expert gunslinger and fired 3 shots from each weapon into the 6 men. Their bodies hit the floor like a sack of potatoes, where Melissa turned around and pointed one of her guns at the African man's skull before making a playful statement. "Good night, sweetheart." After saying this, she pulled the trigger and splattered the man's brains all over the table she was just sitting at. The onlookers who saw the slaughter were petrified. There were rumors of white women who had come to their lands and taken the lives of those who sought to take advantage of them with the power of thunder. However, until now none of them believed it. Had they not witnessed the sight in person, they would have assumed it was a fairy tale. Melissa sighed heavily as she reloaded her weapons, gazing down at the poor souls who had just departed. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes as she muttered her contempt beneath her breath. "Fucking savages." The translator did not exactly take kindly to these words, as she was aware of the disdain that most of her sisters had for the various peoples of sub-Saharan Africa. However, the pay was good and there was little danger to her life. It was certainly better than being a slave like her tribesmen who were sold to the Arabs. After saying this, Melissa gazed at the girl and smirked before commenting on the situation. "Let's get out of here before the guards show up." After saying this, she fled the scene of her crime with the translator, taking all the gold that the departed had left behind for her. Shortly thereafter, the crew of the Queen Honoria's Revenge would set sail for the Mediterranean, leaving behind the African coast for the third time in the past 6 months. Chapter 713, Vengeance is a Dish Best Served Chili. It had been some time since Wolfgang was first taken into custody after he had assaulted an imperial prince. During this time, while Wolfgang awaited his trial, he was kept within one of many of Germany's labor camps where the nation housed its hardened criminals. German justice was harsh as it was designed with a single purpose in mind: to punish criminals and to deter future crimes via intimidation. No prisoner was exempt from the backbreaking labor they would be forced to endure day in and day out, and it was because of this that especially pampered noblemen like Wolfgang typically died from attrition long before their sentence was complete. Luckily, Wolfgang had survived his treatment, though he had lost much of his youthful vigor. Though he was fed 3 meals a day in sufficient quantity to keep him in proper physical shape for the labor he must perform, he struggled to meet the demands that were given to him by the guards of the labor camp. Because of this, he was punished further. If he had to explain his life at this very moment, it was a single word: hell. Thus, it was a surprise when he was called off from his normal routine and brought in chains to a secure location. He honestly believed he was about to be executed. However, when he saw the stoic face of the Kaiser standing before him, he could not help but fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness. He was willing to do anything to get himself out of his current predicament. "My Kaiser, please forgive my transgressions. I was blind, but now I can see. My sins are grave, but I beg of you as a fellow father and husband to release me, and I will give to you whatever you desire. Please, just spare my worthless life." Berenger did not have the slightest emotion on his handsome face. Instead, he calmly reached into his jacket and pulled out a packet of hemp cigarettes. He placed one of such devices in his mouth before lighting it aflame with his pocket lighter. After doing so, he inhaled the smoke heavily before exhaling it into the surrounding air. It was only after he had done this gesture that he flicked the lit cigarette onto the face of the bounded prisoner and chuckled at his comments. "You strike my son, and now you wish to bargain with me? What kind of moron are you? Did you honestly expect that I would be lenient with you after abusing my child? TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you remember years ago when you attacked me in my uncle's house? I swore I would get my vengeance on you then and there, but for the sake of politics I was forced to leave you be. After all, the punishment you received by your brother and your people was greater than anything I could think of at the time. In the years since, I have forgotten my grudge against you. After all, you are nothing more than an insignificant worm who causes trouble for whoever you are closest to. However, the moment you struck my son, I suddenly remembered that I had never personally punished you for your past transgressions against me. It is truly a pity. If you were born with a brain like your younger brother, I could have had more use for you. Instead, you are a mindless fool who acts on nothing but emotion. I must say the world will be better off without you. Do not worry, your wife and children will be well taken care of. After all, somebody has to care for them, and clearly you have failed in that regard. Let us pray that your children don't inherit your stupidity." It took a few moments for Berengar's comments to register in the dullard's brain. But when they did, he immediately rose to his feet, infuriated by the emperor's words. He may not be the brightest man in the world, but he somehow considered himself a good father. Thus, he could not help but lash out at the Kaiser. "You bastard! You dare condemn me as a father? Who are you to judge me? I have done everything I can to make sure my kids are well looked after. Even after my kind of a brother stole everything that rightfully belonged to me, I made sure that my family had a roof over their heads and food to eat. If you ask me, that little brat of yours deserved more than a slap to the face for what he said to me. He needs to be taught some manners, and clearly you're not the one to do it." Berenger scowled when he heard this statement. The man was utterly unrepentant for his sins. All of that pleading for forgiveness a few moments prior was clearly nothing but an act. Naturally, the Kaiser would not tolerate this insult and responded to Wolfgang's aggression by grabbing hold of his head and head-butting him in the soft points of his face 3 times before repeatedly kneeing him in the groin. Wolfgang instantly dropped to his knees in agony as vomited his breakfast all over the floor. His nose was broken from the impact of the Kaiser's forehead, and he had spat out several teeth into a mixture of vomit and blood. Despite the prisoner's condition, Berenger did not end his cruelty. He quickly stepped on the man's head and forced it into the vomit in an act of total humiliation. "You dare speak to me, your Kaiser, with such hatred? Who gave you permission to rise? You fucking imbecile. You still don't get it, do you? How stupid can you be? I am the man who decides whether you live or die. Do you honestly believe that you provided for your children after your own cowardice stripped you of your inheritance? Foolish bastard, you have my aunt and uncle to thank for that. All you did was grovel before a mightier and wealthier nobleman, and manipulate his love for his daughter to mooch off of him. Even then, you somehow managed to get your pathetic ass kicked out of their home. Your wife had to come crawling to her sister, to beg me, her husband, to be benevolent so that I might consider taking you and your family into my home. Where you proceeded to slap my son, because he called you out for what you are. A pitiful, indulgent, selfish, and stupid coward. You deserve your fate. I should have removed you from this world years ago, after you left your lands to burn under the Bavarian onslaught. I could have spared your family much pain. Your own brother sees you as a fucking disgrace, unworthy of his immediate attention. It's a shame a woman as fine as Ava was married to your incompetent ass. She deserves much better. However, that no longer matters as you will be dead soon. Hey race, what's going to happen in the upcoming weeks? You will be found guilty of high treason by a jury of your peers, and you will be executed by a firing squad. Until then, you can enjoy what little time you have left in this labor camp. You can take solace in the fact that, for once in your life, you are contributing to society. After saying this, Berenger spat on the man who lay underneath his boot, where he removed his foot and gave an order to the guards. Make sure this idiot eats that mess there, because he's not getting another portion to replace it. The labor camp guards forced Wolfgang's face further into the pile of vomit and issued their demands while raising their clubs to prepare for his refusal. You heard the Kaiser. Clean up your mess. Wolfgang glared in hatred towards the sinister grin on Berengar's face. In the next second, he felt his back struck by a club, and the vomit shoveled into his mouth by the other guards. They continued this process until Wolfgang had devoured all the vomit and his dislodged teeth from the snow on the ground. He wanted to throw up once more, but choked it down in fear that he would be forced to endure the same treatment. After Wolfgang had done as he was ordered, Berenger gave one more order to the guards before departing. All right, I've seen enough. Get this fool back to work. After saying that, Berenger departed from the labor camp with his Imperial Guard in tow. He did not look back on the fate of Wolfgang because, in all honesty, he did not care. His fate had been decided. All that was left for Wolfgang was to suffer through a few more weeks of torment until he found a bullet lodged in his skull. Berengar's only regret was that he had not executed the man earlier. Chapter 714, Naval Ambitions in the Pacific. Itami sighed heavily as she gazed upon the list of natural resources she had at her disposal. While she did not want for many things, there was a certain material she desperately needed, which she severely lacked. Iron was a relatively rare commodity on the island nation of Japan, and she needed vast quantities of it to fully industrialize and modernize her new empire. Without a large stockpile of iron, Itami could only produce limited quantities of her new Itami rifles and artillery pieces. If she wanted to take full advantage of industrialization, she would need a large supply. Unfortunately, she could not find it in her homeland, and lacked the means to sail to other, less developed regions of the world, such as the Americas of Africa, which were rich in such resources. No, if she wanted iron, she would need to search for regions in Northeast Asia where she could gain access to it. Attacking China was out of the question. Even with her superior armies and technology, it would be impossible for her to claim the Chinese mainland in any significant capacity, let alone hold on to it. If there was one thing she found foolish about the Japanese Empire in her past life, it was the idea that they actually believed they could conquer China and subjugate its people. It was simply unfeasible no matter how she saw it. She would laugh about the whole idea if it hadn't ended so tragically. Since she would not invade China, that left one particular region rich in iron that she could exploit as part of her empire. That would be the Korean peninsula. The problem with this was that the Joseon were a tributary state of the Ming, and invading the Korean peninsula to seize the iron-rich regions in the north was likely to result in hostilities with the Ming. Unless she could convince the Ming emperor that Japan was a better ally than the Joseon, she would likely fight the Ming in a conflict that would prove bloody for both sides. Itami could only sigh as she gazed at her map. The annexation of Korea was inevitable, but how she would go about it while avoiding the most bloodshed was her greatest concern. For now, she would send emissaries to both the Ming and Joseon. Until she could build a powerful enough navy to defeat the Joseon, it would force her to trade for the iron ore she so desperately needed. She wrote a series of letters addressing her Korean and Chinese counterparts. For the Ming, she planned to pay tribute to them with gifts of cosmetics, perfume, and other products that could only be found in her Japanese empire. Itami was not Berenger. Though she favored war as a means to achieve her ambitions, she was not above bowing her head to another empire in return for the benefits she would receive. Ultimately, she did not have the pride of a man in her heart, and would thus resort to acts that Berenger would consider humiliating if it meant completing her objectives. As for the Joseon, she would use a more heavy-handed approach in negotiations. Her military might was vastly superior to the Koreans, and she needed only a year or two to build up a navy capable of destroying their fleet. Naturally, since she could not produce ironclads for some time, due to a substantial lack of the resources required, she would devise vessels based upon a Korean design. The legendary Korean turtle ship had yet to be produced in this timeline. After all, they would not come into existence for another 100 years. However, she could build them and ensure naval dominance in the Pacific for years to come. As part of her attempts to one-up Julian in her past life, she had studied naval history extensively, as it was a more important part of Japan's history than it was Germany's. Though it would take some effort, she could effectively design a turtle ship from scratch. which she immediately did. After spending hours at her desk with a pen and some paper, Itami designed the ship of her desires. It was essentially a steam-powered turtle ship that utilized a triple expansion steam engine, a propulsion screw, and a set of boilers. She had a wicked grin on her face as she declared victory at that moment. With these, my fleets will be unmatched in the entire world. After all, it will be some time before the Europeans invent their ships of the line. Though it is not a true ironclad, the turtle ship will be superior to anything else I can create until I get the necessary resources to create a fleet of them. Itami slunk back into her chair and rested for God knows how long until her door opened to reveal one of her ministers. Though she was surprised to see him, she was happy, as he was just the man she wanted to talk to about naval innovations. Medicine, I was just about to go looking for you. Here, take these and look them over. You are the naval expert. I want to see your opinion on the new naval vessel I designed. The man named Maeda Akitoshi sneered when he heard the little girl had created a new ship design. Was it so easy to do such a thing? However, when he gazed upon the design in question, his jaw practically dropped. The overall design was unique. The ship had a wooden shell which covered the deck and was plated with iron spikes. This covering made it difficult to harm the crew, while deterring any form of grappling. When armed with multiple cannons, it would certainly become an effective tool of war. While the original ship design from her past life boasted defensive and offensive capabilities alike, it was less capable than a European frigate, if not for the sole fact that it was severely lacking in both speed and maneuverable. The entire ship was practically a floating rectangle, and was powered by a combination of junk-style sails and wooden rows. Itami solved some of these issues by replacing its primitive means of propulsion with a vertical triple expansion engine. Naturally, many things had to be redesigned to accommodate this, but the end result was feasible, at least in theory. It would probably take numerous modifications to actually make a practical naval vessel out of the blueprints she had designed. Still, the man named Maeda Akitoshi could see the practical advantages of such a vessel. He was beginning to think this bloodthirsty cunt wasn't so useless after all. Like many of the people who supported Itami, Maeda Akitoshi was not an avid follower, but someone who was swept up in her reign of terror. Itami only wanted the most capable people working beneath her, and unlike Berenger, because she was a woman, many of them thought poorly of her behind closed doors. Still, Itami continued to amaze these people with her intelligence. And because of that, men like Maeda Akitoshi would either slowly change their preconceived notions of her, or do something foolish that would get them marked for death. After looking over the designs for a while, Maeda Akitoshi sighed heavily before nodding his head in agreement with Itami's wishes. I will need some more time to study these devices, but it should be doable. I will let you know when I have constructed the first prototype. Tell me, Itamisima, are we preparing for a war with a foreign power? When Itami heard this, she merely broke out into a fit of giggles, before nodding her head and answering the old man's question. Of course. We will build a grand navy and conquer much of Asia beneath our banner. It is our destiny. But to do this, we will need a powerful navy, and this ship is the first step. The veteran sailor, who now acted as Itami's Minister of Naval Warfare, nodded his head in silence. The Empress truly had grand ambitions. He was just about to leave when he thought of something important. What shall I name the vessel? Itami did not even think about the question posed to her. Instead, she responded with a single word before dismissing the man. Came. After saying this, the Minister of Naval Warfare left the Empress' office, where the young woman pulled out a bottle of sake and drank to her heart's content. With these vessels, she could successfully invade Korea. However, when and how she achieved this would be up to diplomacy with the Ming. For now, she could only sit back and relax. Now that her day's work was over, she intended to enjoy herself in her hot springs, and drink all the sake she could manage. Chapter 7:15. The Prince's Tea Party. Hans sat in a room while sipping from a teacup that contained whole milk. On a plate in front of him were some treats, such as cookies and cupcakes. By his side were the princesses of Poland and Bohemia, as well as the most recent addition to the royal palace, Princess Priya Tamara of the Anangpur Empire. Since Hans had saved Veronica from the Grand Duke of Moscow, the Bohemian princess had looked at Hans in a new light. Though there were several years apart between them, with Veronica being in her early teenage years, and Hans being a prepubescent child, she accepted her engagement to the boy and treated him with respect. Natalia was practically the same age as Hans, and did not understand why the girl who she thought of as an older sister was behaving so courteously to Hans when she used to be rather standoffish. This sudden change in behavior caused the young girl to become competitive, where she began to follow Hans around like a pet. Truthfully, the young prince found the Polish princess to be a bit of a nuisance, but she was cute enough in his eyes to keep her around. At the moment, Priya was observing the reactions between Hans and the two other princesses with an awkward smile on her face. Veronica was discussing matters of importance with her fiancé, and Natalia was begging for attention. Hans, are you listening? Pay attention to me. Hans merely lifted his hand into the air, signaling the young girl to be silent as he continued a conversation with Veronica about the concerns she had about the upcoming crusade. Natalia pouted when she saw she was being ignored, but listened to Veronica's words nonetheless. I fear Natalia's father might do something foolish. He had already sent his eldest son to his death against the German armies. Who is to say he does not conscript all of Poland's young men to invade us from the east? If that happens, Bohemia will become a battleground. Does the Reich have enough troops to defend all its borders? When Natalia heard the mention of her father and dead brother, she grimaced. She did not want to be reminded of her life before becoming a ward. She was still very young when she first entered the Reich, but she could remember the relative poverty the Polish monarchy had when compared to the Kaiser's household. She could never enjoy herself as much as she did now, if she were still in Poland. Thus, she was rather grateful to the von Kufstein family for all they had done for her. Despite being a ward, she felt as if she was a genuine member of the family. Thus, she had a hard time understanding what Veronica meant when she said that her father was willing to send so many young men to their deaths. Hans immediately answered Veronica's questions with a confident smile on his face. Of course, we have the means to defend our borders. I have looked upon my father's designs. They are quite brilliant. A few thousand men on one section of the border can defend it from tens if not hundreds of thousands. Not to mention the national railway is nearing completion. We can easily dispatch our reserves to compromise sections of the border if such a scenario occurs. Truth be told, it would be an absolute slaughter if the Polish were to invade through Prussia or Bohemia. Priya gazed upon the prince and princess who were discussing matters of war with confusion in her eyes. They were awfully young to be having such a conversation. Was the potential for war really that much of a concern that even children would talk about it? She did not understand that Hans was a genius, who was being groomed to succeed his father, nor was she aware of the whole situation that Germany was facing and was quick to voice her concerns. Are you guys expecting an invasion soon? Hans and Veronica gazed over towards Priya with sympathy. She had only arrived in Kufstein recently, and was illiterate when it came to the politics of Europe. Hans could not help but sigh heavily before giving a brief overview of the German Empire's current foreign relations. He did not speak of propaganda like Henrietta had, but the truth as he understood it. My father has made a lot of enemies in his rise to power. Practically all of our neighbors despise us. Not only has he used force at every given opportunity to achieve his goals, but he has also pissed on the primary religion of the European continent. To put this in perspective, the Catholic Church holds immense influence over the European kingdoms, or had I should say. When my father was just a lowly baron's son, the Church conspired with my uncle to eliminate him. My father outsmarted them, and as a response to their sinister actions, he thoroughly angered the papacy by executing a few of their representatives and starting a reformation in the Church that split power away from the papacy. Over the years, the papacy has fought my father via a series of proxy wars, trying to halt his expansion and prevent his influence from spreading. For the record, my father prevailed in each conflict, thoroughly angering the papacy who now intend to unite the Catholic world against the Reich and march on us from all corners of our empire. Fortunately, my father has built robust border defenses and secured powerful allies. Otherwise, such a situation could prove dire, even with our superior military might. It is not easy to defend your lands from millions of screaming crusaders. Natalia's father is one of the Catholic kings who holds a grudge against my father and his empire for more than one reason. It is our fear he might do something foolish, like conscript every young man in his kingdom and send them off to war on our eastern borders. Such a thing would prove disastrous. For Poland, it astounded Priya to hear that the German Empire was surrounded on all sides by potentially hostile states. Only the north had an ally on its borders, and even then Berenger had prepared ample border defenses against the Kalmar Union in case they switched sides. Priya thought about it for a second before asking the most serious question on her mind. Are these other kingdoms a threat? Should I be worried about this upcoming war? In response to this, both Veronica and Hans scoffed at the same time before the prince voiced his opinions on the matter. If you knew the weapons that the Reich has available, you would understand how foolish of a question that is. Any attempt to invade our lands would be an absolute slaughter of the enemy. The problem that I see with this eventual war is the desperation it will cause to our neighbors. If we wipe out millions of young men from across Europe, it will cause famine and poverty on a massive scale. Our neighbors are still feudal states. They would have to send every peasant farm boy to war to have a chance of breaking through our borders, and they would not get far even if they did. It would be a monumental loss of life, which would only cause further despair in our neighboring realms. Veronica nodded her head when she heard Hans' statement before adding her own thoughts on the issue. The Reich currently has a very strict immigration and refugee policy. A small number of women from kingdoms that are either Germanic or have a Germanic history, such as the Kalmar Union, England, Burgundy, and France, are allowed into the country so long as they marry German men. There are a few exceptions granted to women from neighboring kingdoms like Hungary and Poland, but the majority of these women come from the aforementioned countries. This immigration policy has led to the most beautiful and fertile women from those countries seeking a better life in the Reich and competing for German males. This has proven helpful in increasing the population of the Reich and is well regulated by the Department of Immigration to ensure that there is no major demographic shift in the country. While this is good for the Reich, it is bad for the other kingdoms. It will be even worse if we eliminate millions of young men from these foreign kingdoms in a defensive war. In the neighboring realms, there will be few men left who can plow the fields, let alone marry and reproduce. Our neighbors would become desperate for survival, and the number of refugees trying to flood into our country could become disastrous. We would need to expand the border guard substantially and use lethal force to deter these refugees. There could be a diplomatic solution to this crisis if the Kaiser actually cared about the lives of foreigners, and if the Pope wasn't so desperate to cling onto the past glories of the Church. Unfortunately, these two men are willing to fight a disastrous war for European hegemony that will undoubtedly result in the deaths of millions. However, in the end, all we can do is lament the loss of life. Truly, it is none of our concern, as we are the younger generation in the Reich who will not suffer in the slightest. Hans nodded his head in agreement with Veronica's summary of the future crusade. Though if he were to be honest with himself, if he was in his father's position, he would be just as stubborn in dealing with the Church. Priya, on the other hand, felt as if she had been through a university lecture on geopolitics, and felt as if her head was spinning. She calmed the sensation by drinking the milk in her cup. After doing so, she shifted the subject to something irrelevant. Still, he is amazing, isn't he? Hans raised his brow when he heard this before asking for clarification from the young girl on who she was referring to. Who? Priya flushed with embarrassment as she noticed all eyes were on her. She averted her gaze before voicing her thoughts aloud. The Kaiser. He is so powerful that even the entire continent combined can't bring him down. Hans and Veronica merely sighed as they heard the girl's opinion on Berenger. They rolled their eyes before expressing the same sentiment. Oh great, another one. Priya and Natalia did not understand what they meant by that, and the duo did not elaborate. Instead, they continued to educate Priya about the current affairs of the Reich and its neighbors while enjoying sweets and milk. Chapter 7:16. Departing for the Kalmar Union. It had been days since Berenger visited Wolfgang, and Berenger finally received word from the king of the Kalmar Union that he would be happy to accept the Kaiser's request for a visit. Not only that, but the man gave permission to Berenger, allowing him to ride through Jutland with a small host of armed bodyguards in order to explore the landscape of the region. Winter had arrived, and Berenger had made many preparations for his journey north. Food, clothing, transportation, weapons, and munitions. These were all things that needed to be carefully planned, as he was unlikely to hunt anything in such dreadful weather. Thus, he spared no expense to ensure that he and his soldiers had the supplies needed to survive the harsh winters of Scandinavia. Naturally, his army had winter uniforms designed for them in order to stave off the cold. He himself had one that was loosely based upon those used by German field marshals in the Second World War of his past life. Aside from gathering these things together, Berenger needed to coordinate with Anuria about her own provisions. Thus, he had approached his wife in her room while she was in the middle of packing. Berenger gazed upon the thick fur coat and woolen clothes that the woman was wearing and teased her. Any more clothing and you are going to make it extremely difficult for me to undress you. Anuria turned around and gazed upon her husband with a seductive smirk on her face as she responded to his advances positively. Oh, I am sure you will have all the time you need to undress me while the two of us are alone together in a tent. Berenger chuckled when he heard this. He had to agree with the woman. After all, he and his Imperial Guard would travel across the winter wonderland of Jutland in military-issued wagons which were similar in size and shape to those used by the American Army in the 19th century. Until he could develop combustion engines, transportation outside of the Reich was still entirely operated by animal power. It was because of these wagons that the party could transport a variety of supplies, such as tents and wooden stoves, to keep them warm and out of the snow. Due to the recent advancements in the field of synthetic materials, Germany's industry could now make waterproof tents that were capable of enduring the cold winters of Scandinavia. Berenger actually looked forward to spending a camping trip with Anuria by his side. She was the only one of his wives who would not bitch about being in the wilds, and would actually enjoy it. He figured the two of them could enjoy the beautiful winter landscape of Jutland while making their way to the sacred grove where their true target lie in wait. Berenger quickly noticed the woman had everything she needed packed and helped lift some of her bags. Well then, shall we depart? Anuria lifted a few bags as well before nodding with a pretty smile on her face. I've got everything that I need, so let's go. After saying this, Berenger descended the staircase along with his wife. The two of them had already said their proper goodbyes to the family and were quick to enter the courtyard, where they piled their belongings into the wagon. The wagon took the couple to the nearest train station, where they boarded the royal train and departed towards the border province of Schleswig-Holstein, where a company of elite imperial guardsmen lie in wait for them. Berenger could not help but chuckle as he gazed upon the outfit Honoria was wearing. As a privateer, she had a penchant for military fashion, and one of her girls designed the uniforms that her crew wore. For whatever reason, the winter outfit that Honoria was wearing closely resembled that of Soviet officers from the Second World War of Berengar's past life. Or at the very least, the outerwear did. Beneath it she had far more fashionable clothing. For example, over her merino wool long underwear, she wore a beige turtleneck commando-style sweater, which clung to her natural curves nicely. Atop her head was both a knitted skullcap and a brown fur ashanka. Honoria had washed out the dye in her hair and gone back to a natural color. Berenger noticed this and smiled. He nodded his head in approval before complimenting the woman's beauty. "I must say, Honoria, you look very pretty in your winter attire." Honoria smiled when she heard this. It was not every day that Berenger complimented her appearance. Lately, he had been busy with his other wives and had not shown her the attention she needed. She was just happy that the two of them could finally spend some time together. Thus, she voiced her enthusiasm for the trip. "I'm looking forward to this trip. It will be good to finally be alone together without interference from the others." In response to this, Berenger merely chuckled before nodding his head. The journey via train continued to the border for several hours before the duo arrived at their destination. Afterward, Berenger climbed out of the train and led Honoria into the area where they rendezvoused with the soldiers who would be their escort. Unlike Berenger, who was in a World War II-style winter uniform, his soldiers were in late World War I-style uniforms. The captain in charge of the unit immediately saluted the Kaiser and responded with the information that Berenger wanted to hear. "Sir, we are prepared for the journey. We can depart whenever you are ready." Berenger smiled when he heard this and returned the man's salute. "Very well, then. We shall depart at once. I have no time to waste here at the border." With this said, Berenger and Honoria climbed into one of the wagons and rode off past the northern border and into Denmark. The couple watched from the interior of the wagon as they gazed upon the German border they had left behind. Unlike most of the borders of the German Empire, Berenger had prepared little in terms of defenses with the neighboring Kalmar Union. Rather than a robust trench system that was protected by barbed wire, reinforced concrete bunkers, machine guns, and landmines, the border with the Kalmar Union was a simple chain-link fence that was topped with razor wire. There were a series of small immigration checkpoints, which allowed more people to pass through into the Reich than anywhere else in the world. The reasoning for this was simple. Not only was there a military alliance with the Kalmar Union, but its people were considered cousins to the Germans. Because of these two factors, the Kalmar Union had special immigration laws compared to the rest of the world. Not only could entire families cross into the Reich with little difficulty, but they could earn German citizenship through service to the state. Naturally, these immigrants had to learn the German language, assimilate to its culture, and pass a written exam about the nation's history. However, that was the extent that the Nordic people had to go through to immigrate to the Reich. Unlike the rest of the world, that could only gain citizenship through multiple generations of interbreeding. The Nordic countries had a much easier time gaining citizenship, which had many benefits. Honoria gazed upon the hundreds of Nordic immigrants who were lined up at the border outpost as their wagon drifted further into the distance. She noticed the difference in treatment that these people received compared to the rest of the world and quickly voiced her curiosity. "Say, Berenger, why do the immigrants from the Kalmar Union get treated so much better than the people from everywhere else?" It surprised Berenger to see that Honoria was not aware of why this was the case. He thought it was obvious. However, since she had asked, he would not hide his reasoning. That's simple. Unlike the rest of the world, the Nordic and German peoples share a common ancestry. Though there are some differences in language and culture, I consider them cousins to the German people, and because of that, I gave them an easier path to citizenship. The same can't be said for the rest of the world. Though at one point the Germans spread throughout Europe, those regions have long since been influenced by other parts of the world, and are no longer Germanic in nature. Honoria nodded her head in silence as she reflected on this reasoning. From her understanding of the Reich's immigration policies and citizenship requirements, it seemed to be based upon heritage more so than qualification. She did not understand why this was the case, but for the time being, she did not question it. Perhaps at a later date she would ask her husband why he felt this was necessary. For now, she was more concerned with the journey ahead, and thus she rested her head on Berengar's shoulder as the two of them sat within the canvas-covered wagon, unaffected by the snow that was falling from the sky above. The journey to the sacred grove would be a long one, and she was prepared to endure whatever the gods could throw at them. Chapter 7:17. Winter Wonderland. It had been several hours since the journey beyond the German border had begun. Since then, Berenger and Honoria had stayed within their wagon. However, eventually the caravan stopped in the middle of nowhere. Though they were on the correct path towards the location that Linda had marked as a potential sacred grove, The sun had begun to set, and it would not be wise to continue their journey through the darkness. The cold winter nights of Denmark were not to be underestimated. As a result, the Imperial Guard formed a barrier with their wagons, much like the pioneers in American history would have. From there, they built a large central fire pit and staked their tents into the ground. Setting up camp was a rather quick process, as these were trained professionals who were well experienced in the field. Berenger and Honoria did not sit idly by and set up their own tent, where they placed a wood-burning stove inside of it, as well as a futon mattress with some thick wool sheets and a down comforter. The Kaiser cooked some of their rations that he had brought with them on the stove, with the pans they had prepared for the journey. While Berenger worked on the meal, Honoria looked around at the encampment. The tents were spread out within the encirclement that was established with the wagons. There were even tents made for the horses so that they could be comfortable even in the frozen weather. Sentries drew straws to determine who would be on first watch while the rest of them slept in their tents. Honoria noticed these things as she witnessed the snow fall heavily from the clouded skies above. She never would have thought that an encampment established for a company of soldiers would be a beautiful sight. However, in her eyes this was truly a winter wonderland. Honoria smiled as she entered the tent and smelled the food Berenger had prepared for her. Unlike the rest of Berengar's women, she actually enjoyed the food eaten in the field by soldiers. Over the past few years, rations had advanced to the point where they were now enjoyable to eat. With advancements in food preservation technology and material sciences, Berenger had introduced dedicated rations to the military that were more than just canned food. Freeze-dried emergency food from Berengar's past life inspired the soldiers' current issue rations. The reasoning for making these rations was a simple matter of efficiency. Not only could they last for up to 25 years if left alone, but they were easy to prepare and tasted much better than what had been previously issued to the soldiers. After preparing the food, Berenger and Honoria ate a rather simple but hearty meal. For whatever reason, the woman was in a good mood, and her husband took notice of this. He could not help but inquire what made her so happy. "You seem awfully happy? Is there any reason in particular?" Honoria giggled when she heard this. She continued to dine on her meal while speaking intermittently. "Of course. I finally get some alone time with you. The last time we went on a journey together you got lost, and I was worried that you had died. You do not know how stressful that was for me. If you died on my watch, I know that Linda would have most likely murdered me. However, this time it isn't a treacherous journey. Instead, we are alone in this winter wonderland, with no nearby threats to worry about. Why wouldn't I be happy?" Berenger reflected on Honoria's words for some time. It was true that he had not spent as much alone time with her as he should have. The truth of the matter was their schedules often conflicted, and she was probably the wife he spent the least amount of time with. He scoffed when he remembered what the woman had said about Linda and instantly teased her about it. "So you're worried Linda will hold you responsible if I end up dying on your watch?" Honoria wore a bitter expression when she heard this. She remembered the tantrum Linda had thrown via telegraph when she found out Berenger was missing. She was thankful that she did not have to witness that rant in person. For if she did, she was fearful that Linda might have struck her. However, enough time had passed that Honoria found this entire debacle to be humorous and giggled as she joked with her husband. "You do not know how frightening your wife can be, do you?" Naturally, upon hearing this, Berenger thought it was the perfect time to tease Honoria more by feigning ignorance. "Which one?" In response to Berengar's words, Honoria merely gave him a questioning look. Her gaze alone was asking if she really needed to answer his question. This caused Berenger to laugh as he pat the girl's head before pouring them 2 cups of wine. After handing 1 cup to Honoria, he took a sip from his own before commenting on the situation. "A woman's fury is a terrifying thing, isn't it? Don't tell me she held you responsible for my disappearance in Berenstat?" Honoria curled up by Berengar's side and rested her head on his shoulder as she informed him of the details he was unaware of. "Oh, she was furious, all right. Though I only spoke to her via telegraph, I could tell by the words she sent that she was not only outraged by your disappearance but also heartbroken. She wanted you found alive at all costs, even if it meant burning down the entire continent and killing everyone in it. Did you know that she even threatened to kill herself if you died in the new world away from her arms? Her plan was to give birth to your child, and then join you in the afterlife, leaving your children to be raised by the others. I love that woman, but sometimes she can be a terrifying bitch, especially when it concerns your safety. Anyway, enough about Linda and her unhealthy obsession with you. Tonight is the first night we have been alone together in a long time, and I plan to take advantage of that." Berenger chuckled when he heard this. He quickly drank down the contents of his wine before pouring another cup. Since he was alone with Honoria, he might as well shift the subject to something she was more interested in. "So how goes the privateering and exploration?" Honoria raised her cup, signaling Berenger for a refill, which he was happy to help with. While the man was filling her chalice, she rambled on about her previous discoveries. I wish I could tell you some exciting news, but there hasn't been a major naval conflict in some time, and thus my crew has been busy with exploration. They've charted a large coastline of the New World, as well as previously undiscovered regions of Africa. Speaking of which, weren't we supposed to go on an expedition to the southern tip of Africa? What happened to that? Berenger sighed when he heard this before revealing his plans for that expedition. Initially, I had planned to sail for Africa this year, but it appears we will have to wait until the spring. Though it could be later. If the papacy marches on our lands next year, we might have to delay the expedition to an even later date. With the war in the Holy Land entering its current stage, it will not be long before the Crusaders realize they are trapped in the Mediterranean and will try to force their way back to their homes. The only way they can achieve this is by sailing to the Balkans and marching on our eastern borders. By outmaneuvering the Pope, I have all but guaranteed that the Crusader armies will have to strike from the east, allowing for an easier defense of the fatherland. Once we have crushed the papacy and gained hegemony over the Western world, I will be in a better place to send out expeditions to Africa and the New World. Until then, you will just have to be patient. Anuria sighed as she heard this and drank from her chalice. She knew the initial plan to set sail within a few months was too good to be true. As a result, she simply nodded her head in silence. It would probably be another year before she sailed to another undiscovered part of the world with her husband. Berenger noticed the longing expression on the woman's face and cheered her up by giving her some good news. Well, think of it this way. If the Crusaders try to set sail for the Balkans to attack our eastern border, you and your girls will have ample opportunities for piracy. When Anuria heard this, she regained her previous cheerful demeanor and nodded her head thrice. That's good. It's been a while since the girls and I have raided on the seas. I think people have already forgotten about our achievements in piracy. Berenger chuckled when he heard this and hugged Anuria tightly. After a few moments in silence, they kissed passionately, as they fell onto the futon mattress and stripped themselves of their clothes. Anuria was not lying when she said she would take advantage of this journey. She did not plan to allow Berenger to have any rest on this night. Chapter 7:18, The Little Stowaway. While Berenger was away on his journey to the Kalmar Union, Yasmin was busy instructing her young son, Ghazi, in proper manners about how to act as the Sultan of Al-Andalus. The boy was dressed in his own form of imperial regalia, while his mother was dressed in a heavily embellished kaftan. She fixed the boy's posture as the two of them looked into the mirror. The mother had a beautiful smile on her face as she lectured her son. Now that you are the Sultan, you must learn how to act appropriately. Stand firm, straighten your back, and keep your chin held high. You should always behave as if you are in command, with an air of authority around you. In Al-Andalus, you are the Sultan, and that means you must not tolerate disrespect from anyone, no matter their position. Ghazi gazed up at his mother with his amber eyes and nodded his head before answering the woman with an adorable smile on his face. Yes, Mommy. Seeing her boy dressed like a little emperor, and have such a warm expression on his face, filled Yasmin's heart with pride. She petted his golden hair and hugged him before complimenting the boy. Very good, Ghazi. You must always show respect to your elders, especially your parents. The boy enjoyed the warmth of his mother's embrace as he gazed into the mirror at his stellar appearance with a humble smile on his face. He was too young to really understand all the intrigue regarding his position. All he needed was the approval of his mother and father, both of which seemed to be pleased with his performance. Interestingly enough, his father was nowhere to be found, and thus the boy quickly asked about it. Where is father? A bittersweet smile formed on Yasmin's pretty lips as she stroked her boy's golden hair to the side. Your father is on an important diplomatic visit to the north. He should return in a few weeks. For now, I am afraid you're stuck with me. The young boy could only smile and nod his head in understanding. He knew little of his father's duties, or the true meaning behind his visit to the north. However, if his mother said it was important, then it must be. He only wished he could spend more time with the man. While Yasmin was giving her son instructions on how to appear in a court, a knock resounded on the door to reveal Adela's figure. Yasmin's mood immediately soured as she saw the woman enter the mood. She and Adela were not on the best of terms. After all, the two of them came from opposing religions, and both of them were quite fierce in their faith. However, Adela did not seem to be concerned about who was worshipping the right god at the moment, and instead appeared to be looking for something or someone. She quickly voiced this concern as she gazed upon the Moorish woman and her young half-breed. Yasmin, have you seen Alexandros? It's time for his daily lessons, and I can't seem to find the boy. Yasmin reflected on this question for some time. Now that she thought about it, she did not seem to remember encountering the boy during the past few days. This made her slightly concerned as she immediately questioned Adela on this matter. Adela? When was the last time you saw Alexandros? Adela immediately understood the intention behind this question, causing her jaw to drop in shock. She had not seen the boy since his parents had departed. While it was not uncommon for Alexandros to sneak off and mope after his mother and father went away, it was indeed rare for him to be missing for so long. She quickly rushed out the door and inquired with the other women who remained behind, just where the little boy had run off to. At the moment, Berenger and his soldiers were still camped in the winter wasteland of Jutland. Out of nowhere, a blizzard had occurred, and the soldiers were snowed into their position, unable to move forward without serious difficulty. Luckily, Berenger had brought ample supplies and was not the slightest bit concerned. However, he had eaten through what remained of his first day's rations, and decided it was time to go out and fetch some more. Thus he quickly got dressed early in the morning, while Honoria was still asleep naked beneath the covers. Berenger walked through the pouring snow and approached the nearest wagon, where he sifted through its contents in search of another set of rations. With an oil lamp in hand, he searched through the darkened interior until he noticed a small child shivering in the corner. Berengar's heart nearly stopped as he gazed upon the nearly frozen face of his own son. It took several moments for this to register in his brain before he checked on the child's condition. "Alexandros? Why the hell are you here? Screw that. Are you okay? You must be freezing." Somehow the boy had managed to stow away on the journey, most likely hiding among their supplies. Luckily for him, he dressed in thick winter clothing like his parents, and covered himself with a fur blanket. Otherwise, he likely would have died from hypothermia a long time ago. Berenger did not hesitate, and quickly grabbed hold of the boy, and dragged him back into his tent, instantly awakening his wife with the panic in his voice. "Babe, get some boiled water running quick." Berenger stripped the half-conscious boy from his cold clothes before placing him under the thick covers of his sheets, while his mother gazed in shock at the sight. She could not believe her son had accompanied them on this journey. Naturally, Honoria's maternal instincts kicked into overdrive as she hopped out of bed and prepared a pot of boiling water. Berenger immediately broke into a nearby first aid pack and pulled out his dry warm compress, which he used to raise the boy's temperature. Eventually Honoria came over with the water, which had cooled down from a simmering boil to a natural heat, and fed it to her son. They continued to treat his condition for an hour before he opened his eyes, startled at the sight. Alexandros gazed upon his mother who was naked, and his father who was fully clothed, staring at him with anxious expressions. He did not know what had occurred since he fell asleep on the wagon in the previous night, but his parents seemed worried out of their minds. Honoria instantly cried as she realized her child was okay and hugged him tightly. Alexandros only had one question on his mind as he stared at his parents in bewilderment. "Mommy, why are you naked?" Upon seeing that the boy was healthy enough to make such stupid remarks, the woman flicked her son on the head and scolded him. "What the hell were you thinking stowing away on this journey? You could have gotten yourself killed." Berenger was unbelievably furious with his son. He too could not hold back his words. "You worried me half to death, boy. You better have a damned good reason for your actions." Between his mother's outrage and his father's fury, the boy instantly broke out into tears as he cried into his mother's bosom. "I didn't want to be alone again. You two always leave me behind when you go out on your adventures. For once, I wanted to be a part of your lives." Berenger had initially wanted to spank his son until his butt was as red as an apple, but he ultimately decided against it as he heard this. The fact that the boy had thought far enough in advance on how to perfectly plan his escape from the palace without detection of his parents, the guards, or his other family members meant that his intelligence should be commended. Berenger immediately had to question the boy about how he achieved all of this. "Just answer one question for me, boy. How the hell did you manage to follow us this far without being noticed?" Alexandros looked up at his father as if he didn't fully understand the question. He did not think it was all that impressive. He had observed time and again how Berenger and his troops did not inspect the goods after initially packing them. So he simply made a calculated risk. "Well, you guys never check on the crates full of ammo after you have packed them, so I snuck inside one of them and followed you on your journey. Is it really that surprising?" Berenger was astonished. Once the ammo was packed, he never felt a reason to check on it until it was needed. However, what this boy had done was remove several spam cans of munitions in order to insert himself inside. With his size and weight, the difference was unnoticeable, but still the very idea that the boy would put them all in jeopardy just so he could tag along got on Berengar's nerves. He could not help but condemn his child for his recklessness. "When we get back to Kufstein, you are going to be grounded for half a year." Alexandros immediately pouted as he protested this decision. "That's not fair." Berenger flicked the boy on the head before shouting at him. "You endangered not only your own life, but the lives of everyone here with your foolishness. If you were one of my soldiers, I would have you dragged out back and shot. You are lucky you are my son." Honoria placed her forehead into the palm of her hand as she sighed. She could not fathom the difficulties that this presented. "What the hell do we do now?" Berenger struggled to come to a decision, but ultimately sighed in defeat. "I am afraid that we have no choice. We will take him with us. We will just have to place extra emphasis on his protection. Anuria nodded her head in agreement. It was the most prudent decision. They were so close to their objective and could not easily return to Kufstein. They could only keep a watchful eye on the little stowaway. Chapter 719. Dreams of the Past Part 50. Mizuno AI was in the middle of the library. She had just started attending the United States Military Academy, otherwise known as West Point, and was excited to see everything the school offered. Unlike most of the people in this academy, she was the daughter of Japanese immigrants who had spent most of her life in the United States. What inspired her to join West Point? That would be the fact that her grandfather was a veteran of the Imperial Japanese Army, and had often told her stories of his valorous actions when she was still a young child. Sadly, the man had passed away years ago, but AI honored the man by joining the military of her host nation. Currently, she was searching for a table to read up on the latest material she had uncovered from her classes. Unfortunately, all the tables were currently occupied. She would either have to find somewhere else to study, or merge with another student. Logic dictated that she would choose a table with the least amount of people, so that they could not bother her while she engaged in her studies. Luckily for her, there was a table with only a single person sitting at it. She immediately noticed that the young man sitting there had a dreadfully average appearance. For a beauty like her, he was clearly beneath her notice. If AI had to admit there was one upside to the man, it was the extent of his muscles that were clearly defined beneath his uniform, though this was not unusual in West Point as it was, after all, a military academy. This young man had a perfectly average face, albeit he appeared younger than he actually was. He had strawberry blonde hair and sky-blue eyes in a sporting military cut, and pale white skin. The man was engrossed in a book that turned out to be The Prince by Niccolò Machiavelli. This was not required reading, but was rather a personal pleasure. AI did not pay any more attention to the dreadfully average man than she needed to. Instead, she pulled out a seat and asked if she could sit down at the table he currently occupied. "May I sit here?" Julian did not even look up from his book, and silently nodded his head. There was only one reason a woman like AI would bother him during his free time, and that would be because there was nowhere else to sit. It would be rude of him to dismiss the girl when he had no actual claim over the table, other than the fact that he sat in this very seat every day between classes. Seeing that the man was the unsociable type, AI thought nothing of it, and sat down at the table. She had her own studies to get to, and thus, she pulled out a basic book about military strategies that was necessary for one of her courses. Julian looked up slightly to see what the woman was reading and sneered before gazing down at his own book. This expression did not escape Ace's vision, and she was quick to speak up on her behalf. "What? Does it displease you that I am reading the required material for my class?" Julian shook his head before responding to the girl. "No, I just find some of the text in that book to be antiquated is all. A lot of those tactics are designed to be used against a conventional force, which is not the enemy we have been fighting for the last 20 years. The probability of us engaging in a war against a conventional army during our years of service is slim, unless, of course, you intend to make a career out of being in the army." AI was stunned by the man's response. Why was he here in the military academy if he had no plans to stay in the army for life? Despite his dreadfully average face, she had already found herself curious about the man. She instinctively asked him about his reasoning for attending West Point. "If you don't intend to make a career out of the military, then why are you here?" Julian looked up from his book once more with a hint of displeasure on his face, before responding to the girl's question in a slightly irritated tone. "My reasons are my own, and I don't know you well enough to discuss them." AI was furious when she heard this remark. Why was this man so rude to her? She was young, pretty, and intelligent. Everyone had always treated with respect and kindness. And yet this man had shown her nothing but disdain since she sat down. She had half a mind to get up and leave. Yet when she realized there were no other tables available, she calmed herself with a heavy sigh. This rude man clearly wasn't worth her attention, and thus she quickly got back to work, ignoring him entirely. She would continue to study long into the evening, the entire time Julian was seated across from her, reading a variety of books. He had long since finished The Prince and moved another text, this one about the agricultural revolution and the innovations that were made during the era. Throughout the hours spent sitting across from one another, AI did not witness the man once work on an assignment. She could not help but inquire about his odd behavior. "Don't you have some actual work to do? Why are you sitting here reading this nonsense?" It had been several hours since the two of them last spoke, and Julian had entirely forgotten the woman was sitting across from him. When he heard her voice once more, he sighed in frustration. He could not help but question why this woman was bothering him so much. They had never even met before. He quickly voiced his frustration, which only caused AI to become more irritated with him. "Why do you care what I do in my free time?" AI was confused when she heard this statement, and instantly questioned his words. "Free time? Julian ultimately placed down his book and glared at the pitiful girl sitting across from him. He explained his situation to her like a parent scolding a young child. Yes, free time. I have already completed this week's work. Aside from attending my classes and cadet activities, I am free to read whatever I choose in the library. AI looked at the boy in shock. She initially thought he was just a rude and unruly student who was wasting his time. She could not believe what she had just heard, and quickly interrogated him. But it's only Tuesday. Julian immediately looked at the woman with a sense of disdain on his face and responded with a single word. And Julian was extremely effective with his time at university. Aside from attending classes and participating in all the required cadet activities that were forced on him from the military academy, he spent most of his waking hours finishing his work. Because he had spent his entire youth studying many of the topics that he was required to learn at university, he was able to quickly fill out his homework from simple memory. He usually spent Monday night finishing his week's work, and the rest of his spare time in the library learning about things that interested him. Naturally, he did not tell the stranger any of this, and simply left her with more questions. His general haughty attitude enraged AI, and she finally stormed off. In her mind, she had better things to do than mince words with this rude man. Julian immediately went back to his work, and no longer thought about the strange girl or why she was such a bother to him. He would spend much of the night in the library before returning to his room and getting precisely 4 hours of sleep. The next day, when AI was finished with all of her classes and her cadet activities, she returned to the library to see Julian sitting in the same exact spot, with a different book in his hands. Despite the fact that there were many open tables this time, the girl chose to sit next to him once more. The moment Julian saw this, he became frustrated, but he decided to bite his tongue. He wanted to interact with this girl as little as possible, and as long as she kept her questions to herself, he did not wish to provoke her. AI continued to do her necessary schoolwork and decided that she would compete with this strange man. If he could finish all of his week's worth in one day, then clearly she could do the same. Until now, she had made sure to have ample spare time so that she could relax, as she knew the grind through West Point would be a difficult one. However, the sheer look of disdain this man had given her, as if she were some common pleb, inspired her to prove she was better than him. Immediately after thinking this, Itami awoke from her dream, with an expression of shock on her face. She did not know why she was dreaming of her first encounter with Julian, but it instantly made her depressed. She had not thought about that memory in some time and wore a bitter smile on her face when she realized she was initially interested in Julian because, unlike everyone else in her life who treated her as a prodigy, he looked at her as if she was beneath him. She was unsure if she ever convinced the arrogant man that she was his equal, but the disturbed expression on Julian's face when she sat down across from her made the woman giggle. After some time, she soon fell back to sleep. This time, she would not dream of the past. Chapter 720. Stumbling upon the World Tree. Days had passed, and the blizzard that trapped Berenger, Honoria, and their young child vanished. Because of this, the trio and the soldiers that protected them made their way closer to the target of their covert operation. Immediately upon entering the borders that surrounded the dense woods, Berenger felt the presence of the supernatural. At first glance, this wooded area was nothing special. It was a small forest of pine trees covered in snow. However, there was something eerie about it which caused Berenger to feel unsettled in his gut. He knew he had found the right place. Thus, he quickly voiced his concerns to the men beneath his command. "Keep your heads on a swivel, boys. We do not know what is in these woods." The men weren't aware of the supernatural and thought that the Kaiser was being overly cautious. Still, they checked their weapons to see if they were loaded. After confirming this was the case, they mounted their bayonets to the barrel of their rifles. Honoria was especially cautious as she was aware of the potential dangers that she and her family would encounter. She raised her young son on her back and lectured him while loading a shell into the chamber of her trench gun. "Alexandros, you must behave yourself. Stay on my back at all times. Whatever you do, do not go wandering off in the woods." Alexandros gazed upon his mother's actions with a hint of wonder in his eyes. He too wanted to be armed in this moment, but unfortunately he was too young to be afforded such a privilege. All he could do was nod his head in agreement. He was already in enough trouble for stowing away. The last thing he wanted was to add more to his punishment. Berenger pulled out his P-25 pistol, which was based on the Luger, and loaded a round into its chamber before marching forward into the woodlands with an excited expression on his face. Perhaps it was because of the boon of courage he had received from Batahena, but he felt no fear as he charged into the potentially dangerous woodland. His soldiers were quick to follow behind as they rushed forward into the unknown. The moment the company of elite soldiers entered the woods, they noticed the trees appeared far taller than they should be. From an outsider's perspective, these pine trees were 50 to 80 feet tall and covered in snow. However, the moment they stepped foot in the forest, the length of their trunks appeared to be in the hundreds, if not thousands of feet. It was impossible to know for sure as a thick fog shrouded the vision of the soldiers, making it difficult to see even a few feet ahead of them, let alone the size of the massive trees. Aside from the sheer difference in size of the surrounding trees, there was not a hint of snow in sight, and the weather within the dense woods was quite mild. So much so that the men were feeling uncomfortable in their thick winter attire. When Berenger gazed upon the massive tree trunks, he felt as if he should have worn a helmet like his soldiers had wisely chosen to do. There was no telling the damage a pine cone could do to his noggin if it fell on him from such a height. He instantly turned around to order one man to give him his helmet, only to find that he was truly and utterly alone. This sudden turn of events shocked Berenger. Just a moment ago, his wife, young son, and a company of his imperial guard flanked his sides. Now he appeared totally alone in the mists. He quickly called out to the others, hoping they were just hidden in the fog. Honoria. Alexandros. Is there anyone out there? Shockingly, a feminine yet foreign voice called out to him from among the mist. However, its tone was far from pleasant. Instead, it sounded more like a hunter who was stalking its prey. They can't hear you. You are all alone, here with only me to keep you company. Berenger immediately reacted to this by raising his pistol towards the location of the hostile voice. He did not hesitate to fire a shot into the mists, hoping to injure whoever was stalking him. Unfortunately, all Berenger saw was a pair of glowing golden eyes fade away into the mist and the sound of shrill laughter echo in the surrounding air. You think you can harm me with such methods? If you want to see your wife and child again, I suggest you seek me out. That is, if you can manage to find me. The mocking tone in the woman's voice outraged the Kaiser, causing him to fire another few shots randomly into the mist, all while he called out to the owner of the taunting voice. Who are you? What do you want from me? This time there was utter silence, and Berenger had no choice but to trudge through the mists, hoping to find the others. While Berenger cautiously made his way through the misty woodlands, Honoria and Alexandros were held captive by a young girl who appeared to be in her early teenage years. This girl had a blindfold over her eyes and shockingly resembled Adela during her younger years, with the signature golden twin tails the young empress sported in her youth. Unlike Adela, this young girl was dressed in the fashion of a Viking woman, with a fur-lined cloak adorned over her dress. When Honoria gazed upon the sight of this foreign woman, she could not help but assume that she was Adela and instantly voiced her confusion aloud. Adela? How is this possible? The woman frowned as she realized that the Greco-Roman woman had misidentified her and reacted to Honoria's confusion with stern words. Foolish child, do you think I am some petty queen? I am far more ancient than you can fathom. You should show me some respect, especially since I control your fate. This overwhelming pride coming from a woman that looked like the young empress caused Honoria to smile awkwardly. Whoever this strange woman was, she definitely had the same vibe as Adela, especially before she became more tolerant towards Berengar's other women. She did not take the woman's rant about controlling her fate seriously. She assumed the woman meant that she could choose whether or not to kill her, not that she was an actual weaver of fate. Honoria gazed around and realized that she and her son were gathered at the root of a massive tree whose length extended far beyond her line of sight. Even without the fog, she could not tell the height of this tree. It was almost as if its vast trunk protruded into the universe itself. She inspected the blind woman as she drew a pail of water from the nearby well and used it to nourish the large tree. This was no normal water, for it appeared as if it were made from the cosmos itself. Tiny specks of light littered the surface of the pitch-black water as it poured onto the massive trunk of the tree, causing its vines to grow in size. Honoria could hardly believe her eyes when she saw this. She had so many questions, but the woman did not appear to be friendly. The strange woman abruptly halted her actions and put the bucket of water aside while a smile curved itself upon her pretty pink lips. It would appear that he has found us. Moments after saying this, Berenger forced his way through the brush and appeared in front of the trio with his pistol in his hands. When he saw his wife and son safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he noticed the blind woman and raised his brow in astonishment as he called out to the woman in confusion. Adela? The woman sighed as she shook her head before revealing her identity. The name is Wyrd. The reason I resemble your little wife is that I have chosen this form, knowing it would be more appealing to you. I am honestly surprised that you have found your way here so quickly. Then again, the very fact that you exist in this world to begin with defies fate itself. Berenger slowly approached his wife and child. As he did so, he cautiously kept his line of sight on Wyrd, afraid that she might do something drastic. He had an inkling in his mind about who this woman really was and what kind of power she wielded. It would be unwise to provoke a weaver of fate. After ensuring that his wife and son were all right, Berenger lowered his weapon and asked the immediate question in his mind to the small blind girl. And what would Anorn want with me? More importantly, what have you done to my men? Honoria did not immediately react to this, as she was unaware of the Germanic mythology that her husband was referencing. However, the woman named Wyrd smiled once more while she spoke with a less hostile voice than she had during their first encounter in the woods. Oh, I assure you, my sisters are keeping them company. Do not worry, they are unharmed and are merely sleeping. They will not remember this chance encounter. I am curious, though, about how you found us. I did not foresee your visit to the World Tree. That old bastard has seriously caused my sisters and I much trouble by bringing you into this world. You should not be here. Your very existence in this world has upset the balance of fate itself. Berenger gazed up at the massive tree in astonishment. The woman had just called this the world tree, meaning he was standing at the very root of the universe. Or at least according to Germanic mythology. He could not help but kneel down at the sight of Yggdrasil and show his respect. This action caused the Norn named Wyrd to smile even more fervently. She sighed heavily as she gazed upon the otherworlder with a sense of pity, mostly for herself. It appears you know how to show proper respect. Whatever your reason for coming here, I suppose I shall hear you out. After all, if my sisters and I were to get rid of you, I am certain that old bastard would take out his wrath on us. Ever since Berenger had first reincarnated into this world, he had many questions on his mind. Now that he was standing face to face with a weaver of fate, he knew this was his best chance to answer them all. He had the desire to give Linda all the love she could ever want after her hunt had led him to the world tree. Chapter 721, Drinking from Euro Arbrunner. Berenger gazed at Wyrd with a stoic expression on his face. The little girl's smile sent shivers down his spine. This was not the pleasant smile of a normal girl, but instead that of a supernatural being who wanted to devour his soul. If not for his boon of courage, he might have collapsed in the face of such a terrifying being. Anuria was confused about everything that was happening. She was uneducated on matters of Germanic mythology and its various branches. She did not know what the world tree was or its significance to the Germanic pantheon. Nor did she understand that this woman was the Norse equivalent of the Moirai. As for Alexandros, he was too afraid to even move and stayed within his mother's grasp, fearful of the little girl who was awfully reminiscent of his other mommy Adela. Though the woman he knew was far older and more developed than this little girl. The fact that this supernatural woman had proclaimed that Berenger was the cause of many headaches for her and her sisters meant that she was naturally hostile towards his existence. Despite the frightening gaze the young girl was giving him behind her blindfold, Berenger felt compelled to ask the questions within his mind. If you are a weaver of fate and my existence causes an unbalance in this regard, why am I here? For what purpose was I reincarnated into this world? It appears to be a phenomenon unique to me, but none of the deities I have been in contact with have explained it. The adolescent blind girl giggled when she heard this. Her brow was visibly raised as she questioned the sheer extent of Berengar's hubris. You think you are the only one? It is possible for most gods to bring a being from another timeline into this world. It is just rare, as it costs a considerable amount of power. You should be joyous, as the All-Father himself is the architect of your rebirth. Though by doing so he has made himself weak. This statement immediately confused Berenger. He did not know how much power the gods wielded, as they seemed to play a background role in this world, nor how they gained their powers. He quickly inquired further about this matter. What are you saying? Why would he expend so much power just to bring me here? Wyrd smiled and approached Berenger while holding a bucket filled with the starry water in her hands. She quickly dipped the ladle into the mysterious water and shoved it into the man's face. I have no intention of sitting around for days on end and explaining to you the complexity of the gods and their machinations. If you want answers, you must seek them out yourself. I must warn you, such a path is a treacherous one and you are not likely to survive. However, if you are hellbent on hunting down the gods and compelling them to answer your questions, I can give you a gift to help you on your journey. However, I will warn you, out of all the poor souls who have found their way to the world tree and drank from the water of the cosmos, none have remained intact. If your mental strength is not strong enough to endure the truth of the universe, your mind will fracture, forcing you to become nothing more than a rambling madman. Do you honestly believe you can endure such a thing? Perhaps it was because of the boon of courage that Badahenna had given him, or it was due to his personal ego. Whatever the reason, Berenger did not hesitate and immediately gulped down the whole contents of the ladle, shocking the little girl in the process. He was supposed to take a small sip, not drink the entire ladle. In the next moment, Berengar's eyes rolled to the back of his head and he collapsed to the floor, completely unconscious. Though it startled Wyrd at first, she quickly broke out into a fit of laughter as she gazed upon the poor state of the man. By the All-Father! I can't believe it, he just drank the entire ladle. He's a goner for sure. What madness compelled him to do such a thing? The Norn who took the appearance of a young Adela sighed heavily as she kneeled down and placed a flower in Berengar's ear. She shook her head as she muttered the words. Such a pity. Anuria immediately cried out in fear as she saw what happened to her husband and called out his name, hoping it would bring him back to the light. Berenger! Stay with me. This response caused Wyrd to sneer in disdain. The ancient weaver of fate had enough of this foreign whore who entered her lands unannounced. She quickly rolled up her sleeves as she stood in front of Anuria with a cruel smile on her face. You know, I may tolerate his existence because he is chosen by the All-Father, but you I really can't stand. Just what right do you have to sit here in front of me and listen to my words? Since your man is basically dead, how about I send you to join him in the afterlife? Don't worry, I have the power to ensure you both end up in the same place. Wyrd was just about to punch through the Anuria's chest and rip out her heart when a firm grip latched onto her dainty forearm, preventing her from doing so. The girl gazed over in shock as she witnessed a peculiar sight. Berenger was glaring at her fiercely. His sapphire blue eyes were glowing like neon lights, and it was clear to her that even his wounded eye had temporarily regained sight. The ancient Norn could only stare in disbelief as she uttered her thoughts aloud. Impossible. Berenger smirked when he saw the surprised look on Wyrd's face, making a bold proclamation as he did so. I have seen 1,000 lifetimes and the potential realities that I can create. In none of them are you capable of laying your hands on my woman. After saying this, Berenger threw the Norn across the grove and into a nearby tree, nearly knocking her unconscious. Wyrd could only gaze up at the juiced-up human with a genuine sense of fright in her heart. Honoria used this opportunity to hug onto her husband and check on his condition. Berenger? Are you all right? Berenger smiled as he gazed into the fog above as if he was staring into the universe itself. He had a confident smile on his face as he said his thoughts aloud. I know what I must do now. As Berenger said this, his eyes faded back to their natural state and he collapsed into Honoria's arms, creating some difficulty for the woman as she tried to keep the man standing. Though it may have seemed like Berenger was unconscious for a matter of seconds when he initially drank the mysterious water. In reality, his life rapidly flashed before his eyes, showing him all the potential fates he could create in this world by being a transmigrator. Unfortunately for him, he could learn nothing about any other potential transmigrators in this world. Even if their fates were intertwined with his own, they were not revealed to him. Thus, he was entirely unaware of Itami on the other side of the world. Still, he had gained some inkling about the gods' plan for him and where to find them. Wyrd struggled to rise from her spot while blood dripped from her mouth. The impact was too much for her. Though she wasn't severely wounded, her pride had definitely been torn apart. She gazed at the exhausted state Berenger was in and cursed him. How the hell did you survive that? Not even I can drink so much water from my well without consequences. Yet here you stand perfectly unfazed. A human's mind can't possibly endure such a thing. Just what in Niflheim are you? This statement confused Berenger, but he ultimately mocked the woman as he approached her and put his boot on her pretty little head. I suggest you and your sisters let my men go now. I have gotten what I came here for and I no longer have a use for you. In response to this, Wyrd broke out into laughter as she swiped Berengar's leg off her head with an agitated expression on her pretty little face. Look at you struggling to stand. Admit it, you no longer have the juice to harm me. You are in no position to make demands of me, Berenger von Kufstein. However, since I don't want to entangle myself in your affairs any longer, I will be benevolent and let your men go this time. You and your followers are free to exit the forest, but should you return to these lands, my sisters and I will be far more hostile. Berenger chuckled and patted Wyrd's golden hair like he was toying with a young Adela. He wore the same warm smile on his face like when he used to have when he dealt with the girl when she was younger. As far as he was concerned, Wyrd was just throwing a tantrum and thus he coddled the girl. Oh, I am sure you will be furious the next time I visit. Don't worry, I know where you live now and remain unafraid. You have not seen the last of me. Wyrd's pale cheeks reddened as she heard this and her face contorted into a pout. She immediately swiped Berengar's hand away while cursing him once more. Piss off. Berenger only laughed as he regrouped with his wife and son before leading them out of the forest where they rendezvoused with their soldiers who had dazed expressions on their faces. When he was out of sight, the other two Norn sisters appeared in front of Wyrd. They too wore blindfolds. However, their appearances were of beautiful women that Berenger would not recognize. Skuld was the first to ask the question that she and her other sister Verdandi both had in mind. How is he? Wyrd averted her gaze and blushed when asked such a question. She knew she could hide nothing from her sisters and muttered under her breath in a voice so low she hoped they didn't hear it. He wasn't entirely bad. Verdandi, who took the form of a busty mature beauty, grabbed hold of Wyrd and stuffed her head into her substantial bosom while mocking her. Oh, our sweet little Wyrd has a crush. Wyrd immediately fought out of her sister's embrace and stormed off in a fit of rage, echoing the same sentiment she said to Berenger before he left. Piss off. Chapter 722, Arriving in Copenhagen. Having completed his objective in the mysterious forest, Berenger regrouped with his soldiers who completely lacked any memory of their supernatural encounter. As far as they were aware, they were guarding the woods while their Kaiser went to explore it. From their perspective, only a few minutes had passed since Berenger and his family entered. After gathering his party, Berenger was quick to give the orders to head to the coast where they could set sail for Copenhagen. The rest of the journey to the capital of the Kalmar Union was smooth sailing, with Berenger and his host reaching the city with no issues. When Berenger encountered the Kalmar king, he was still dressed in his military-style attire, whereas the man in question was garbed in fashion similar to what was popular among the German nobility. It became obvious to Berenger that Germany had heavily influenced its allies in culture, especially regarding fashion. King Alvar had grown larger since the last time he saw the man. Evidently he was enjoying his wealthy lifestyle, which gained from trade with the German Empire. The man was quick to greet his German counterpart with a wide smile on his face. Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, it has been too long since we last met. The last time I saw you, you had just crowned yourself as an emperor, something which greatly upset my Catholic subjects. Berenger smiled when he saw the man while shaking his hand. King Alvar, you seem to be doing well for yourself. The intent behind Berengar's words was clear, and they immediately caused King Alvar's eldest daughter to giggle, which immediately caught the Kaiser's attention. King Alvar's daughter had grown since the last time he saw her, then again, it had been close to 5 years since he last visited Copenhagen. She was no longer a girl who could not even catch Berengar's interest but was a full-grown woman with a hefty bosom and a pretty face. The young woman had long platinum blonde hair, pale skin, and ice blue eyes. If someone were to use the term Nordic woman, then this girl would be the first thing that came to mind. The lustful gaze Berenger gave the young woman immediately caused his wife Anuria to frown as she jabbed the man in the ribs with her elbow, causing him to behave himself. King Alvar took notice of this and immediately smiled fiendishly as he introduced his daughter to his ally from the south. Ingrid, you remember Berenger? The last time the two of you met, he was a duke. Now he is an emperor. The girl smiled pleasantly at Berenger. Truth be told, he did not even remember the girl's name or her face. His last visit to the Kalmar Union was brief, and at the time he was more concerned about establishing a non-aggression pact with the major power to the north than he was getting to know the man's family. King Alvar immediately noticed Anuria's glare and welcomed the woman while allowing Berenger to speak to his daughter. Princess Anuria, you are as beautiful as ever. And who is this little guy? Alvar greeted Alexandros, who stood firmly by his mother's side. The woman sighed in defeat as she introduced her son. This little stowaway is my son, Alexandros. He's in big trouble for his actions, so don't treat him too kindly. It surprised Alvar to see that the kid sneaked onto his parents' journey, but he still smiled nonetheless and introduced himself. I am King Alvar, ruler of the Kalmar Union. It is a pleasure to meet you, Prince Alexandros. While this was going on, Berenger was speaking with Ingrid with an awkward expression on his face. Ingrid, was it? You would have to forgive me. My memory is poor, and I don't recall ever speaking to you before this moment. The young blonde woman smiled as she responded to Berengar's claims. That is all right, I was pretty shy as a child and never spoke with my father's guests. I would be surprised if you did remember me. Berenger was about to compliment the woman's appearance when Anuria interrupted. Naturally, she did not use the term she referred to Berenger as in private, as that would be woefully inappropriate. Dear, it has been a long journey. Can we please cut the pleasantries short and go to our room? Berenger felt dismayed that he did not get a chance to properly mingle with the beautiful Nordic woman and apologized to Alvar for Anuria's rudeness. I apologize for my wife's remarks. The journey was cumbersome to her and she desires to get some decent sleep for once. Alvar suspected this would be the case. He did not know why Berenger had wanted to take the long route to Copenhagen, but the man was adamant and he knew it was unwise to offend the Kaiser. Thus, he simply smiled as he nodded his head and ordered his servants to take Berenger and his party to their quarters. No need to apologize, I assure you. Your rooms have been waiting for you for some time now. If you will follow my servants, they will take you to your allotted quarters. I hope you enjoy your stay here in Copenhagen. Berenger thanked the man before running off with his wife and child. As for Alvar, he stayed behind with his daughter and only spoke to her after the Kaiser was out of earshot. So, how did it go? Ingrid sighed heavily before shaking her head with a disappointing expression on her face. I fear that I did not get to say enough for him to form a proper opinion of me. His wife seems adamant about getting in the way. I don't know if it will be easy to secure the alone time I need to be intimate with the man. Alvar frowned when he heard this before patting his daughter on the back. The German Empire grows stronger with each passing year. If we wish to deter them from making us a subordinate state like Lombardy, then we will need to secure an alliance with marriage. The fact remains that we are his only ally who does not have a member of our royal family married to him. This needs to be remedied. I know this is a bit much for you, but do your best to seduce the man. It should not be hard to do. From what I hear, he is quite the womanizer. Ingrid scoffed when she heard this last part before rebuking her father for his words. And that is supposed to make me feel better about all of this? In response to this, Alvar wore a bitter expression on his face before hugging his daughter. He understood that she did not want to marry a man who had several wives. After all, she did not agree with that aspect of the German Reformation. However, she was the only one who could fulfill the role, and thus Alvar reminded her of this. I know you don't want this, Ingrid, but your sisters are too young to marry, and if we don't secure an engagement with the man while he is here, we will probably miss the opportunity altogether. This is more than just your future we are talking about. It is the future of the Kalmar Union. Like it or not, the balance of power in Europe is tied to Berenger von Kufstein and his dynasty. Once they defeat the Catholic Church, Germany will become the new hegemon in the region. If we do not secure a long-term alliance with the man, then we will fall behind the other kingdoms. Ingrid could only sigh as she heard this. What her father said was true, and if she was the sacrificial lamb to ensure her family's power for generations to come, then so be it. After all, she wouldn't want to force this fate on her little sisters. Thus, she could only nod her head in agreement with her father's words. I will do my best, but I won't make any promises. This was the best Alvar was going to get from his daughter, and thus he patted her on the head. He had other matters of importance to tend to, like setting up a feast for Berenger. He was aware of the culinary culture that had risen in Austria and spread across the Reich. The Kalmar Union had fallen behind Germany in this regard, like most other aspects of society, and because of this, Alvar was fearful that the Kaiser might be upset with the meal he prepared. Thus, the man had spared no expense in hiring the best chefs he could find to prepare the tastiest dishes his kingdom had to offer. The future of his empire depended on this diplomatic visit. Either Denmark would rule over the Kalmar Union as a true imperial power for years to come, or the Union would collapse. It all relied on the influence of the German Empire over the other Scandinavian kingdoms. Thus, while Berenger was settling into his quarters with his family, the royal family of Denmark schemed to add their eldest daughter to the list of their guests' lawful wives. Chapter 723, Discussing Marriage in Copenhagen. After relaxing in the quarters that were prepared for them, Berenger and Anuria made their way to the dining hall where they were summoned to share a meal with King Alvar and his family. Alexandros was being punished for his actions and thus he was grounded during the duration of their stay in Copenhagen. He was not even allowed to attend the meals. As for Berenger, he was once more treated as an esteemed guest and was given a prominent place at the table. Interestingly enough, Alvar had ensured that his daughter Ingrid was sitting by his side. Berenger felt comfortable having two pristine beauties sitting next to him. However, Anuria was visibly vexed by this seating arrangement. Berenger quickly noticed that there was a distinctive lack of Catholic priests at the table. In his previous visit, the Kalmar Union was split between their own variant of reformists and the Catholic Church. Today, it appeared that every member of the clergy who was sitting at the table as a part of the host were all distinctive members of the Nordic Reformation. Curious about this change in the status quo, Berenger immediately voiced his thoughts aloud. Where are all the Catholics? The last time I checked, Catholicism still had a major influence in the Kalmar Union. Before King Alvar could speak about this, Ingrid beat him to the punch. With a pleasant smile on her face, she shared the changes that the Kalmar Union had gone through over the past few years. That was a long time ago. Since then, the Nordic Reformation has taken prominence in both stately affairs and in the lives of the public. The people have become increasingly aware of the corruption in the Catholic Church and their lies about reformist movements. Because of this, the overwhelming majority of people in our kingdom are now reformists. You could say that the influence you had on Germany has spread to the Nordic kingdoms. The primary difference between the Nordic Reformation and its German counterpart is we do not believe in polygamy. Such a thing is considered antiquated and outright sinful. Berenger scoffed when he heard this. It was clear that Ingrid was a devout Nordic reformist who considered the German Reformation's stance on polygamy to be blasphemous, which Berenger quickly countered with his own arguments. Monogamy is a Roman ideal, not a Christian one. Though the Book of Corinthians does state that a man should have one wife and a wife should have one husband, this is in reference to the leaders of the church, not the average man. Since I am not a Roman, I see no reason to abide by their ancient laws and traditions. Do not forget that our ancestors engaged in polygamy, at least at the highest level of society. 1,000 years ago, you would be but one of many wives of a powerful chieftain or monarch. Instead, you now preach monogamy as if you are a proper Roman subject and use an obscure verse as your defense. Such a thing is pitiful. You should embrace your Germanic heritage and take the most exceptional man you can find as your husband, even if he already has another wife. Ingrid wore a cunning smile on her lips as she used this statement that Berenger had made as a gateway to proposition him. Tell me, O great Kaiser of Germany, are you implying that I should become your wife? After all, who is more exceptional than you, a man who rose from the position of a lowly baron to that of an emperor through his own force of will? A man undefeated in battle and more handsome than any other man I have laid eyes upon. While Berenger smirked at this response, Anuria was livid. She had stopped eating the moment she heard this and was about to make a harsh remark of her own when Berenger interrupted her. Though such a union would be beneficial to both our realms, I think it is a bit redundant, since my son Christopher is already engaged to a member of your house. As per German law, I am only able to lawfully marry one more woman and am saving it for someone special. Not that your offer isn't enticing. After all, you are a beautiful young woman who clearly has an educated mind. However, I fear as if our views on the world are too opposed and we would only be bickering with one another should I invite you into my house. I'm afraid you must settle for a man who is lesser than myself. Though Ingrid was internally pleased at being rejected by a womanizer like Berenger, Alvar did not share the same sentiment. In his eyes, it was highly unlikely that Christopher would come to the throne. Rumors of Hans' superior intellect had made their way to Copenhagen, and the man felt that it was only a matter of time before the child of Linda was named the crown prince. When that happened, his alliance with the von Kufstein household would be less powerful than those of Germany's other allies. It was because of this that the man felt like his kingdom and those of the Union would become a client state of the Reich like the Kingdom of Lombardy had become. If he could not marry Ingrid to Berenger, then he only had one other option to go with to secure the future of his people. If you're uninterested in Ingrid, then perhaps your son Hans would be? I hear you have engaged him to the Princess of Bohemia and Poland. What about my daughter Ingrid? Berenger gazed upon the curvy figure of Ingrid and her hefty bosom and nodded his head in silence. There was no doubt in Berengar's mind that his son Hans would grow up with a fetish for older women who had big tits. By the time the boy came of age, Ingrid would be 25, so she would not be too old to the point where she was rapidly losing her fertility. Anuria witnessed Berengar's lecherous gaze and nudged his ribs with her elbows while scolding him for his actions. Dear, you're being rude. Berenger immediately looked up and saw the flustered appearance on Ingrid's face. He immediately became defensive as he tried to explain his actions. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking. My eyes tend to wander when I space out. Anyway, it would not be implausible to marry the girl to my eldest son when he comes of age. I'm sure he would be thrilled to have such a beautiful older woman as his bride. However, these matters would have to be discussed in great detail. The shamelessness of the Kaiser was on full display for every guest at the table. Even Anuria felt a bit embarrassed for him. Still, not a single soul dared to speak of this. Instead, they happily enjoyed their meals while Alvar discussed the idea of engaging his 16-year-old daughter to Berengar's 7-year-old son. Ingrid was actually relieved when it came to the idea of marrying Hans. Even though it would be a polygamous marriage, she could use her age and wisdom to manipulate the boy into being the man she desired. Or so she thought. She did not know that Hans had inherited his father's brilliance and his mother's cunning. By the time he was of age, he would be a master manipulator, the likes the young woman had never encountered. It would be her who was following the whims and wishes of Hans. The conversation between Berenger and Alvar continued for some time before they were finally able to come to a proper agreement. They even signed the engagement into ink to protect Alvar's interests. Berenger did not mind this deal. Ingrid was a beautiful young woman who, in a few years, would definitely be his son's type. He was sure Hans would be happy with this arrangement, but more importantly, this engagement strengthened his alliance with the Kalmar Union. Berenger understood Alvar's concerns about marrying one of his granddaughters to Christopher. Unlike Hans, Christopher was a normal child, and though in time he might be able to contend for the throne, at the moment it was looking to everyone with a modicum amount of intelligence that Hans would inevitably be proclaimed the crown prince. By marrying his eldest daughter to Hans, who was almost guaranteed to succeed Berenger later in life, then he would establish much stronger ties to the Reich and the von Kufstein dynasty. In doing so, preventing his fears from becoming a client state rather than a long-term ally. Thus, the diplomatic visit to Copenhagen was actually productive and resulted in a good deal for both sides. Berenger ensured the loyalty and cooperation of his northern neighbors, and the Kalmar Union gained a much more secure political alliance with Berenger and his dynasty. Ultimately, Hans was the real winner of these negotiations. By the time he reached the age of marriage, Ingrid would be the ideal wife for the young man. After all, he was clearly developing an interest in older women with large breasts. Berenger and his host would stay in Copenhagen for a week before making their way back to the Reich. When they returned, Alexandros would be punished severely for his actions. Chapter 724, Returning from Copenhagen. Upon returning home, Berenger was greeted by his family. The looks on Adela's and Lindy's face when they found out Alexandros had stowawayed on Berengar's journey were priceless. During the Kaiser's absence, his wives were anxious as can be, with Linda sending out a nationwide search for the missing prince. It turned out that the boy had snuck into Berengar's supplies and joined his parents on their journey. It was one thing to be lectured by Berenger, but to be scolded by all 5 of the boys' mothers at the same time. Alexandros swore he would never again in his life sneak out of the palace. Naturally, the boy was grounded and confined to his room for the next 6 months, as Berenger had promised. He was only able to leave for classes and social events, such as family meals. As for the Kaiser, he did not have the slightest bit of time to relax, as his busty red-headed bride immediately sequestered him into his office, interrogating him about what he had seen in the sacred grove in Jutland. Berenger pulled out 3 chalices of wine and handed one to Linda before telling the woman about his journey. Honoria was present for the meeting, but she sat by silently waiting for her husband to tell his tale. Well, we found the location you marked for us. I must say, I was surprised when I entered it. Berenger continued to tell everything he saw and witnessed, excluding the details about his glimpse into the fate of himself and his loved ones. After hearing everything, Linda nodded her pretty little head as if she had come to some form of understanding about these supernatural beings. After confirming everything Berenger said was true with Honoria, Linda had but one question in her mind. What did you see? After drinking the strange water, I mean. Berengar's brain instantly hurt as his mind was flooded with the memories of what he saw that day. As a result, he took a heavy swig from his beverage in an attempt to dull his headache with alcohol before trying his best to explain everything to his wife. I saw 1,000 lifetimes flash past my eyes. During my vision, I witnessed endless pathways that can change the world to my liking or end terribly. It's hard to remember everything, even with a memory as great as mine. I feel as if the memories of my fate are rapidly fleeting from my brain. Linda instantly understood Berengar's condition. Though the man had a photographic memory and had seen 1,000 potential realities that he could create in life. Such memories were not easy for a mortal man to access. After the effects of the starry liquid had ended, it was as if a dam was erected in his mind to prevent the memories from flooding his brain and drowning his consciousness. She was hesitant to ask the question on her mind, knowing this was a potentially dangerous situation. Ultimately, it was Honoria who posed the question, as Linda feared too much for Berengar's safety. What did you see about these so-called gods and their plans for you? Berenger was visibly in pain as he tried to recall his memories of the fate he had witnessed. He forced himself to drink more alcohol in an attempt to alleviate his growing headache. In doing so, he was able to endure long enough to get an answer to his wife's question. It's just one pantheon that is looking after me. The great goddess of Teotihuacan took an interest in me because she was bored and lonely. The other pantheons seem to be competing with each other in the background of this world. I don't know much about my fate, but I think the Germanic pantheon, specifically Odin, has chosen me to disrupt the stranglehold that the Abrahamic god has over the Western world. What his exact goals are I do not know, but the Germanic pantheon appears to be pleased with my progress, hence why they are more open to showing themselves around me. In my vision, I saw a few timelines where I encountered gods from other pantheons and they were quick to strike me down. Apparently, summoning a being from another reality is rare, and those who are not within the Germanic pantheon will see me as a threat to their influence in the world. Upon seeing that Berengar's headache had subsided for the time being, Linda sighed in relief and asked the next most important question on her mind. Did you see any paths towards meeting any other of these gods who are friendly to you? I don't want to have to wait my entire life knowing we can't be together in the afterlife. Berenger searched his memories once more, but the pain quickly blocked his ability to do so. He fell to his knees, gripped his head before vehemently shaking his head. I don't know. It's too much for me to handle right now. Linda immediately responded to this by rushing to Berengar's side and placing his head in her lap. It was clear her question had forced him to overdo things and caused him great pain. She bit her lips in agony over the suffering she had caused her husband. After resting in the woman's lap for a bit, Berenger recovered his clarity and began to speak of an alternative option. I may not know how to find another deity at the moment, but I am sure that WIRD has the ability to release the claim that the Abrahamic God has over your soul. If I ask politely enough, perhaps she can help us. Linda immediately smiled when she heard this. Finally, there was a chance to end the chain that haunted her day and night. She planned to immediately prepare a journey to Jutland when Honoria rained on her parade. Didn't WIRD say the next time you visited, she and her sisters would be far more hostile? No offense, but I don't think it's a good idea to go back to the sacred grove. That girl was frightening. Linda pouted when she heard this before questioning Berenger, who was still resting on her lap pillow. Is this true? Why would you mention it then? Berenger chuckled when he saw Lindy's worry and stroked her pretty cheeks before commenting on WIRD and her self-proclaimed hostility. I think WIRD isn't honest with herself. For a 1,000-plus-year-old weaver of fate, she behaves like a child. She was just upset that I bested her expectations. I'm sure if she's given enough time to simmer down, she will allow us back to the world tree. Linda immediately glared at Honoria when she heard this. Why must the girl mislead her during such a crucial conversation? Honoria noticed this fearsome gaze and responded by looking towards Berenger with a pleading expression. The man could only chuckle as he tried to dissipate Lindy's fury by burying his head in her mighty bosom. I miss these titties. Linda immediately flushed with embarrassment. Though they were in private, she was not expecting the man to be so shameless. However, she quickly lost her previous state of fury and smiled lovingly as she stroked Berengar's golden hair while clutching him to her breast. Honoria gazed at the scene and felt a tad bit jealous. Not only was Linda getting all the attention from Berenger, but she also wanted to nuzzle her head against Lindy's rack. She immediately responded with this two-sided jealousy by grabbing Berengar's head and stuffing it into her own chest. Ultimately, her jealousy about the attention Linda was getting from Berenger won over her envy of the man. Linda scowled when her little pet had stolen her man right from the clutches of her bosom and responded by taking the man back while scolding Honoria's shameless actions. You thieving bitch! Berenger is mine, now and forever. Honoria did not back down and quickly pressed her own chest against Berengar's head. The end result was the man using both of the women's sizable breasts as pillows with a wide grin on his face. A brief thought flowed through Berengar's mind as he enjoyed himself. This is bliss. Linda and Honoria were glaring at each other and fighting over his affections. Honoria stood up to Linda for once in her life, possibly because she had Berenger by her side to defend her. He is not just yours, he is all of ours. Your possessiveness of Berenger is your worst trait. Linda scoffed when she heard this before speaking her own thoughts about her obsessive nature. I'm not possessive. I'm overly affectionate. Besides, Master loves that aspect of my character. Berenger noticed the two women were about to get into a catfight over him and he decided to end things peacefully. Ladies, you're both pretty. Now we can either fight with one another or get along together. Which will it be? The two women broke out into laughter as they realized how childish they were being. Wasn't the answer to this question obvious? Thus, Berenger was given a king's welcome by two of his brides after returning home. Chapter 725, Broken Survivor. King Aubrey sat upon his throne as his sister Sibylla ranted to him about the current state of affairs for their kingdom. I can't believe they betrayed you like this. Was this not a crusade to end the Saracens' control over the Holy Land? How could they do this? I am certain the Kaiser is behind this. Sibylla held an instinctive grudge towards the German Empire and its ruler due to the abuse she had suffered during her sentence to a labor camp. She felt she was unjustly accused and convicted. Though she had been a loose woman in her past, she never thought she would have to sell herself into prostitution in order to survive at any point in her life. Aubrey, on the other hand, knew his sister was not in her right mind, especially when misfortunes befell their household. Thus, it did not take him long to correct his sister's mindset. Are you daft? Why would the Crusader armies listen to the Kaiser? He is their mortal enemy. I was betrayed because an opportunity presented itself and my rivals took advantage of it. I never should have sent my troops to the front lines. It was my own carelessness, believing that these men had a single shred of honor. Who cares why it happened? What matters is how we proceed. My armies are destroyed and I will have to empty out the fields to recruit more. Something I'm not willing to do. Luckily, my enemies are more focused on their rivals in the Middle East and Germany to dare advance into my lands. However, once they finally turn their sights on France, it will end poorly for the both of us. We have no allies, but we sure have a whole hell of a lot of enemies. Sibylla was flustered by her brother's thorough rebuking over her argument, but she did not dare continue insisting that Berenger was responsible for their current predicament. She wanted revenge after what had been done to her, but she lacked the means to achieve it. Every agent she had dispatched into the Reich had been discovered and executed for acts of espionage. Nobody left in her employment was willing to take such a massive risk. All the woman could do was sulk and grit her teeth in rage. However, the moment her brother, the king, made his next suggestion, she nearly strangled him. We have no choice? If the Catholic world wishes to make enemies of France, then we must side with their enemies. If I had known I would be forced to such a position, I never would have attempted to seduce Berenger. The man clearly will not tolerate my advances and was offended by yours as well. I must settle this dispute with Germany if our dynasty wishes to have a chance of survival. The rage that Sibylla felt when she heard that her brother wanted to bow down to her tormentor could be seen in her eyes. She rapidly approached Aubrey and slapped him across his pretty face. You incompetent faggot. Don't you dare go begging the Kaiser for protection? I swear to God, if you do such a shameful thing, I will do everything in my power to disrupt your negotiations. That bastard took a year away from my life. The things I had to do to survive. They are unspeakable. Aubrey was not aware to the fullest extent of what Sibylla had suffered through. After all, she never spoke about it. Even to her brother, who was her closest confidant. However, he knew whatever she had endured must have been brutal, as she was not the same woman he once admired. Upon returning to France, Sibylla had become paranoid, short-tempered, manic, and anxious. There was no telling what words would set her off and cause her to lash out at her subordinates or her king like a wild beast. Aubrey could not help but sigh and forced the woman to talk about her troubles. Sibylla, what exactly happened to you during your imprisonment? You are not the same woman you once were. Now you are more like a loose collection of character defects than a person. You are broken, and I can't help put you back together if you want to speak about your problems. Sibylla wanted to gouge her brother's eyes out in that moment, however all she could do was break out into tears and cry into his arms while screaming hostilities against him. I hate you. You sent me there. None of this ever would have happened if you had just succeeded in your seduction like you always do. This is your fault. Aubrey felt pain deep within his chest upon hearing his sister shove the blame and responsibility onto him. It was true that the only reason Sibylla was dispatched to Kufstein was because he had failed to seduce the Kaiser. Perhaps in another life, if he was not so slutty, he could have succeeded in his attempts. After all, it appeared that Berenger was utterly disgusted by loose women. Sibylla sobbed for some time before uttering something cohesive. 1,247 men. I was ravaged by 1,247 different men during my imprisonment. I had to. There were not enough supplies to go around. It was the only way I could survive. More often than not, multiple men at once. I was nothing but a sack of flesh for the enjoyment of the male prisoners. And this is when I was not engaging in backbreaking labor. Aubrey was instantly stunned by this revelation. He did not know that his sister had resorted to prostitution in order to survive. The feminine king could not fathom how one woman could sleep with so many different men. He could not help but ask about his sister about the details. How did you survive? Sibylla sniffled as she wiped the tears from her eyes before stating the complete truth. Alcohol and drugs helped. The inmate who ran the prison from the inside was also responsible for smuggling drugs and alcohol into the camp. If I fucked 3 guys in one day, I could make enough script to buy a hot meal at night, along with a glass of fortified wine and a hit of cannabis. The more guys I fucked, the more drugs and alcohol I could get my hands on. Aubrey could hardly believe his ears. Then again, this part was not surprising, as Sibylla had been reliant on cannabis imports from the Reich in order to get to sleep at night. She would smoke so much that she would just pass out on her bed and wake up from her days 12 hours later. She was hardly productive these days, partially because of her mental state, but also because she had become addicted to drugs and alcohol. Ultimately, Aubrey sighed and nodded his head. If Sibylla was so terrified of the Reich and what it had done to her, then he would not have an easy time convincing her to submit to the Kaiser. If that was the case, he needed allies who could deter the English and Burgundians from invading his lands. However, this was easier said than done, as his enemies had already established alliances with all the other Catholic kingdoms. As for those few realms that did not prescribe to the Catholic faith, they had aligned with Germany. As it stood, there were only 2 paths to follow: align with the Reich or ally with the Church. Since the Catholic kingdoms had betrayed him in Jerusalem, they were no longer an option. Which meant he would either have to convince his sister to accept the idea of aligning with Germany or rely on themselves for national defense. King Aubrey could only sigh heavily in defeat. If he could not align with either major faction in Europe, then he would have to become a wholly self-sufficient state. This was not an easy task, but if he could dispatch agents to the Reich and learn some of their older technology through espionage, then he might have a fighting chance. Aubrey kissed his sister's head as she cried into his chest and revealed everything she had endured during her time in a German labor camp. The more he heard, the more enraged he was at the Kaiser for treating his sister so poorly. It was simply inhumane. Where were his Christian ethics? He would ultimately write a strongly worded letter to Berenger about the ordeal Sibylla had gone through. Naturally, Berenger was unaware of the corruption in the prison system, nor the severe mistreatment of female prisoners. When Berenger had designed the labor camps as a system of punishment for hardened criminals, he had done so under the assumption that female prisoners would be few and far between. There were certain protections established for the few female prisoners who existed in Germany, but the staff who were in charge of the camps often ignored these guidelines. After all, very little funding went towards the camps. The purpose behind the German prison system was not rehabilitation but punishment and deterrence. They were expected to be so brutal that any man who was released would think twice before engaging in crime once more. When Berenger received Aubrey's letter, he would thoroughly investigate the labor camps and would be forced to draft laws to establish better protections for female inmates. The news of what Sibylla had suffered through made the Kaiser's skin crawl. As for the guards who facilitated the prostitution ring inside the camps, they would be tried and sentenced themselves. Chapter 726, Procuring a Little Brother. Vasily Noemi was a young girl who had immigrated to the German Empire from her homeland of Hungary due to the efforts of her elder brother. Despite being apart from her family, she was not alone as she had a guardian assigned to her who was a young woman. As part of the immigration requirements, this woman was now seeking a German husband and had made some success in the matter. After all, despite being an illiterate peasant, she was a foreign beauty who spoke the German tongue and had many of the qualities that German men found attractive in a woman. This guardian was actually a young peasant woman by the name of Dudas Lilla who served as a maid to the noble-born Noemi. As a result, she was good at cooking, cleaning, sewing, and any number of talents that a wife was supposed to have according to the German ideal. The girl's brother specifically selected Lilla to be her guardian because she looked after the young girl as if she were her own child. As a result, Lilla was provided with a monthly stipend from Noemi's family to look after the girl full-time as they both pursued a life in the Reich. Though it was a considerable sum, it was only enough to provide a middle-class life for the two of them. Even so, they lived in a state of luxury and convenience that even the upper echelon of nobility within their home country would envy. At night, after putting the girl to bed, Lilla would go out to an upscale tavern and search for a wealthy husband. This is where she met her current lover, who was a wealthy German entrepreneur who was keeping her as a mistress for the time being. The man was even considering proposing to Lilla and taking her as one of his wives. As for the girl Noemi, she attended classes in the day and learned valuable skills such as sewing, knitting, cleaning, cooking, etc. in the afternoon. She had lived in Germany for months but only recently was able to attend classes at the prestigious Kufstein Royal Academy, which was a public institution sponsored by the Crown for raising the next generation of gifted children. The Royal Academy had 3 distinct campuses based on the age groups of the children. Naturally, as a 13-year-old girl, Noemi would be attending the middle school, where she just so happened to find herself in the same class as the eldest prince of the empire. She was curious about why such a young child was in such an advanced course. However, despite the age difference, she thought that Prince Hans was a little cutie even though he had a standoffish temperament. Though Noemi treasured her old brother, she always secretly desired a cute little brother of her own. However, she was unfortunately not blessed with such a thing. When she first set her eyes on Hans, it was as if he was the physical manifestation of the perfect little brother she had always envisioned in her mind. Hans was intelligent, yet cold to strangers. However, he seemed to be very pleasant to those who he was accustomed to, such as his young fiancée Veronica, who visited the school often just to bring the boy lunch. The reason Veronica was not present in the Royal Academy was that she attended an all-girls school that was equal in prestige. Noemi had been silently watching Hans for weeks now, and after formulating a proper evaluation of the boy and his character, she desired to approach him. She had come up with the perfect plan to do so. Thus, when lunch period arrived, Noemi was quick to approach Hans before he could escape. She had a warm smile on her face as she cornered the boy at his desk. "Hello, Your Majesty?" Hans was still looking at his textbook when he heard this and was about to respond with the words "piss off" until he gazed up and saw the girl smiling at him. If there was one student Hans was aware of in his class, it was Noemi. Why was that? It was because she had started developing earlier than the other girls and already had a decent size bust despite her age. She also had a pretty face and a warm demeanor. In fact, all the boys in the school were pining after her but generally kept their distance as an unspoken agreement. Noemi was blissfully unaware of this fact and had taken the opportunity to approach a boy of her own accord. Still, the boy she approached was the last person that the enviable youth would have expected. When Hans gazed upon Noemi's pretty face, his vicious words immediately caught in his throat and he switched to a more friendly demeanor, albeit slightly so. "What do you want?" Noemi gazed upon the young boy with her shining violet eyes before swiping her fiery red bangs out of her face. She wore a deliberately bashful expression as she posed the question that dominated her mind. "Well, you see, this morning I got carried away in the kitchen and ended up making 2 sandwiches by mistake. I was wondering if you wanted one?" Hans stared at the girl with scrutiny. There was no way she could have made 2 sandwiches by mistake. Even if she had enough leftover material for a second one, why would she pack it for lunch unless she had an explicit intent? The boy's mind worked differently than others and he immediately suspected a hidden plot by the girl. Still, he could see the envy in the eyes of the boys in his class as Noemi approached him and decided purely out of spite that he would agree to her request. "Sure, I suppose I can spare some time." Upon hearing this, Noemi practically jumped with joy as she expressed her happiness. Great, let's go to the cafeteria. With this said, the young girl began dragging Hans away from his desk by the hand. She led him to the lockers where her sandwich was contained neatly in a mini cooler. After grabbing hold of her lunch, she led the boy to the cafeteria where the two of them sat at Hans's normal table. Noemi quickly handed one of the sandwiches over to Hans with a smile on her face. She had worked hard preparing the food. Having observed the boy and his lunches for weeks on end, she noticed he seemed to enjoy a tuna and onion sandwich that was made on a sourdough roll. Hans only ate these sandwiches on Tuesdays, and today was Thursday, which meant one of his mothers had packed a casserole that he enjoyed less than the tuna sandwich. When Hans saw the girl had prepared him his second favorite sandwich, his favorite being a tuna melt, he immediately questioned her intentions. It became obvious in this moment that she had been observing his behavior for some time and was playing an angle. He just did not know what. While the boy prince was scrutinizing Noemi's actions, she immediately dug into the food with a pleasant smile on her face. She seemed to also enjoy the sandwich, thus putting Hans at ease. Though he could not say for certain whether the food was poisoned, it was a risk he was willing to take. Thus, he took a bite of the sandwich and found it to be pleasing. He had to admit the girl definitely had culinary talent. It was not easy to prepare tuna the way Hans most enjoyed. However, the girl's attempt was similar in composition to his mother's. Noemi noticed that Hans had a bit of tuna stuck on his mouth and immediately pushed the boundaries of their newfound relationship. "Oh, Hans, let me get that for you." Not only did she refer to him by his first name, but she also wiped the tuna off of his mouth with her finger before eating it herself. The act of which caught Hans off guard. However, he did not despise the treatment he was receiving and thus made no comment. Upon seeing that the boy was not the talkative type, Naomi pressed him to speak up by directly asking how he felt about her sandwich. "Do you like it?" Hans nodded his head and spoke the words on his mind as he devoured the sandwich with gusto. "It's good, but Mommy's tuna is better." This reaction caused Noemi to pout as she lectured the boy on his rude remarks. "Hans, you do know it is not polite to tell a girl who spent her precious time making a sandwich for you that her cooking is not as good as another woman's, right?" This statement immediately stumped Hans, since when was he on such good terms with this girl? Still, she was pretty and treated him well. Thus, he could only bow his head and apologize. Or so he was about to until the famous words of his father entered his mind. "Hans, you may be a boy now, but one day you will be a man, and there is one piece of advice regarding women that I must give you so that when the time comes you can retain your dignity as a man. That advice is simply that you should never apologize to a woman. If you do it once, she will expect you to do it every time she thinks you're wrong. If she gets mad and leaves you, so be it. For men like us, there are plenty of women out there who would be happy to be with you." Upon remembering this quote from his father, Hans immediately straightened his back and wore a proud expression as he revealed his thoughts on the matter. "I was merely saying the truth. If it offends you, then we don't need to talk about this any further." This response caused Noemi to pout. This was not the answer she was expecting. Shouldn't this child behave like a cute little brother and apologize to his big sister for his misdeeds? She realized if she wanted Hans to be her precious little brother, then she needed to educate him thoroughly on manners. Thus the two of them spent the entire meal period passive-aggressively arguing about manners and etiquette, a topic of which Hans found to be dreadfully boring. Chapter 727, Building a Mythos. Berenger was sitting in his office with a stern expression on his handsome visage. Standing across from him was his wife, Linda, who was dressed in her intelligence uniform. The busty red-headed beauty was his director of intelligence, and she had received a radio telegraph from the Byzantine Empire. She handed the communication over to her husband before summarizing its contents. Emperor Vitranius requests further military aid in the form of material support. He has lost control over large swaths of the Holy Land. His armies that can be deployed to the region have suffered heavy losses, and the Timurids are in a worse position. He is afraid that the Crusaders will march south and attack our little project in Egypt. Egypt, as you know, is a considerable source of income for the Eastern Empire, and they are afraid of losing it. Thus, they are using our canal as a means to inspire us to help them. Berenger read over the communication that was sent between the two empires and gazed upon the intelligence report constructed by his agents in the field. It would appear that the Byzantine and Timurid Empire had suffered severe losses. More than Berenger had estimated. These casualties were mostly the result of several tactical blunders on the part of the strategos who were deployed the region. If Palladius had been tasked with leading the troops, the war would have been over already. Yet he was the man trusted with protecting the Balkans, and thus he could not move his forces further east. The report also stated that the Byzantine emperor would be calling for the heads of his generals who had failed so miserably to defend Jerusalem. As expected, the moment the Byzantine and Timurid forces lost the city, the Crusaders butchered its inhabitants. Only the Catholic denizens were spared from the sword of the invaders. The immense loss of life from this conflict, the damage done to the Byzantine and Timurid armies, and the turmoil in the Byzantine court had created the necessary chaos that Berenger was expecting. Thus, he sighed heavily before inquiring further about the political situation of his allies. "What news do you have of the Dove faction? Have they made any moves to negotiate peaceful terms with the papacy?" Linda wore a smug smile on her pretty face as she handed over another document to the main. It was an intelligence dossier on the Dove faction, which was led by the first prince of the Byzantine Empire, a young man named Quintus. She quickly summarized its contents in the easiest way to explain. The doves have caused quite the chaotic scene in the Byzantine court. As the war progresses further into turmoil, they seek to end it via a peaceful negotiation. Prince Quintus has been very vocal about reaching a solution that the Catholics, Orthodox, and Muslims can all agree upon. He states this war is a result of your reckless actions and that they must sign another treaty with the Catholic world. However, such views are unpopular among the Timurids who seek to avenge their losses. If the Byzantine Empire were to sue for peace, all of your work to achieve peace between the Byzantines and Saracens would go to waste. How should we proceed? Berenger thought about this question for a while before deciding on how to deal with the Middle Eastern crisis. After several moments of deliberation, he voiced his conclusion aloud with a hint of pride in his voice. Use our agents who are embedded in Constantinople to work alongside Quintus in search of a peaceful solution to the crisis in the Holy Land. At the same time, use our spies in the papacy to influence the Pope into making a horrific treaty that would cause the Byzantine Empire to suffer dearly. Make sure these negotiations end in a way that heavily favors the Crusaders and penalizes the Byzantine-Timurid alliance. I want Vetranes to know just how incompetent his pacifistic son is, especially within the field he supposedly specializes in. Once Vetranes realizes that both of his sons are garbage, he will be open to the idea of placing Alexandros on the throne. Alexandros will become the light in the eyes of a nation filled with despair. This remark slightly surprised Linda. She did not expect Berenger wanted the Byzantine Empire to plunge into the depths of despair. Such a thing would be difficult to achieve, but Berenger had long since formulated a plan for how to accomplish this. Thus, he continued on with his speech. I want you to secretly provide military aid to the Catholic forces, leak to them the knowledge of rifling so that their infantry will be on par with the Byzantines. You can also sell off some of our black powder reserve through an unofficial channel to the Crusader armies. Once the Crusaders are confident in their means to fully field firearms, they will easily take over the Holy Land and parts of Anatolia. The Byzantine and Timurids will suffer heavy losses and will be forced to the negotiating table, where they will accept whatever terms the Catholics give them. I want this conflict to end bloody. After the Catholics have won the war, our agents will influence the papacy to negotiate a peace that sees large sections of Byzantine and Timurid territory annexed by the Church and split into so-called Crusader kingdoms. As part of the treaty, the Byzantines and Timurids will be forced to pay a large sum of gold and will have to limit their army. This humiliation will drive a form of resentment towards the ruling dynasty and the Catholic world. I want Alexandros to not only be the emperor of the Romans but the savior who restored their empire to its former glory. I want him to end the Palaiologos dynasty's control over the empire and forge his own. A cadet branch of both of our houses, the Palaiologos-Kufstein dynasty. Naturally, Alexandros will have Germany's full support in these endeavors. It may take years for the resentment of the Roman people to boil to a point that they demand Vetranes' replacement, but when the time comes, Alexandros will be ready to assume his role as the new emperor of the East. Linda gazed in astonishment at her husband and the lengths of her machinations. She did not know that her husband wanted to forge a mythos behind his son to ensure that he was admired by future generations, much like he had done to Germany. She always assumed that Berenger just wanted Alexandros on the throne of Byzantium as a puppet. Truth be told, the Treaty of Versailles inspired Berenger in how to properly punish a nation in defeat. Despite reviling said treaty in his past life and seeing it as the cause of the Second World War, he knew he needed to break the Byzantine people's spirit in order to make his son with Honoria venerated for centuries beyond his death. Who would be the hero to rise in a time of darkness and restore the Byzantine Empire to its previous heights? Why, the son of Berenger von Kufstein, of course. The father of Germany and world hegemon would foster two children who would become legendary figures in their own right. That was the legacy Berenger wanted to leave behind. Naturally, nobody would know about Germany's involvement in the defeat of their allies or their mistreatment caused by the abhorrent treaty. As far as the world was concerned, Germany would continue to provide military support to their allies via means of weapons and training until the end of the war. Linda gazed upon her husband as if she no longer knew the man she was married to. To think that his machinations were beyond her exceptional understanding of his character. It surprised her that there was still more to this man's character that even she couldn't see through. Such a thought compelled her to learn more about the man she loved until she knew everything there was to know about him, something she had previously thought she already accomplished. A seductive smile formed itself upon the woman's pretty lips as she cocked her head to the side and spoke to the man sitting confidently in front of her. Master? Berengar's gaze shifted to the woman's odd behavior as he questioned her intentions. What is it? Linda quickly lifted the skirt of her intelligence uniform to reveal her pantyhose and thong, which were drenched in her juices. With a lust-filled gaze in her sky-blue eyes, she revealed her thoughts to the man. I'm dreadfully wet right now. In response to this, Berenger smiled and rose from his seat before walking over the woman and grabbing hold of her shoulders as he whispered in her ears. I think I might have a cure for what ails you. After saying this, Berenger and Linda engaged in the throes of passion for the next hour before sending off a variety of communications that would ultimately end the war in the Middle East in Berengar's favor. Chapter 728, The Grand Arena of Kufstein. The morning sun shone through the windows of the Kaiser's office and glanced off the back of his leather chair. Sitting in front of him was none other than his wife Adela, who had an excited smile on her face. She had spent a long time working with the nation's best architects to come up with her newest idea of cultural unity. Adela placed the blueprints onto the table and handed them over to Berenger, who looked over them for a few minutes before questioning his wife's motives. You want to build an arena? Not only is the stadium larger than the ancient Roman Colosseum, but it is also more opulent. Just what madness compelled you to design such a thing? Do you have any idea how much this will cost to construct? Why on earth would we need such a thing? The arena in question was designed to seat 75,000 people. The bold, new architectural design was unlike anything Berenger had introduced previously. If the Kaiser had to put a label on the design, it was eerily similar to the Berlin Olympiastadion from his past life, with one major difference. It was a fully enclosed arena with a giant dome on top. Adela was proud of the design that she had helped come up with and gazed upon her husband as if she was looking at a fool. Perhaps he had too little coffee this morning and was still drowsy. She sighed heavily before outlining her reasoning for making such a large request. Berenger, you are aware that the sports you have introduced at a national level are growing in popularity at a shocking rate, right? No-holds-barred fighting, in particular, has a large following among your people, and there are several professional leagues in existence. At the moment, these fighters have small venues to compete in, and it is simply not enough to accommodate all the fans. I suggest that we build this stadium as a way to show our support for sports and bring the various small fight leagues together to build one national league. We can even create smaller feeder leagues out of the lesser fighters out of there. Then once the stadium is completed, we can host national-level tournaments and championship events where we will sell tickets to those who want to watch. With the National League, we can print the results in the paper and use it as a means to foster camaraderie through the various German states through a common interest. People all over the Reich will be able to display their love of our martial culture. Berenger had to admit the girl made a persuasive argument. Though it would cost a considerable sum to establish the arena, it was only a matter of time before someone came up with the idea. Why wouldn't the crown take the chance to personally profit from it? Thus, Berenger let out a heavy sigh as he agreed to the request. All right, but it's coming out of our own treasury. Also, look for investors. I don't want to bear the sole cost of the construction of this damn thing. Adela had a wide smile on her face as she hugged her man and kissed him on the cheek before praising him for his generosity. You're the best. Berenger brushed off the compliments as he sent the girl on her way. He then proceeded to thoroughly look over the reports he had gathered in the various fight leagues. In years past, Berenger had introduced combat sports such as wrestling, boxing, kickboxing, and submission grappling. However, no-holds-barred fighting was the most popular sport of all. He had even given the sport an official name, which was Kampf or Struggle. Over the years, the sport took off like wildfire, and many of its fighters had been improving upon the basic techniques that Berenger taught them. Though the fighters were nowhere near the caliber of those professionals from his past life, they were rapidly improving their skills. Many of these techniques were being taught to the German youth in the cadet corps, thus fostering an entirely new generation of talent for the sport. In Berenger's mind, a man who did not know how to fight was no man at all. Thus, he had emphasized martial training at a young age for the boys of Germany. The firearms and hand-to-hand combat training that was taught in the German cadet corps was a large part of Berenger's plan to foster a martial society, the other major component being the popularity of combat sports. His own son supposedly had high marks in the physical aspects of the cadet corps training. This was unsurprising, as Hans had a head start over other boys his age, being trained in martial arts and shooting at the age of 5. Berenger sat back and sighed as he drank from his coffee. Perhaps building such a monumental stadium in Kufstein would be a good idea after all. Still, he shivered at the expense. While he was overlooking the forms necessary to approve the construction of such a thing, his wife, Yasmin, entered the room with her daughter Zara in her arms. Months had passed since the little girl was born, and she was growing at a rapid rate. Berenger smiled and got up from his seat to greet his wife and daughter. First by kissing the infant girl on the forehead and then by kissing his wife on the lips. He was excited to see Yasmin, as he had not spent a considerable amount of time with the woman lately. Sweetheart, what can I help you with? Berenger was overly pleasant with Yasmin. Around her, he lost much of his domineering personality and instead behaved like a kind-hearted husband and father. For whatever reason, the woman had such a unique effect on him, possibly because she was older by a few years and far more mature than his other wives, who still acted like teenage girls in many ways. Yasmin smiled when she saw Berenger approach them and greeted him with a proper hug and kiss before responding to his question. Husband, it is good to see you. I was just wondering if you had time to help our son Ghazi with some things. He is still young, and it is difficult for me to teach him how to behave like a proper ruler. Berenger chuckled when he heard how much effort Yasmin put into making sure her son did not turn out like her now deceased idiot brother. Berenger brought Yasmin deeper into his office before sitting down and responding to her concerns. Relax, dear, he's still nothing more than a pup. He has plenty of time to grow into a proper man. Let him enjoy his childhood when he can. Instead, you should leave matters of state to me. After all, I am the one fighting the war in Iberia. Yasmin smirked smugly at her husband before chastising him for his words. You're fighting the war in Iberia? Last I checked, you were here in Kufstein delegating responsibility of the theater to your generals. Berenger feigned offense at this remark as he teased the woman for her blatant honesty. You wound me, madam. If I could, I would be kicking down doors in Spain and dragging rebels from their homes with a rifle in hand. Alas, I cannot. I'm far too important for such grunt work. Yasmin giggled when she heard this. Berenger always had a way of making her laugh, even if others might find him particularly funny. For whatever reason, she found the idea of a one-eyed emperor kicking down doors and fighting rebels in Iberia to be humorous. As she thought about this absurd idea, she realized she had not investigated how the conflict was going and was quick to inquire about it. How fares my broth, I mean my son's troops? Berenger could tell that Yasmin had still yet to fully adjust to the idea that Hassan was dead and her own son was now the Sultan. He grabbed hold of her hand and gave her some good news. Well, you will be happy to know that the conflict is settling down. With the introduction of shotguns, our troops are far more efficient at removing rebels. As for the Granadon army, it is modernizing quickly and growing in numbers. That's about the extent of the good news, though. The presence of German troops in the region and the Muslim minority rule are two enormous powder kegs. Every time we wipe out one rebel cell, two more pop up in its place. If I can't find a way to bring the Catholic Spaniards to accept the rule of our son, I'm going to have to resort to some inhumane tactics. This line of thinking disturbed Yasmin. From the look on Berengar's face, even he doubted whether he should actually commit to such cruelty. She could not help but ask what horrible idea he had in mind. What's it that has you so concerned? You normally don't look so grim when talking about war. Berenger could not deny such a statement. What he was planning was less of war and more of ethnic cleansing. He stood up from his seat with a grim expression on his face and looked out the window at the peaceful metropolis below. He spoke in a tyrannical voice as he explained his plans to force the Spanish population into submission. If the Spanish do not accept the rule of my son, then I will be forced to use chemical weapons. I cannot keep sending young men to their deaths in a foreign land. At this rate, it is a conflict that Germany will be tied to for decades. So, if the Spanish and Portuguese rebels do not lay down their arms and subject themselves to the rule of the Sultan, I will be left with no choice but to shell the city of Madrid with chemical weapons. Once every man, woman, and child in the city are dead, I will use it as a threat. Continue to resist and you shall suffer the same fate. I'd like to see how many Catholics are willing to take up arms and resist the Sultan's rule, knowing that by a simple command, their cities can become a wasteland completely devoid of life. The thought that such powerful weapons existed horrified Yasmin. She knew little of chemistry but was aware that Berengar's weapons were already terrifying, and she did not doubt the existence of weapons that could wipe out all life in a city. She now understood why the man was hesitant to take such action. The reality was Berenger was completely unwilling to lose Iberia. One could easily chalk it up to the sunk cost fallacy. He had spent too much effort, too many resources, and too many lives to unite Iberia under his authority to give up now. The Kaiser refused to allow Iberia to turn into his Afghanistan. If he had to purge every Catholic from Iberia, then he would do so. He was a man determined to win his wars by any means necessary, and the Catholics could not resist his rule if they were all dead. Yasmin could see the determination in Berengar's eyes and could only sigh in defeat before saying the words in her mind. I hope it doesn't come to that. Berenger nodded his head in agreement before speaking his thoughts on the matter. So do I. Chapter 729, Dreams of the Past Part LL. Mizuno AI sat in the library with a glum expression on her face. She was seated at the table where she and a peculiar young man usually sat across from one another. It had been 2 weeks since she met the arrogant bastard, and yet he still had not given her his name. While it may be true that she also didn't volunteer such information, the man seemed to have a leg up on her as he somehow learned of her identity. Meanwhile, everyone she spoke to about the strange young man who reads alone in the library responded with the same comment. Who? She figured that today would be the day where she finally learned the man's name. Except he was nowhere to be found. This caused her to be quite troubled. Why was she troubled? That was a question even she did not know. Since when was she the type to get hung up on some asshole? At the moment, she was certain that she felt bitter towards the man, as he was the first person in her entire life who did not recognize her brilliance. Inspired by Julian's hard work ethic, AI had gone to great lengths to keep up with the man. In terms of completing school work ahead of time, receiving high marks in physical activities, and gaining knowledge from the books in the library. The one area she could proudly say she was ahead of him in was social life. Aside from the mandatory cadet activities, Julian seemed to have no social life whatsoever. Was she stalking the man? Not yet, primarily because she still didn't know his identity. However, she could surmise as much because everyone she spoke to didn't have the slightest clue who he might be. If they did recognize who she was speaking about, they would only know him by the moniker that loner in the library. However, nobody really knew his name or schedule. Clearly, the teachers would know his identity, but she felt asking the faculty about who this guy was would possibly cause suspicion of fraternization. Thus, she was left to investigate this matter by herself. As she was thinking about such things, the man in question appeared before her with a stack of books in his hands. He promptly sat down across from her without even paying the girl the slightest bit of attention. He had grown accustomed to this thorn in his side and tried to interact with her as little as possible. However, this had gotten the adverse reaction he desired. For whatever reason, this girl became more interested in him and thus wasted more of his time. Thus, it was no surprise when she got upset over the fact that he ignored her existence. Hello? I'm sitting right here. Aren't you going to greet me properly? Julian had yet to even open a book, and yet the nuisance was pestering him already. He sighed heavily as he grabbed the top book and opened it before chastising the girl for interrupting him. I'm dreadfully busy. We can exchange pleasantries later. Despite being treated so coldly, Ace's glum expression had disappeared and she now had a smile on her face. Julian thought this was peculiar and immediately made an inappropriate comment, seemingly unaware that it was probably a question he shouldn't ask a woman he hardly knows. Why are you smiling? Are you perhaps a masochist? That would explain a lot. Please, whatever fantasies you may be having about me, keep them to yourself. The smile on the pretty Japanese girl's face immediately soured when she heard this remark. Smiling? Who was smiling? She certainly wasn't. She immediately harumphed and crossed her arms before opening a book of her own. Though she snuck a few glances from the edge of her book to see how the man reacted. His stoic expression only further enraged the woman. Thus, she decided to interrupt his precious reading time as payback. What was your name again? I forgot. Julian sneered when he heard this. Such a trick might work on your average troglodyte, but to a man of his intellect, he could clearly remember never giving this nuisance a name, and thus he responded with a smug expression on his face. How can you forget something which you never learned to begin with? This response only further outraged the young woman as she glared at the man sitting across from her before chastising him for his cruelty. Are you seriously not going to tell me your name? We've known each other for 2 weeks now. Julian merely responded with indifference to this question. Why would a stallion reveal its name to the fly that pesters it? AI looked at Julian with shock as the man shamelessly said this. Did he seriously just compare himself to a stallion? No, wait, what was that about a fly? Oh, he was going to get it now. Her brow was thoroughly furrowed with rage as she mocked the man for his analogy. You consider yourself a stallion? What a joke. I bet you are still a virgin. Julian did not even look up from his book as he properly responded to this insult. A virgin stallion is still a stallion. Why do you care how many women I have had intercourse with? Are you perhaps propositioning me? They'll pass. I have no interest in loose women. AI immediately blushed as she heard this response. How shameless was this man? Did he seriously just call her loose? She had lost all reason and immediately stood up and scolded the man for insulting her purity. I'm not loose. They'll have you know I am still a pure maiden. Julian finally reacted as he looked up from his book in surprise. This girl was the definition of he who lives in a glass house should not cast stones. However, more importantly, her outburst had drawn unwanted attention. Julian was not the kind of man who enjoyed being the center of attention and immediately tried to placate the woman as he scolded her for her unruly behavior. Ahem. You should really take notice of your surroundings before you make such a bold statement. AI immediately remembered she was in the library and looked around to see that all eyes were gazing at her and Julian. It shocked even the librarian that she had openly said such a thing. AI immediately sank into her seat with a depressed gaze. She realized she had made a huge mistake by letting this man rile her up like that. She wanted to commit seppuku in that moment. Seeing that the woman was not in the greatest mindset, Julian sighed before attempting to comfort the woman with a single word. Julian. AI immediately snapped out of her funk and gazed at Julian with a curious gaze. She didn't quite hear what he said and quickly asked for clarification. I'm sorry, what was that? Julian had an awkward expression on his face as he repeated what he had said. My name is Julian. AI repeated the name a couple of times beneath her breath before wearing a pretty smile. It's nice to meet you, Julian. My name is AI. The cute expression on the girl's face caused Julian's heart to skip a beat, which instantly unnerved him. He was not accustomed to feeling emotions, or at least not positive ones. Since he did not know how to react to this new and alien feeling, he reacted by burying his head in his books and focusing on his studies. AI saw this response, despite Julian's best attempts to hide it, and found it to be cute. Though the man was perfectly average in appearance and an arrogant ass to boot. It was endearing to see him have such a reserved side to his otherwise foul character. After thinking this, Atami woke up from her dream in a cold sweat. She immediately slammed her head on her pillow and pouted as she remembered what she had dreamt of very clearly. She screamed her thoughts into her pillow, which was thankfully muffled. Why am I so hung up on a dead guy? If her subordinates had known she was having such difficulties, they would probably use it as a chance to question her sanity and attempt another takeover. She did not understand why she was having such vivid dreams of her old memories from her past life. However, thinking back upon how many opportunities she had given Julian to go out with her, only for him to ignore the signals, instantly drove the woman mad. Even if it was against the rules, she desperately wanted to be intimate with the man. Yet he had never taken notice of her feelings. Hell, she doubted if the dense fool ever thought of her as a friend. In fact, he had more than once stated he had no friends. What did he mean he didn't have any friends? You don't get invited out to another university on your spring break by someone you knew in high school unless you were friends. Wait a second. There was something more important to be upset about. He had her as his friend the whole time. Gods, that aspect of his character was frustrating. Upon realizing that there was no way she was going to get any sleep, Itami rose from her futon and prepared herself for a visit to her hot spring. She needed to sort out her thoughts before she could get any work done, and there was no better way to achieve that than a nice soak. Chapter 730. Business is booming. On the island once known as Cuba in Berengar's life, the colony of Leinstadt was booming with business. A large stone fort was erected on the coast which housed the mercenaries of the Gunther Merchant Company. These men acted as the primary security force in the region. Outside of the Star Fortress was a fully developed town which consisted of roughly 3,000 German residents. This town was the colony of Leinstadt, which had formed in the months since the Gunther Merchant Company first arrived in this part of the world. Coincidentally, this town was built in the same location that Havana was built in the Kaiser's past life. Beyond the borders of the township were vast plantations which utilized the native population of the island as its laborers. These plantations were the Gunther Merchant Company's newest enterprise and would soon produce vast yields of coffee beans, sugarcane, and cotton. Currently, the German Empire relied on imports from foreign nations in order to meet the demands of these three industries. However, Gunther's plan was to grow them in the colonies and create a local and trusted brand of these products. After all, the Gunther brand was well renowned across the Reich as being a high-quality product for a decent price. Henrik had been tasked by his father, Gunther, to lead this expedition and had worked long and hard over the past few months to establish a stable colony. Interestingly enough, this colony had become the gateway between Lindenheim and Adelheim, connecting the southern colonies with New Vienna via an extensive shipping network. The shipping network made Leinstadt a central hub for explorers and privateers chartered by the crown to rest their weary heads after a long voyage at sea. Though the number of German immigrants to the colonies was less than 50,000 in total, they had created their own local, unique cultural aspects depending on the environment they found themselves in. Leinstadt had developed its own unique culture that was different from anything across the Reich. It had become a den of vice and hedonism where fortunes could be won or lost in a day. Why was this? It was because during the initial stages of establishing the colony, Henrik had lost a considerable sum to his mercenaries in a card game. After realizing how many visitors were partaking in the small gambling dens, he built the first ever casino/resort in the middle of the colony. It was by no means a skyscraper like those one would find in Berengar's past life, but it was noticeable enough that one could see the mighty building from the sea. This casino was called the Gilded Princess, inspired by the beauty of the German Princess Henrietta, who was an object of Henrik's desire. Currently, Henrik was overseeing operations of the casino on the main floor, watching as men primarily from the Baltic and Balkan portions of the Reich gambled away their hard-earned coin in the casino he had established. He had personally abstained from playing cards. After all, he usually lost more than he won. However, that did not mean he could not enjoy the environment. Of course, if he knew about the grandeur of casinos in the Kaiser's past life, he would be depressed with how poor his personal casino was in comparison. The man noticed that business was booming, and because of that he had a wide smile on his face. However, in the next moment his mood soured as one of his subordinates quickly approached him. "Henrik, sir? Your father is here." This news shocked Henrik. He had received no word that his father would be visiting the colony, so why was he suddenly in Leinstadt? He immediately followed the subordinate up the stairs and into the suite, where Gunther was sitting on a leather-bound sofa. The man had a sneer on his face as he gazed out the window and into the developing colony. Henrik immediately kicked the servant out and shut the door behind him as he greeted his father. "Father, I was not expecting your visit. Why did you not send word in advance?" Gunther scoffed as he heard this before voicing his displeasure with his son. "What is this? When I sent you here to the New World, it was to establish an agricultural colony, and yet all I see is a den of vice and hedonism. Prostitution, gambling, narcotics, and enough booze to drown the sea. The amount of rum you are producing in your distilleries is shocking. Who the hell is working the fields if all the citizens are busying throwing away their money in your gambling dens?" His father's criticism shocked Henrik. He did not expect the man to care so much about such frivolous details. He quickly defended his actions with a stern expression on his face. "You sent me here to make a profit, and the businesses I have established here in Leinstadt would be producing an astronomical sum if the entire Reich knew of the New World's existence. As for the fields, they are being worked by the natives. It is a non-issue." Gunther was displeased with what he had witnessed for multiple reasons. Chief among them was the colony was named after the second empress, but it was a den of sin. How would that reflect a woman that Gunther deeply admired? He quickly pulled out a bottle of locally produced rum that was on the counter and poured himself a drink before scolding his son. "Either you cease your decadent enterprises or you change the name of your colony. I will not have you tarnishing Lindy's name or her reputation with your little den of vice here in the New World. As far as profits are concerned, there are more important things. For example, you are aware that prostitution is outlawed in the Reich?" Henrik wore a smug smile on his face as he countered his father's point while conceding to his request. "Fine, I will rename the colony, but I will be keeping the name for the island. I don't want to confuse the sailors who come here. As far as the laws of prostitution go, that is only in concern to German citizens engaging in the trade. As you may have witnessed, all of my girls are natives or, in rare cases, immigrants. Therefore, I am not breaking any laws." Gunther merely scoffed as he heard this before placing his glass down on the table. He stood up from his seat and walked towards the door. When he was in the middle of the doorway, Gunther stopped in his tracks. In that moment, he decided to leave behind some choice words for his son. Your mother would be disappointed in you if she knew what you had done here. If this is how you run the first colony that His Majesty has chartered us to produce, don't expect to inherit my position. You can stay here in exile as governor over whatever the hell this town is. However, you will not be returning to the fatherland. I can't have your avarice staining my family's reputation. I will keep my mouth shut on the matter so long as the agricultural yields continue to meet the standards I have set for you. Everything else is your own enterprise and cannot use my name as its brand. Henrik was shocked when he heard his father say this. He did not understand why the man was so hostile to the atmosphere he had created in Leinstadt, or whatever its new name would be. However, there was one point he was uncertain of and quickly asked for clarification. Are you disowning me, father? Gunther scoffed once more when he heard this before gesturing towards the luxurious trappings around him. You will be fine on your own. I am disappointed in you, son. You had such an excellent head for business and this is what you did with it. I hope what you have created here brings you some happiness because you won't get any support from the family from now on. The charter for the colony is still in my corporation's name. You best remember that before you try to do anything stupid. Henrik was astounded that his father was throwing him away for something so simple. Truthfully, Gunther was a pious man who does not care for vice. He also looked up to Berenger, believing he was a man of virtue. If the man knew that this colony, which would later be renamed to Nehafen, would become Berengar's favorite vacation spot, he would probably die of a heart attack. As for Henrik, he would go on to form a prosperous corporation of his own called Backer Entertainment, using his surname as a means to spite his father for abandoning him in the New World. This company would become the world's largest gambling corporation, later operating casinos across every land the Germans settled. However, Nehafen would remain the premier destination for the world's wealthy elite. Chapter 731, Adela and Henrietta Learn the Truth. Berenger sat in his office looking over a map that contained information regarding his upcoming expedition to South Africa. With his espionage efforts in the Middle East, he had ensured that the conflict would ensue for a little while longer than initially expected. He hoped that his actions would conclude in a military defeat for both the Byzantine and Timurid empires, forcing them into an unfair treaty that would cause economic depression and foster resentment towards the Catholic Church. In the meantime, he planned an expedition to southern Africa to establish his first colony on the African continent. Though Linda and the others may not be aware of the vast treasure trove that Africa was, Berenger knew full what precious resources were waiting for him in those unconquered lands. The Kaiser specifically used the term unconquered in his mind because he did not recognize the Bantu or other tribes that inhabited the area to be an actual civilization, and instead considered them a loose collection of Stone Age tribes that he need not concern himself with. While looking over this map, a knock resounded on the door of the study and a familiar voice appeared from behind. Berenger, you wanted to speak to us? Berenger sighed heavily as he rolled up the map that was charted by Anuria's crew and concealed it within his luggage. He then called out to the feminine voice with a hint of worry in his tone. Come in, darling, there is something we need to talk about. Berenger had sent word to both Adela and Henrietta that he wanted to see them before he departed on his journey to southern Africa. The two blonde bombshells walked through the door with pleasant smiles on their faces. It was not every day that they were summoned to the office of their man. The two women quickly sat down in front of Berengar's desk where he poured them a few drinks as well as one for himself. It was times like this that Berenger needed a stiff drink to calm his nerves. Though he had been gifted the boon of courage by the ancient Frisian goddess Badahenna, it did not mean that he felt no fear. Only that he had the means to overcome it. Because of that, he was quick and to the point as he discussed his little secret with his sister and cousin. Adela, Henrietta, I asked you to come here today so that I can share with you a story. A story about my past that neither of you is aware of. In truth, you are the last two I have decided to speak about this topic with, as you are the ones whose reactions I fear the most. The pleasant smiles on the girls' faces soured into grim stares. They did not know what Berenger was about to say, but they suspected it was heavy. He rarely spoke to them in such a manner. Just when Adela was about to speak up, Berenger raised his hand, silencing her, before continuing on his rant. I know what you want to say, and allow me to speak my piece first. I will answer any of your questions after I have concluded my tale. The girls had nervous expressions on their faces but nodded their heads in silence, allowing their man to continue whatever it was he had desired to speak about. Berenger gulped down more of his liquid courage before beginning his tale. Allow me to preface this by saying that though I have never lied to you about my past, I may have concealed some things that were important. The truth is that I am not the man you think I am. Henrietta, I owe you the biggest apology, as you are the first person I witnessed upon entering this world, and you should have been the first for me to discuss this with, and in a way you were. But I think you did not fully understand my intent when I told you this. I am Berenger von Kufstein in this world, but I have the memories of a past life, from the distant future where I was a man by the name of Julian Weber. Adela did not know how to respond to this information, but Henrietta reacted in shock. She remembered the bedtime story Berenger had once given her during her early teenage years about a man from another world named Julian and the struggles he went through in life. She immediately knew where the story was headed but remained quiet. Berenger continued his speech while taking sips from his alcoholic beverage in between his sentences. I suppose I should start in the beginning. I was born in the year of our Lord 1996 in a country whose name was the United States of America. By that 21st century, America had become a global superpower with no rivals, and yet at the same time it was a society that was on the path of collapse. This was a reality that few people were aware of by the time I died. In fact, one might have called me a conspiracy theorist if I were to utter these thoughts aloud. But I had done the calculations and could estimate from the signs that were given should I had lived another 30 years I would have seen the complete and total collapse of my nation with my own eyes. In that life, I lived mostly by myself, with no lovers to speak of, no friends to call upon, and a family who were absent. You see, I grew up impoverished with no siblings to speak of. My parents had to each work 2 jobs to put food on the table. As a result, I ended up joining the military as an engineer and ultimately died in a pointless war in some godforsaken part of the world. Henrietta, do you remember the night I fell deathly ill about 8 years ago? You stayed by my bedside for the duration of the night, and when I awoke, you were the first thing I saw in this world. You were so dutiful and did your best to take care of me in my final hours. Though I was struggling to sift through my memories from 2 lives, I was excited to see that I had a little sister, especially one as cute as you. That was the moment I recovered my memories of this past life. The knowledge I gained from these memories helped me build everything you see around you today. It took years, but eventually my power spread to all corners of Europe, and with it I have finally been given the opportunity to search for the truth about why I have such memories. After much effort, I have found some evidence to support the idea that the ancient Germanic pantheon of deities is involved. For what purpose they have revived me in this world? I do not know the answer. The reason I wanted to share this with you now is because I will be embarking on a dangerous journey soon, and I wanted you two to know the truth about me in case something goes wrong. Though I have 2 sets of memories of 2 very different lifetimes. I want you to know that it does not change who I am or how I feel about you. Especially to you, Adela, as you met me after this change had occurred. I love you both and hope you can accept this new information without much difficulty. Adela was in shock. She did not know how to react to this. Just when things were starting to get better between her and Berenger, he had to drop this bombshell on her. She did not know who he was anymore or what to believe in. Especially after hearing that pagan gods were possibly involved with his revival. If there weren't so many unexplainable things about Berengar's knowledge and personality, then Adela would condemn him as a madman in that moment. She wanted to slap him across the face and compel him to come back to reality. However, the more she thought about these unexplainable aspects, the more she considered the madness he was speaking as a viable possibility. The origin of Berengar's futuristic knowledge was something that nobody could explain, not with science or religion. After all, he was the man who introduced the modern concept of science to the world, and yet what he was saying flew in the face of it. Henrietta, on the other hand, had a far more important question on her mind. She did not care about the things that Adela was considering and only asked what mattered most to her. So you're saying you're not my brother? Berenger wore a pitiful smile as he placed his hand on the young woman's cheek to comfort her. I am your brother. I'm just a better version of him. One who accepts and responds to your love and kind. The old me never would have considered taking his sister as a lover. Henrietta stared at Berenger with tears in her eyes before hugging him. Simply being assured that he was the brother she knew and loved for all these years was all she needed to know in order for her to make a decision on how to respond to this information. In truth, she did not care in the slightest if he had a second set of memories, so long as he was still the man she cared for. As for Adela, she needed time. Time to digest everything she had heard, time to think it through, time to search through her emotions and come up with an answer. She was spaced out as she slowly walked out of the door, leaving Berenger and Henrietta behind as she mindlessly wandered off to her quarters. Berenger was immediately concerned when he saw this and got up from his seat to chase after the woman. However, Henrietta latched onto his arm and pulled him back down before shaking her head and lecturing the man. She needs time to think things through. I am sure if you give her space, she will come running back to your arms eventually. This is not only a crisis of identity for her, but a crisis of religion. They'll keep an eye on her for you. You go do what you need to do in Africa. Just promise to come back to me in one piece. Berenger smiled as he kissed his sister on the lips before agreeing to her request. I promise. After saying that, Berenger left Adela and Henrietta and reunited with Honoria as the 2 of them cast off for their dangerous expedition to southern Africa. Chapter 732, A Meeting with the Ming Delegates. While Berenger had begun to set sail for southern Africa, Itami was back in her capital city, meeting with representatives from the Ming dynasty. She had prepared lavish gifts for these delegates and their emperor who she wanted to establish friendly ties with. The men were dressed in exquisite silk clothing, while Itami was dressed in a formal kimono of the same material. She had lowered her snow-white hair, which gracefully washed over her porcelain skin like an avalanche. The delegates had become aware of Itami's rise to power and initially held her with disdain. However, upon witnessing her stunning beauty, they were quick to change their tune as they curried favor with her while maintaining the dignity of representatives from their realm. One man in particular was a bald, fat eunuch with a long mustache. His name was Jin Fong, and he gazed lustfully at the stunning Japanese woman in front of him who served the man and his accomplice with rice whiskey. Upon tasting the unique liquor, the man wore an excited smile as he complimented the woman for her ingenuity. Such delectable alcohol. I am amazed that you managed to create such a thing. Itami wore a stoic expression on her face. This Ice Queen facade acted as a means to retain her dignity and show that she was not to be underestimated as a monarch. She responded to the man's compliment with a nod of the head and a grateful comment. I thank you for your kind words, esteemed emissary. It is my hope that you can enjoy your stay here in Hyankyo to the fullest extent. I have requested your presence because there is something I must request from His Majesty the Emperor. In the near future, I intend to march my armies into Joseon and conquer the lands for myself. I know that the Ming dynasty has interests in the region, and I assure you that under Japanese annexation, the Joseon dynasty will be far more fruitful in its production and tribute to the Emperor. The reason I have summoned you to my home is to convey my intent for peace to exist between our two realms. I have no desire to step on the tail of the dragon. Nor do I wish to rob you of a client state without proper recompense. This statement caught Jin Fong by surprise. He did not expect Itami to desire to expand into the Joseon territory. He did not quite understand the reason for doing so, but such a thing would be an insult to the authority of the Ming dynasty. Thus, he glared fiercely at the woman, trying to comprehend what grand ambitions she might have. You wish to conquer the Joseon? Do you even have the means to do so? For the first time since Itami had met with the Ming delegation, she smiled. However, it was not a smile that belonged to a charming young woman, rather that of a tyrannical despot. With such a wicked grin on her face, she laid out her plans for the Joseon with an overbearing tone. At the moment, such a venture would prove difficult. However, give me 3 years and my armies will be unmatched in the region. At that point, conquering the Joseon will be a simple feat, not even worthy of notice. I assure you that it is due to my benevolence that I do not turn against you and instead have chosen to consult with you about my intentions before actually launching an attack. Jin Fong was surprised to hear the woman speak these words, the way she made it sound. It was as if even the great Ming dynasty was beneath her notice. Such words instantly filled the man with rage. This was an insult to the power of the emperor. If some small island nation off the coast of the mainland could openly insult a delegation of the Ming, then surely more powerful nations would choose to do so. Itami's words had made clear the Ming that she intended to invade the Joseon regardless of their opinion. She was simply informing them beforehand as an act of common courtesy. After all, the Joseon were practically a client state of the Ming dynasty. He was about to speak up against this insult to his authority when Itami snapped her fingers and several armed soldiers entered the area carrying chests filled with gold, silver, cosmetics, alcohol, and other luxuries she had created over the years. This was a simple tribute to the emperor the delegation would carry back to the Ming capital, or so was Itami's intent. The delegates gazed at the vast fortune with awe as they did not expect Itami to be so wealthy. Itami wore a sinister smile on her face as she issued her terms. If the emperor agrees to remain neutral in my annexation of Joseon, I will provide all that you see here as a monthly tribute every month for 10 years. I assure you, it is more than you will get from the Joseon. Jin Fong looked over at his counterpart and silently communicated with him via eye contact. The two of them universally agreed in that moment that they would relay Itami's message to the emperor with the utmost courtesy. What was being gifted to the Ming dynasty was considerably more than they extracted in tribute from the Joseon. With a brief nod of their heads, Jin Fong cleared his throat before openly accepting Itami's proposal. I will relay your words to the emperor and do my best to convince him of the merit of such an arrangement. After doing so, she motioned for the soldiers to leave, and in their place, a group of servants entered the room carrying the dishes that had been prepared for this encounter. All the food Itami had introduced from her past life was present on the plates, their aroma enticing the two men into salivating. With a pretty smile, Itami announced the feast had begun. Please, enjoy the food of my land and feast on your heart's content. I assure you there is more than enough food to go around. After saying this, Itami bit into a takoyaki ball with an excited smile on her face before moaning in pleasure. The Ming delegates did not hesitate and quickly consumed the food on their plates with satisfied expressions. They would continue feasting and drinking long into the night, discussing trivial matters with the Japanese empress. By the time Itami had sent her guests to her room, she was exhausted as she sat down in her personal quarters and sighed heavily before resting her head on her desk. She hated diplomatic visits more than anything. Socializing with people of a certain social standing was more exhausting in this life than it had been in her previous one. For whatever reason, in that moment, she thought about a conversation she had with Julian in her past life when she dragged him to an upscale social event. In her mind, she clearly envisioned the scene of Julian dressed in a tuxedo hanging out at the snack table and munching on food while ignoring the guests of the party. She approached him wearing a lavish dress and condemned him for his uncouth behavior. Julian, I didn't drag you to this party so that you could sit here and pig out. Come, I have some friends to introduce you to. Julian merely scoffed in response to this before declining the offer. No thanks, I lack the emotional energy to entertain strangers who I have nothing in common with. I barely have the means to deal with you on a daily basis, let alone with your friends. Mizuno AI immediately pouted as she saw that her friend was being stubborn and quickly latched onto his wrist, forcing him away from the snack table and towards her high society friends. It was clear that a pleb like him felt out of place at such a wealthy party. AI could not believe the man was completely lacking in formal attire, especially at his age, and had spared some expense, making sure he was well-groomed and presentable for the occasion. Still, she found his uncomfortable expression to be cute and forced him to mingle with some friends she had grown up with. After thinking about this, Itami began to chuckle. The words "I lack the emotional energy to deal with strangers who I have nothing in common with" could adequately express her current state. She always wondered how Julian could be so cold-blooded towards people he was not acquainted with, but she realized now how exhausting it could be to care about the whims and wishes of an entire world. She finally understood the man's thoughts as she muttered the words he had previously said to her in many of their most heated arguments. Only an idiot would expend their mental energy on something as stupid as caring about the lives of people they don't even know. Julian had said these words when AI was vocally outraged by a specific case of alleged police brutality that had sparked riots across the country. At the time, she was furious with the man for his lack of empathy and his blatant disregard for human life. Now that she was a ruler in her own right, she was starting to understand this sentiment. After coming to power in this world, Itami had finally realized just how accurate this statement was. She was beginning to feel like there was someone more fit to be reincarnated into this world and assume a position of power. Unfortunately, she knew it was improbable that Julian had ended up in a similar state as her and could only dream to reunite with him once more. Chapter 733, Landing in South Africa. A young Bantu man by the name of Bakery stood on the shores of the southernmost coast of Africa. He was the son of his tribe's chieftain and was next in line to inherit his father's position. Currently, he was gathering shells with the intention of trading them to the tribe's craftsmen in exchange for the item which the local hunter desired for his meat. Africa was a large continent with many diverse cultures. However, after you reached a certain point southward of the Sahara, they devolved from fledgling civilizations to hunter-gatherer tribes. Because of this, the idea of currency was foreign to Bakery and his people. Instead, they relied on the more primitive system of bartering. While collecting the shells on the sandy beaches of South Africa, Bakery noticed something in the distance on the water's surface. He tried his best to gaze into the ocean but could not make out what the foreign object was. However, the longer he stared at it, the larger the object became. Naturally, as a primitive tribesman, Bakery did not understand basic mathematics and was incapable of calculating the distance between him and this giant vessel. As time passed, more of these ships became visible and soon Bakery could see the smoke that their engines produced. Such a strange sight bewildered the young man. He had no idea what these strange objects were or what purpose they served. However, as they drew near, Bakery decided to hide behind a large rock, not knowing whether these alien devices were hostile. Eventually 5 armored frigates and 3 transport vessels became visible as Bakery struggled to understand what he was witnessing. It was not until they had anchored in the bay and dropped their landing craft did the man understand that these were very large boats carrying people from a foreign land. The people who were on board these vessels were strange to the African tribesmen. They had pale skin, golden hair, and blue eyes. Their features were more angular and refined than his own, and they stood quite a bit taller than him. These foreigners were dressed in clothing that was not just grass skirts and animal hides like his own people wore. Instead, they adorned elaborate arid patterned uniforms and wore painted metallic hats while wielding strange weapons. Or at least Bakery thought these items were weapons based upon how the men carried them. At the head of these soldiers was a one-eyed man dressed in a far more elaborate uniform than his standard soldiers, and by his side was the most beautiful woman that Bakery had ever laid eyes on. She was dressed in a similar sense of fashion as the soldiers, but with a skirt and knee-high boots instead of trousers. Bakery could hear the one-eyed man give orders to his warriors, though the language was unknown to him, and because of this he could not comprehend anything they were saying. One thing was certain, judging by the weapons these men carried, they were not here for peaceful purposes. Thus, the young man used the first chance he could get to silently slink off and towards his village in an attempt to warn them of what he had witnessed. Berenger commanded his troops with a voice filled with authority. He did not want to be surrounded by 1,000 screaming African tribesmen, and because of this his first concern was establishing fortifications around their makeshift encampment. I want trenches dug and the sandbags surrounding them. Make sure to mount the Mk2s at the forward positions. If we get beset upon by natives, I want them to fear the power of German steel. The soldiers were quick to enact Berengar's orders, establishing a basic line of defense along the coastline. For many of these men, this was not their first colonial endeavor, and because of this, they were prepared to face whatever this land might throw at them. Honoria gazed upon the land where she was quickly flanked by Melissa. She and her crew were more familiar with the African continent, and because of this, they had been ordered to accompany the German soldiers. Berenger was quick to question the former prostitute about what she knew about this region. Have you ever made contact with any of the local tribes? Do any of your African girls know the language of this land? Melissa shook her head as she admitted they had only charted the coast and the nearby island of Madagascar. They had never actually set foot on this soil until now. I'm afraid I don't have the answers you desire. We only charted the coastline from here to the Arabian Peninsula. We have never set foot on this land, and I doubt my girls know any of the local languages. I acquired them far more up north from here. Berenger sneered in disdain before giving his orders to the privateers. You and your girls will be our support for this operation. You can leave the defense and scouting of the settlement to my soldiers. They are more than capable of fulfilling those duties. Melissa was about to tell Berenger to fuck off when Honoria raised her hand and smiled before accepting her orders. As you command, Your Majesty. After saying this, she dragged Melissa to the side and scolded her. Are you out of your goddamn mind? That is the Kaiser you were about to curse out. Have you been away from civilization for too long to realize who employs you? If Berenger says to dig a ditch, you dig a ditch. If Berenger says to take care of the cooking, you take care of the fucking cooking. We are not pirates, we are privateers and explorers in service to the German crown. Melissa wanted to rebuke Anuria's words, but she could only bow her head in response. She knew Anuria was right and did not understand why she wanted to yell at Berenger back there. Perhaps Anuria was right, she had been given too much freedom to operate lately that she did not like the idea of accepting anyone else being in control. She had to admit it was good having Anuria back in charge. The woman had a better head for politics than she did. Thus, she apologized for her intentions before falling in line. I'm sorry, I'm just not used to being given orders these days. Anuria pat the woman on the back and gave her a reassuring smile before informing her of how this job was going to go down. We are under the direct employ of the Kaiser and are working beneath him for his colonization efforts in the region. So just be a good girl and do what he says. I promise we will be rewarded handsomely for our efforts. Melissa nodded her head in silence and began to undertake the tasks given to her. Thus, the German soldiers began to set up their encampment on the coast of South Africa. While Berenger and his soldiers had begun to establish an outpost to begin the process of colonization, Bakery had rushed home to his tribe. Unlike the Mali Empire, there was no architecture to speak of in this village. Most of the people lived in dung or straw huts. The tribe's capacity to construct shelters was less than anything Berenger had previously come across. The word primitive did not even begin to explain the village. There was no palisade, no watchtowers, no great hall, or longhouses. There were only small huts that were spread across the flatlands. Bakery ran through the village and towards his father's hut. He was practically out of breath as he burst through the entrance and alerted his father to what he had witnessed on the beach. Father, strange men have landed on the coast. There are hundreds of them. I think they are hostile. The village chief was a man named Amani. He is a middle-aged man who had a considerable amount of body fat. He looked at his son and his worried expression and struggled to come to terms with the information he was hearing. What are you going on about, son? Strange men on the coast? How did they get here? Where did they come from? Bakery was struggling to express his thoughts as he tripped over his words. His mind was working faster than his mouth could keep up with. These men came from the ocean on large boats larger than anything I have ever seen. They wore weird clothing and carried strange weapons. I swear that they had white skin, golden hair, and eyes as blue as the sky. They were tall and their faces looked nothing like ours. I don't know where they are from, but their numbers did not suggest they came here with peaceful intentions. This news was concerning to Amani. They had just recently suffered in a war with a neighboring tribe and now such a large force of foreigners came to their lands from the ocean? He would need to consult with the village elders on how to proceed. For now, he did not want panic to set in and instructed his son to keep this a secret. Son, have you told anyone else about this? Bakery quickly shook his head before speaking up. No, I swear. Amani nodded his head thrice before grabbing hold of his son's shoulders and lecturing him. Bakery, I don't want you speaking a word of this to anyone. I need time to speak with the village elders. If you were to speak to people of these strange foreigners, it will only cause panic. Promise me you won't speak of this to anyone until I figure out how to deal with these invaders. Bakery was dumbfounded by this line of thinking. By his estimate, these white men outnumbered their tribe significantly and it would be best to pack up and move north. However, he nodded his head and agreed to his father's terms despite his objection. Very well, if that is what you ask. I shall do it. With this, the Germans had established their first outpost in Africa, but the local tribes had realized their presence. Whether first contact with the natives would prove hostile like in New Swabia or would be peaceful like New Vienna and Nehafen, that had yet to be seen. Chapter 734, Target Practice. Night fell, and before Berenger knew it, the earthen fortifications for his base camp were established. A fire was used to eliminate the encampment as sentries stood watch in the trenches. Despite the ungodly hour, Berenger was not asleep. Instead, he was well awake, coordinating with his scouts on a possible raid of a nearby tribe. When Berenger and his men entered an uncharted portion of the world, they treated it as a land without the rule of law. In other words, they considered the area as a hostile zone. Of course, he would not immediately open fire upon first contact. Instead, he had dispatched his Jaegers to silently observe the tribes from afar. With camouflage equipment, scoped rifles, and binoculars, they were able to ascertain much information about the nearby native villages. Jaegers, much like the Jag Commandos, were given priority when it came to modern equipment. Because of this, these men had the most recently designed uniforms and weapons. There was even a machine gun team among each platoon of Jaegers who were dispatched to Africa. These soldiers operated a modified MG-25, which utilized a stock and pistol grip much like the MG-08/15 of Berengar's past life. The difference was this weapon was modeled off of the Vickers, so it was considerably lighter weight. The camouflage smocks and helmet covers that these men wore were based upon the Rhodesian brushstroke camo from Berengar's past life. However, it was modified to have a more arid coloration to match the environment of South Africa. Berenger currently stood with the officers of his Jaeger Corps and several operatives of his Jag Commandos who described everything they had witnessed in great detail. They had even charted the locations of the villages they spotted on a crudely drawn map. While the Jaegers surveyed the area, it was the Jag commandos who would launch the night raid on the nearby village. Thus, Major Andreas Jaeger was speaking of the operational details and explained the plan to Berenger in great detail. To the northeast, at roughly 5 clicks from here, there is a native village. The Jaegers have reported that they are Stone Age tribals, much like you had expected. From what we have gathered, they have access to a limited supply of iron, which is mostly made in the use of their weapons. The most we will encounter are primitive flatbows that will be incapable of reaching us. Surprisingly, their village has no defenses to speak of. It is actually amazing to see a village that is completely undefended. I can't tell if these natives have no concept of war or are simply too stupid to construct a basic palisade. Either way, the easiest way to attack the village is to sit back, deploy a few MGs, a few mortars, and defend them with riflemen. We can fire wantonly into the night, and it will be enough to take out the majority of the village. With this hostile encampment eliminated, the borders of the territory we have claimed will become more secure. Berenger nodded his head in agreement with this plan before giving the orders to initiate the attack. Very well, you may proceed as planned, Major. I look forward to your results. By the time the sun rises, I want this village that threatens our encampment to be wiped out. If the other nearby villages do not get the message and refuse to withdraw from these lands, then we will annihilate them as well. After saying this, Berenger saluted the squads of Jag commandos who would be undertaking this operation before departing from the war tent and heading towards his own tent where Anuria lay in wait for him. While his soldiers massacred a local village, he would enjoy his time in the loving arms of his beautiful wife. Bakery was drifting off to sleep in his hut when he noticed a red glare out the entry hole. He quickly rubbed his eyes to see if he was seeing correctly before walking out of the building. In the sky above was a blinding red light. Though it was the illumination caused by a German flare, to him it was a foreboding sign of impending doom. As if the gods themselves had warned him that something bad was about to happen. Other villagers gazed in astonishment, wondering what such a thing could possibly mean. Nobody knew that the flare was used to give the German Jag commandos who hid in the brush a means to see their targets. After everyone flooded into the village, the crack of gunfire ripped into the air and a nearby pregnant woman was blasted through her heart. Her body shredded by the immense power of the 7.92 by 57 millimeters round. Bakery immediately hit the floor, not knowing what was happening. This was not a single shot, but one of many fired from the 2 machine guns that were employed by the German soldiers. Upon remembering the strange weapons wielded by the pale-skinned foreigners, Bakery could only think that his village was under attack. These thoughts rapidly flashed through his mind as gunfire shredded the villagers by his side. He could hear the whistle of bullets as they passed him by and hit the surrounding ground. Just when he thought it couldn't get any worse, explosions erupted in the village as mortar shells fell from the sky and blasted huts to bits. A nearby family was torn apart by the 60mm shell that landed in their hut. Bakery immediately felt his heart bleed as he was good friends with the family. The chugging of the devil's paintbrush as it continued to fire its rounds into the village caused many of the local tribals to flee for their lives, but what is it so easy to escape a crossfire? Machine guns and snipers mercilessly gunned those who ran down as they fired their shots accurately at the fleeing civilians. Upon realizing that his village was doomed, Bakery mustered the courage to rush to his father's hut in an attempt to force the man to flee with what remained of his people. However, as he approached it, a mortar shell landed on top of the building and blasted it to pieces. His father's severed limbs flew at him and knocked him to the ground. The man could not help but scream in horror as his own father's scorched flesh lay on top of him. He cried profusely as he tossed it away before running for his life. There was no longer a hint of sanity in the man's mind. Even though the crowds of people were being gunned down left and right, his only thought was to escape this madness. As he was running, Bakery was eventually knocked over by another man and then trampled upon by the fleeing people. Before his consciousness faded, he witnessed the merciless slaughter of his people as they ran over his body in a search of safety. Then, with a sudden stomp on the face, his lights went out. Andreas Jaeger gazed at the scene of the massacre and laughed. The village was lit ablaze and bodies were strewn across the land. He had fought his fair share of foreigners in his tenure as a special operations soldier. From the battlefields of Europe to the rainforests of the Aztec Empire and the mighty woodlands of New Vienna, this man had been deployed all over the world and had killed many enemies. However, in each of those tribes and civilizations he had previously encountered, there was something to be admired. The Algonquin were notable guerrilla experts. The Aztecs were mighty slavers with a grand architecture that was astonishingly completed with Stone Age tools. Even the European knights were admirable with their chivalry and noble heritage. However, these Africans did not have the guile of the Algonquin, nor the savage ferocity of the Aztecs, and certainly not the noble heritage of the European knights. They were truly nothing more than Stone Age hunter-gatherers. To him, this was most certainly not a battle and could hardly even be called a massacre. In his mind, this was nothing more than a turkey shoot, as if he were hunting wild animals for sport. The German soldiers had become arrogant in their superiority and prideful in their victories. To the people who could conquer the land and sea with engines of steam, such primitive tribesmen had no place in their eyes. Thus, they were far more susceptible to engaging in cruelty against the Bantu peoples of South Africa than they were elsewhere. Berenger ultimately would not mind this practice. He needed the land and resources in the region, and he felt that by exterminating a few villages he could intimidate those who remained into making a mass exodus northward. To him, victory was all that mattered. Whatever lengths he needed to go through to achieve this was an afterthought. Unlike in the Americas, Berenger could not rely on disease to wipe out the majority of natives in South Africa. He would have to find other means to free up the land for his people's settlement. Ultimately, he had decided to forcefully expel the natives from the region, and the best way to do that was through fear. Thus, Berenger in South Africa would wage a campaign of terror that would see hundreds of thousands of natives flee northward beyond the Orange River. Whether the displaced tribes would band together and resist the German conquest would remain to be seen. Chapter 735, Uniting the Tribes Part 50. Bakary awoke with a sore body the morning after the massacre. All around him were dead bodies, some were torn apart by bullets, others were blasted into shreds by the mortar fire. The huts that once made up his village were smoldering ruins. He rose from his lying position with a headache. After all, he had suffered severe head trauma during the attack. He could hardly believe his eyes when he witnessed the destruction that had taken place. This wasn't a battle, it was a slaughter. You see, the African tribes played at war. They launched raids here and there, a little of rape and slavery now and then. But with Berengar's arrival, he had brought with him a new form of warfare, and that was total war. To him, the African tribes who sparsely occupied this land were a nuisance that needed to be removed. He had no plans to conquer them and incorporate them into his empire, as he had seen in his past life the racial tension and civil strife that resulted from such things. Instead, the Kaiser planned to forcefully remove the southern African tribes from the land they inhabited and kill all who resisted. Bakary could not comprehend why such actions were taken against his people, especially when they hadn't proved hostile. The reality was, Berenger saw their scouting attempts as justification for a hostile takeover. Had they sent a diplomatic delegation to greet these visitors to the continent, Berenger would have found a more covert way to remove them. Bakary was at a loss about what to do. His tribe was annihilated, and those who may have survived the onslaught had fled with the winds. The likelihood is the other tribes would enslave them. In all honesty, he was better off dead, or such was his thought process. However, upon gazing upon the smoldering ruin of his father's hut, the young man was filled with fierce resolve to get vengeance upon those who committed such atrocities. Because of this, he did not sit idly by and wait for death to take him. Instead, he proudly rose to his feet. Though his tribe was first to be attacked, it likely wouldn't be the last. He did not know how many men had attacked his village or what weapons they wielded, but Bakary believed that with overwhelming numbers, the African tribes could prevail. Thus, he began to walk off into the distance, away from his ruined village. Where did he intend to go? To the nearest tribe. If he could warn them of what had happened, then perhaps he could enlist their help in fighting against this white menace that the seas had birthed. If he could convince this tribe, then maybe he could convince the next one as well, and perhaps the next one after that. Days passed before Bakary could arrive at the nearest tribe. After all, his people had not domesticated any beasts of burden, and thus he had to traverse the treacherous landscape on foot. Finally, after a hard journey where he was forced to forage for food and water to sustain himself, he arrived at the nearest tribe. When he approached the border of the village, the tribesmen were quick to react with caution as they raised their weapons. They had seen the smoke rise in the south and were unaware of what had happened to Bakary's tribe. However, one thing was certain, this young man was not of their village, and thus he was not afforded the kindest greeting. Luckily, they spoke the same language, and thus Bakary was able to communicate with the sentries. I come from the Mthunzi tribe. We were attacked in the middle of the night. The village has been slaughtered. I came to inform you so that you don't suffer the same fate. The sentries gazed at Bakary with a hint of disbelief in their eyes. They were not accustomed to a village being wiped out entirely enslaved? Sure, but what benefit did total annihilation have? That was a waste of labor. They had a hard time believing the story, but the smoke that occurred in the Mthunzi tribe's direction a few days prior was not something a usual raid would produce. Thus, the lead guard debated with himself for a few moments before nodding his head and allowing access for Bakary to enter the village. Very well, we will take you to our chief. He will hear what you have to say. Bakary thanked the man before following him deeper into the village. Eventually, he came to a slightly larger hut than the rest of the village lived in and entered its opening. The village chief was sitting down on the floor of his hut and scratching his back when Bakary entered. He was confused about this unknown visitor's appearance, but the guard quickly whispered in his ear the young man's identity. After hearing that Bakary was from the Mthunzi tribe, he was more interested in greeting the visitor, but he wore a dire expression as he did so. So, you are from the Mthunzi tribe? We saw the smoke rising from your village's direction a few days ago. We were curious about what had happened, but our scouts have yet to return. Tell me, what has happened to your people? Bakary struggled to hold back the tears in his eyes as he recalled everything that had happened. The attack was so sudden and random that he could not accurately pinpoint when it began and when it ended, but he did his best to explain the details. A few days ago, I was on the southern shores searching for shells to trade for some meat. I witnessed strange white-skinned men descend from large boats, larger than I have ever seen. They came from the ocean, they were dressed in strange clothes and wielded strange weapons. I immediately reported this information to my father, the village chief, but he responded by sending scouts to investigate. They never returned. By the time night fell and the sky was dark, they had surrounded our village without us knowing. It was impossible for me to know how many men they had, but from the devastation they caused, I'd say at least a few thousand. In the middle of the night, a red glare that lit up the sky above the village awoke me. The moment after I stepped out of my hut to investigate, I heard the sound of repeated thunder and witnessed my fellow tribesmen being ripped apart from some unknown power. I could see flashes in the distance from the hills above, as if the enemy could somehow conjure the elements against my people. After witnessing hundreds of my people fall in a matter of seconds, I rushed towards my father's hut, but it erupted in flames. I have never seen such a large blast before. He unfortunately did not survive. After witnessing my father's death, I panicked and ran away from the village like my other tribesmen. They were ruthlessly slaughtered as they tried to flee, and I only managed to survive because I was knocked over and trampled upon. These white devils wield some form of unimaginable power, and I fear for the safety of the tribes who inhabit these lands if we do not come together and do something about them. Mark my words, what happened to the Mthunzi tribe is only the beginning. Soon these devils will spread forth and annihilate all who stand in their way. They aren't human, they are monsters birthed from the sea. The village chief listened to Bakery's tale and was dumbfounded by what he heard. Strange white men coming from the oceans wielding the power of the elements and slaughtering everyone in sight. If this news was accurate, it did not bode well for his tribe. However, he could not believe the words of a man who might very well be suffering from delusions after witnessing a natural disaster. As a wise and prudent man, he would have to investigate these claims. Thus, he sighed heavily before laying his hand on Bakery's shoulder. It sounds like you have seen a lot. You are welcome to stay in my village for the time being. As for your claims, I will investigate them thoroughly. If what you have said is true, then we must warn the other tribes of these sea people's existence. If they truly possess such unfathomable power and are bent on our destruction, then we can only band together to stop them. Bakery sighed in relief when he heard this. It was good that he was not outright dismissed as a madman. Still, he felt that investigating the matter would only lead to further disaster. If the various tribes of South Africa did not come together soon, then he feared this unknown menace would eradicate them. Just like that, the Germans gained the nickname of Sea Peoples and White Devils by the natives of southern Africa. When Berenger learned of this, he would laugh, remembering the history of ancient Bronze Age where an unknown force of raiders from across the sea, known only by the term Sea Peoples, caused the collapse of most major civilizations across the Mediterranean through conquest. He felt such a term was appropriate for his German soldiers and would embrace it for propaganda purposes. Chapter 736, Setting Up a New Colony. In the days that followed their attack on the Mthunzi tribe, the German Jaegers and Jag commandos were busy scouting out the territory. They rode horses through the South African plains looking for resources to seize and targets to attack. While the special operations units were out scouting the region, the individual German soldiers and the members of the Imperial Guard conducted their daily operations, whether that was sentry duty or construction. They all worked together to build a proper settlement on the shores of southern Africa. Anuria and her crew acted as support. Whether it was washing clothes, preparing meals, or loading ammunition into stripper clips and machine gun belts, they continued to conduct their duties, albeit with a bit of an attitude. Elfrun was in the middle of making a meal alongside Anuria and Melissa with the rations they were given. She could not help but comment on the state of things and her disappointment in this expedition. I can't believe we're being treated like a bunch of housewives by these damn soldiers. Where does the Kaiser get off making us do laundry and prepare food? We are explorers and privateers, not maids. Anuria frowned when she heard this before flicking the young woman on the forehead. She was displeased with the girl's words even if she herself was disappointed by their assignments. She reminded the girl where her loyalties lied with a stern voice. The Kaiser's orders are absolute. Remember, we are bound in service to the crown. If he wants us to do menial tasks as the colony is set up, then that is what we will do. Don't forget that we owe everything we have to Berenger. Elfrun pouted when she heard such a harsh rebuking, but she did not say another word. She knew that without the support of the German crown, then they would have no ships, no weapons, no training, or the freedom to explore as they saw fit. All of their wealth was a result of being licensed by the Kaiser. It was at this moment that a gunshot resounded throughout the camp, interrupting the girls' conversation. A sniper posted in the tower was armed with a newly manufactured G25 rifle which had a 4-power scope mounted to it. As a member of the Imperial Guard, he, like the Jaegers and Jag commandos, was first to receive the best equipment. The man called out in laughter as he successfully nailed an African scout with a brutal headshot. Got one. After saying this, he racked the bolt of his rifle, ejecting the spent case out of the guard tower before aiming down his scope once more, checking for more targets. He appeared to be happy with his job as a sentry. After all, as the Imperial Guard expanded its ranks into a larger paramilitary organization, they had become more commonly deployed to dangerous theaters of war. The man was dressed in an arid uniform based on those used by the German Afrika Korps of Berengar's past life, while the Jaegers and Jag commandos wore complex camouflaged pattern smocks and helmets. The average German soldier and Imperial Guardsmen were wearing pith helmets, field caps, blouses with rolled-up sleeves, and a pair of shorts, along with long boots and canvas load-bearing equipment. Berenger wore a similar uniform as the sniper as he boldly walked through the encampment flanked by a few of his engineers. They were in the process of laying the foundation for the Star Fortress that would act as the primary defensive structure of the colony. He was quick to point out the flaws in the plan they had initially established as he chastised them for their lack of ingenuity. Your fatal flaw in this design is a lack of protection from the ocean. Who is to say that the colony does not come under bombardment by a hostile fleet? We need anti-ship batteries spread across the coastline fortifications. We have the means to import such weapons from the fatherland, so don't tell me it is not a possibility. The lead engineer held his head low. With the state of the world's naval power, he honestly did not believe that such advanced artillery on the coastline was necessary. He wanted to argue that against wooden vessels, small-scale artillery like the 7.5 centimeters FK-25 that was recently introduced would be more than enough to destroy it. However, Berenger was insistent that the coastal fortifications have firepower capable of taking out their ironclads or perhaps even the newer Linde-class battleships that had not even been produced yet. For what reason the Kaiser had such desires, the engineer did not know, but he was not going to deny an order from the monarch. Berenger was slightly paranoid after learning he might not be the only reincarnator in this world. Though it was unlikely, as he had learned, the cost to reincarnate an individual from another world was great to the deity who caused it. He knew it was possible that someone else had entered this world and could create a threat to his empire and its colonies. Thus, he ensured that coastal defenses could take out battleships if necessary. Obviously, he did not educate his engineers on his fear of this potential reality and instead was simply insistent that the colonies be defended against any possible threat, including a rogue German fleet. However unlikely such a threat may be. Thus, the engineers were forced to redesign the coastal defenses from scratch to accommodate the larger and more powerful coastal batteries. After lecturing these engineers, Berenger returned to the base camp where Anuria was serving food to the soldiers. The men of the German army were happy that such beautiful women were feeding them. However, the women themselves wore forced smiles as they served the meals. Clearly, they were not pleased by being ordered to perform such common tasks. Berenger stood in line, like every other man, but when the soldiers noticed the Kaiser was among their ranks, they parted ways for him voluntarily. No matter how hungry a man was, they would never allow the Kaiser to wait in line for food like themselves. Thus, Berenger was rapidly thrust to the front of the ranks where he held out his tray so that Anuria could give him some food. Well, Anuria, my love, it seems that you are enjoying yourself. Anuria sighed at the man's sarcastic remark before plopping the food onto his tray. She could only respond with a forced smile as she heard these words. Of course, I will always enjoy whatever task my Kaiser demands of me. Berenger smirked when he saw the woman force herself to be respectful before giving her his honest opinion. Cut the crap and get your fine ass to my lunch table. I'm sure another one of your girls can cover your shift for you. Anuria bit her lip in guilt as she gazed over at the other girls who were glaring daggers at her. They could not believe she was about to leave them to continue these household chores while she enjoyed a meal with her husband. However, ultimately the Kaiser's orders were absolute and she quickly obeyed, serving herself up a plate before following her man to the table he sat at. Much like Berenger and his soldiers, Anuria and her privateers were dressed in the same arid pattern uniform. Albeit they did not wear the insignia of the Army of Imperial Guard, but rather their own special logo. Berenger sat across from Anuria and dined on the food she had prepared, complimenting her for her efforts as he did so. You have done well, Anuria. I know it doesn't seem like it, but the jobs you girls are doing are great for morale. The men love having a pretty face perform their chores for them. We are far away from home and in an alien land surrounded by hostile savages. So you girls should take pride in your work. Anuria sighed when she heard this. She knew the tasks they were doing had a purpose to fulfill, but she still felt like a housewife when she did them. A fate she had gone through great lengths to escape. Berenger could tell she was disappointed with this expedition and decided to cheer her up with some good news. I hope that trench gun of yours is well maintained because I'm going to be setting out soon on a quest. I want you to be part of it. The word quest immediately intrigued Anuria and she quickly inquired about the details. A quest? We have only just arrived and you're already setting out. What for? Berenger smirked as he said this before taking a drink from his canteen. After doing so, he proudly declared his intentions. Since I was a small child, there was one species I wished to take as a pet. Unfortunately, the laws and restrictions back home were not exactly kind to the idea. Thus, I was never able to achieve this dream. However, I have been reborn in a world where I can make my own rules. Now that I am here in Africa, I intend to take a leopard cub as my pet and bring it back to the fatherland where I can personally tame it as it grows. Anuria's jaw dropped when she heard this. She could not believe the man was talking about kidnapping a big cat cub and taking it back to the fatherland to raise as his own. That was a seriously stupid and dangerous idea. But if anyone could achieve it, it would be Berenger. The idea of traversing deep behind enemy lines to snatch a little kitten away from its mother filled her with excitement. It was certainly better than anything she had planned around the encampment. With this in mind, she nodded her head emphatically before agreeing to her husband's request. Say no more, I'm in. Just tell me when we are heading out. Berenger smiled when he heard this before speaking of his plans further. The day after tomorrow, we will set out with a company of soldiers. 2 machine guns, 2 mortars, and a bunch of rifles. As well as a few supply wagons to maintain them. It should be enough to annihilate any savage war band we come across. Anuria nodded her head in agreement but also pleaded for a condition of her own. Just promise me I can take some of my girls with me. They're dying for some action. Berenger thought about it for a moment before lifting 2 fingers. I will permit you to bring 2 squads. The rest have to stay behind. Anuria was pleased with this and kissed her man on the lips before whispering in his ears. Thanks, Daddy. After saying this, she ran off. Having finished her meal, she intended to give her crew the good news. Berenger could only watch her fine ass bounce as it hurried away from him. He gazed off into the horizon with a smile on his face. Finally, after 2 lives, he would be able to claim his prize. Chapter 737, Uniting the Tribes Part LL. Darkness descended from the sky as the clouds covered the moon and its light. So much so that the only form of illumination came from the fires of the German encampment. In the distant, scouts from the tribe that Bakery had visited were searching for their missing comrades. It had been days since the village chief had dispatched men to observe the White Devils and their actions. Yet, despite this, they never returned. The reason for this was simple: they were spotted and shot by the snipers who stood atop the German watchtowers. Such was the fate of any African who was foolish enough to approach the newly founded German colony. Berenger had no tolerance for espionage and would eliminate anyone who came close to his borders without mercy. The African tribesmen who came to look for their lost scouts blended into the night with their dark skin, and because of this, the German soldiers could not easily spot them in the poorly illuminated landscape. Thus, they were lucky enough to escape the wrath of the snipers who acted as the first line of defense of the colony. The man in charge of these scouts was a relatively tall and muscular man for an African. However, compared to the German soldiers who were better fed and had superior strength and conditioning training, he was severely lacking in stature. He wore the skin of a leopard as he stalked through the darkness, leading his men towards the German encampment. The camp that the Germans stayed within was well fortified, with earthen fortifications and a trench system in place. Static machine guns were mounted in the trenches, which comprised a mixture of the newly produced MG-25s and the older hand-cranked Mk2 Schmidt guns. The soldiers in the trenches kept a watchful eye into the darkness in case they came under attack. The somewhat muscular African approached a nearby brush where he found the corpse of one of the scouts they had sent earlier. The power of the 7.92 by 57mm cartridge that had been used to take his life blasted his head into mincemeat. He was completely unrecognizable, and yet the African knew him to be a member of his tribe. The man mourned the passing of his fellow tribesmen before he took a gaze at the watchtower that sat far away from his position. Such a vast distance between him and the German camp was astonishing to see. If a German were to witness this, they would immediately recognize that they were standing roughly 1,200 meters away from the camp. Of course, to the African, it was really just a long distance, as precise units of measurements were an alien concept to his people. To him, there was no feasible way for the White Devils to kill his tribesmen at such a distance. Because of this simple disbelief, he made a critical error in his assumptions and believed the Germans had killed the scout in melee combat. In his mind, only the repeated use of a blunt weapon could inflict such grievous wounds. Either way, he felt as if he had accomplished his mission as he realized why the scouts had failed to report their findings. He quickly gathered the other warriors in his squad and informed them of his findings. Lunga is dead. Whoever killed him smashed his head into pieces. I suspect the other scouts are dead as well. We should quickly report this news to the chief. It is clear that these people from the sea are not here with peaceful intentions. The warriors nodded their heads in agreement with this notion before absconding into the night back towards the village they had come from. They would not risk staying around and taunting death to claim their lives. Another few days had passed and the scouts arrived in the village, where they were quick to find the chief, who was in a meeting with Bakery and the chief of another tribe. It would appear they were in a heated discussion about a recent conflict the other tribe had with the German soldiers. These White Devils have been stalking and killing our hunters and foragers when they leave the village in search of food. We fear that they intend to launch an attack on our village soon. I understand you are waiting to hear back from your warriors about your missing scouts, but we need to take action now. Or else these sea people will kill us all. When the somewhat muscular African entered the room, the gathered chieftains fell quiet as the leader of this village spoke up, inquiring about what his warriors had learned. Any news on the missing scouts? The African warrior nodded his head as he gritted his teeth. He explained the situation as best he could, but it was still a confusing prospect. I found Lunga. His head was smashed into bits. He was likely ambushed as he observed the encampment from afar. His wounds suggest a blunt instrument was involved, such as a club or a rock. Bakery knew this was a bunch of hogwash. He had personally witnessed the range and detestation the German weapons could cause to human flesh and was not afraid to speak up about his opinion. I doubt they used a blunt instrument. These people are capable of conjuring thunder and fire to kill their enemies. I don't know how far away the enemy was when they attacked my village, but the fire spitting from their position suggests that their powers have a far greater range than our bows. I would not doubt if the enemy had killed this Lunga from the safety of their encampment. With the attacks on the Mthunzi tribe and the Zama tribe's hunters, as well as the murder of your scouts, we can safely say that these White Devils are a threat to our very existence. It is my suggestion that we contact the other tribes in the area and come together to discuss how we are going to expel these invaders from our lands. The chieftain of this village was a man by the name of Akuza, and his tribe was named Wazi. He was skeptical of Bakery's claims, especially after his warriors rolled their eyes at the idea that the enemy could conjure the elements to fight for them. Clearly, they had not witnessed such a thing on their journey. However, it was no doubt that these invaders posed a significant threat to the local tribes. If that was the case, he may find it in his heart to negotiate with his long-standing rivals to a temporary peace so that they can drive the white menace from their lands. He sighed heavily before nodding his head in agreement. Though he did not want to do it, establishing a temporary alliance with the rival tribes so that they could come together and resist the German onslaught was the best-case solution. Thus, the man responded to Bakery's claims in affirmation. Though I doubt your claims to be accurate, I must admit that I can no longer deny the threat these foreigners pose to our collective existence. It is time that we come together and put aside our differences for the time being so that we can focus on a greater enemy. I will send word to the other tribes. By now, they too must have investigated the White Devils. Surely they will have come to the same conclusion as us. Bakery was frustrated that nobody took him seriously, but at least the chiefs of the Zama and Wazi tribes took the threat of the White Devils seriously. He believed that together, the southern African tribes could possess the power to drive the Germans from these lands. Of course, he was unaware of the actual power of the German military or the fact that Berenger planned to use this colonial conflict as a testing ground for some of his more atrocious weaponry. However, if Bakery could unite the tribes south of the Orange River, he could have tens of thousands of warriors beneath his command. With such a large military force, he believed he could overwhelm the small numbers of German soldiers who currently existed in the region. Of course, such thinking was on par with Berengar's past enemies who underestimated the value of rapid-fire weapons. One thing was certain: the African tribes would not go quietly into the night. They would fight against their German invaders with everything they had. After all, Berenger had made his intentions clear. There was no room in southern Africa for the local population. It would be a German colony regardless of how many troops Germany had to funnel into the region or how many people they needed to kill. Chapter 738, The World's First Weapon of Mass Destruction. Jacob was sitting in the middle of the Kufstein Royal Armory's testing field, which had been quarantined off for the use of a new and secretive weapon. While Berenger had set out on a quest to tame southern Africa, he had given orders to Jacob and his band of scientists to develop two new devices. Thus, he had been working hard with the Kufstein Chemistry Department to deliver a finished project that was capable of undergoing field trials in southern Africa. In Jacob's hand was the fifth prototype he had designed for a functional gas mask. This device was made with help from Berengar's writings, describing the materials needed for its use and how it should function. This mask was based upon a crude drawing resembling the M38 gas mask that the Germans used in World War II of the Kaiser's past life. The reason Berenger had not yet deployed chemical weapons on the battlefield was actually really simple. Until recently, he lacked access to rubber, which was required to make a decent gas mask. However, because of trade with the Aztec Empire, he could now gain vast deposits of the material. Thus, he intended to make full use of his new rubber supply to manufacture gas masks for his troops in the field. This mask came in two colors. One was Feldgrau, the other was khaki. These colors were intended for use in woodland and arid environments. The mask's canister was made using an activated charcoal filtration system. Until now, the efficiency of the various gas mask prototypes had been determined through human trials by using prisoners sentenced to death as test subjects. After extensive trial and error over the span of months, Jacob and his scientists produced the first ever functional gas mask. Naturally, with the invention of the gas mask, so too were the first chemical weapons created. Currently, Jacob was watching a group of German soldiers wearing gas masks as they prepared to launch a 75mm artillery shell from one of the older FK-22 field guns. Considering these guns used the same shells as the new FK-25 field guns, they felt as if this would be an accurate demonstration about the current and future capabilities of these projectiles. These were no ordinary high-explosive shells. Instead, these shells were designed to disperse a chemical agent known as chlorine gas. The shell made use of an explosive agent that was small enough to explode the shell. Once it detonated, the chlorine gas would spread through the air and kill anything that it made contact with that was unprotected against chemical weapons, despite the fact that the targets were far away from the artillery crew or even the observers. Everyone present wore a gas mask as they witnessed the first ever use of a chemical weapon. The target was a group of 12 prisoners who had been sentenced to death. With the wave of a hand, Jacob signaled for the shell to be fired. The artillery crew pulled the string and fired off the artillery shell towards its target. Making use of the newly manufactured proximity fuses that allowed the shell to burst in the air, the chemical shell flew towards its target and blew up mid-air, spreading the poison gas around the prisoners who were chained to nearby posts. Immediately after inhaling the chlorine gas, the prisoners suffocated as their lungs were poisoned by the chemical. They choked, sneezed, cried, and ultimately died a miserable death with strained expressions on their faces. Before long, the toxic cloud dispersed with the wind, and only after the situation was deemed safe did the soldiers operating the test and the observers take off their masks. Ludwig was present for the observation despite getting close to retirement. He wanted to witness one last demonstration before handing in his resignation to the Kaiser. He was truly astounded by the lethality of this weapon and how effective it would be in annihilating any enemy Germany came across. If one did not wear special protection, they were as good as dead, and only Germany had access to this protection. It was the ultimate agent of death, and Ludwig, being a man from a bygone era, feared it. However, when he gazed upon his son, who had a proud smile on his face, he could not help but fear what the German Empire was becoming. Rumors of increased brutality on the battlefields in the colonies had reached the old man's ears. Yet now the department he had helped found was developing such horrifying weapons. Ludwig was beginning to wonder if the Kaiser had gone mad in the pursuit of his ambitions. Weapons such as these could wipe out entire cities with little effort. In the mind of the aging weapons engineer, such devastating devices of war should not be possessed by mankind. However, before he could assert his view to his son that he had created something that should never have been developed, logistics officers surrounded Jacob. These men were from the army and imperial guard who wanted to congratulate him on his newest design and inquire about when they could field such magnificent weapons on their own branches. Mr. Schmidt, you have done a great service for your country. Not only have you developed a terrifyingly effective new weapon, but you have even developed a countermeasure to it in order to ensure the safety of our soldiers and civilians. If I may ask a question? When can you begin mass production of these so-called gas masks and chlorine shells? Jacob had a proud smile on his face as he shook the logistic officer's hand before revealing his plans for these new devices. It is the intent of the Kufstein Royal Armory to begin production of these devices in the coming weeks and begin shipment to the South African theater in the next 2 months. The Crown has approved these gas masks and chemical shells for use in field testing within his current campaign. Apparently, he wants to be rid of the local savages as quickly as possible. I must say, as much work as I have done, none of this would have been possible without the expert findings of Count Aldo von Passau. He and his magnificent department of chemists have created the chemical agents necessary to test the gas masks and to be employed in the shells. Aldo von Passau was nearby, sitting next to Ludwig. Though he had overseen the chemical weapons project, he was horrified by its result. He had started learning alchemy at a young age to help save lives, and his efforts in the field of chemistry since he swore his loyalty to Berenger had done just that. However, this was the first time his research was used to such a chilling effect. He regretted offering his assistance in this endeavor now that he knew Berenger intended to use it on the battlefield against both military and civilian targets. Ludwig could tell by the gaze in Aldo's eyes that the man had the same thought process as him, but unfortunately the two old men could only smile and wave. The development of chemical weapons came at the behest of the Kaiser. If the monarch wanted these weapons to be used against civilian targets, then no amount of protest would stop him. Not that anyone outside of the scientific community would even protest the use of these weapons. Berenger was revered among his people. So much so that he was practically a living god. He had led them to such great progress that the people no longer doubted his judgment. As long as Berenger said that the savages they used these weapons against deserved such inhumane treatment, then the people of Germany would be shouting in the streets in support of the army and its commander-in-chief. On this day, January 7, 1426, in the year of our Lord, approximately 9 years after Julian Weber had reincarnated into this world, Germany had created the world's first weapon of mass destruction. A weapon that would see mass use in the removal of the South African tribes from their lands and cause the deaths of millions in the years to come. Chapter 739, The Great Safari Adventure. Berenger loaded a stripper clip into his G25 bolt-action carbine before slamming the bolt home. All 5 rounds of his 7.92 by 57mm ammunition were effortlessly loaded into the internal magazine. After doing so, he flipped the safety before slinging the weapon on his back. He was dressed in an arid patterned uniform with a khaki blouse that had its sleeves rolled up, a pair of khaki shorts, and a pair of brown leather ankle boots that had a canvas ankle support. His load-bearing equipment was made of a mixture of canvas and brown leather and housed his ammunition pouches, canteen, bayonet, and entrenching tool. Adorning his head was a khaki pith helmet in the style that would have been used by the German Afrika Korps during his past life. He was not the only one dressed in such fashion. The soldiers of his Imperial Guard who were selected to accompany him on this journey were also dressed in this uniform. As was Honoria, who skillfully adorned her pith helmet over her chocolate-colored hair with a cutesy smile on her face. She struck a fashionable pose before asking her husband for his opinion of her appearance. "How'd I look?" Berenger smiled as he gazed upon the beauty of his Byzantine princess and nodded his head thrice before making a joke he had heard on an old cartoon from his past life. "Like a cheap French harlot." Honoria's smile immediately soured as she gazed at her man with fury in her mint green eyes. Berenger was forced to calm the woman's wrath as he assured her he was only joking. "I'm only kidding. In truth, you look like a beautiful war goddess." Despite the man's shameless actions, his woman was pleased after hearing his true thoughts and latched onto his arm with the same smile she previously wore on her pretty face. Berenger was forced to shrug her off as his soldiers were glaring at him. Why was it they couldn't bring along a pretty girl to accompany them in their tents during campaigns? Such were the thoughts on their minds as they gazed in envy at their emperor. After shaking Honoria off of him, Berenger made sure their supplies were properly packed. Unlike Berenger, Honoria favored the trench gun. She had packed several powerful slugs in case they came across some particularly large game that needed putting down. It wasn't a 700 nitro express, but if she slam-fired her entire tube's worth of slugs into a rampaging elephant's skull, Berenger doubted it would endure. After ensuring that he and his troops were properly prepared, Berenger mounted his steed and snapped the reins, propelling him out of the encampment and into the South African plains. He did not have the slightest idea how he would find a leopard cub or how he would snatch it from his mother's protection, but he was determined to do so. Thus, a company of soldiers and 2 squads worth of female privateers rode off into the prairie with no support from the forward operating base that had been established along the coastline. As they rode through the plains, they noticed all sorts of wildlife that was completely alien to the German soldiers. The sight of giraffes astounded Anuria in particular. She did not know how the animals had grown such long necks. Berenger simply smiled when he saw the splendor of the young woman's face. Despite traveling all over the world and seeing many sights, the woman could still admire the beauty of nature when she saw it. Many of the more hostile creatures, such as African wild dogs and hyenas, maintained their distance from the large group of humans. Perhaps they were fearful of the strange creatures these humans rode upon, or perhaps they simply knew they were no match for the humans, but they generally sprinted when they saw the German host trod by. That is, aside from one particular pack of hyenas who appeared to be stalking the German host throughout their journey. Perhaps it was because he watched too much Lion King when he was still a child in his past life, but Berenger was not particularly fond of hyenas. Thus, as he witnessed the mutt stalking him and his party, he decided to take a few potshots at the beasts through his scope. The crackle of gunfire and the whizzing of the bullets as they passed over the creatures' heads was enough to spook them off. Anuria frowned at Berenger when she saw him deliberately intimidating the local wildlife and chastised him for his behavior. Why would you do that? Berenger could not openly admit that he always hated hyenas, as his soldiers might overhear and jump to conclusions, thus he simply scoffed before making an excuse. Something about the way those beasts look pisses me off. Anuria could already guess that it had something to do with his past life and didn't question him any further about his hostile actions. Thus, the party continued on their journey searching for any sign of a leopard. Unfortunately, they ended up traveling aimlessly into unexplored territory. After several hours of getting lost in the wilds, Berenger decided to give the horses a rest and establish a camp. The group of German soldiers ended up camping on a plateau within the mountains. Berenger deployed 2 squads of men to act as sentries and to maintain a perimeter while the rest of them set up their tents and prepared the meals that they would eat. While the German soldiers dined upon their meals in the darkness, a pair of blue eyes flickered on the rock cropping above. The beast who it belonged to carefully observed the foreigners who had trespassed into its lands with a hint of intelligence in its eyes that a wild animal such as it should not normally possess. It could accurately pinpoint who was the leader among them and could sense a special aura about him. Luckily, the darkness was enough to conceal its spotted hide as it slowly prowled about, keeping a watchful eye on its target. There was something about the one-eyed man it found to be distasteful. Though it could not understand the language he spoke, it could comprehend the human body language and could sense that Berenger had come to this mountain range with a purpose in mind. One thing was certain: this human wore the mark of a foreign deity, and this cat could smell it from a mile away. Why the gods of a foreign land would interfere in the mortal plane, the beast did not know. It was not his place to question the higher beings. However, there was no mistaking that Berengar's presence in these lands was clearly an act of hostility, and thus, after observing Berenger and his party's actions for several hours in silence, the cat slithered off into the night to report back to its master. Roughly 5 kilometers away from Berengar's camp, the leopard ascended to the highest peak of the mountain where clouds had gathered at its spire. Above these clouds was a round hut made of rainbow arches. Upon reaching the structure, the leopard roared, signaling to its master it had returned. The moment the sound echoed in the air, another leopard exited from the hut where it gazed upon the familiar beast before shape-shifting into a busty African beauty. This woman had long, braided hair and skin as black as night. She looked curiously at the leopard before questioning its sudden return. It was not often that her familiar visited her, as the beast had a bit of an icy persona. "Azisa, why have you returned so soon?" The beast named Azisa growled and roared for several minutes. By the expression on the woman's face, she could clearly understand the creature as if it were speaking the same language she was accustomed to. Her brow raised as she heard this, before repeating what the leopard had said as if she was questioning what she was hearing. "You say a one-eyed man with golden hair, white skin, and blue eyes has entered these lands in search of something, and that he carries with him the boon of a foreign deity? What bastard has sent his toy into my domain? I will get to the bottom of this at once." After saying this, the woman transformed back into the form of a leopard, where she spoke in the human tongue, giving her familiar a command. "Lead me to these intruders. I will see for myself why they have decided to disturb me." The male leopard who acted as the familiar of this goddess felt its spine tingle as he heard that the woman wanted to personally investigate this matter. However, a command was a command, and the orders of the goddess were absolute. Thus, he could only sigh before leading the way to Berengar's camp, where the man currently lay asleep in his tent. Berenger did not know when he set off on this journey that he would intrude on a hostile deity's territory or that he would attract her fury. However, one thing was certain: this goddess would not be pleased that Berenger had invaded South Africa with the intent to forcefully remove her people who had not yet even begun to enter the stage of development they were destined to achieve. Chapter 740: The Goddess Descends from the Mountains. Mbaba Mwana was a fledgling goddess who in Berengar's past life was worshipped by the Zulu. However, the Zulu culture had not yet been established in this world, and because of it she was not yet worshipped in any significant capacity. At most, a few small tribes would worship her by another name. As with most deities, she was aware of the natural progression of the timeline, at least in her sphere of influence, and upon hearing that the white man had arrived in South Africa centuries before they were supposed to invade and colonize the region, she became fearful. Especially when she heard that a man with a deity's boon was leading them. This meant that some deity from a foreign land had broken a taboo and brought forth a being from another world to interfere in this one. Naturally, she lacked the power to do such a thing as her followers were few, and the number of worshippers as well as their unity is what gave a god his power. This is why the Abrahamic God was so weak compared to others who had smaller followings. His worshippers had been killing each other in the name of minor differences in their faith for centuries. Though his followers were among the largest in the world, they had undergone multiple bloody schisms, so much so that his power suffered because of it. In fact, one could say that Berengar's invention of the German Reformation had dealt a serious blow to the Abrahamic God's power. Of course, Mbaba Mwana was not aware of this and simply descended from the mountain as rapidly as she could. She wanted to see these golden-haired men with her own eyes. Her familiar Azisa led the way, fearful of how she might react. The last thing he wanted was for a massacre to take place on his hunting grounds. Eventually, the goddess who took the form of a leopard and her companion perched upon the cliff above, gazing upon the oil lanterns that the German soldiers hung on posts while standing guard. She was shocked to see the weapons they were carrying, which were more advanced than those used by the British Empire in the Anglo-Zulu War, which saw a disastrous defeat for her people. This only confirmed her suspicion that a foreign god or goddess had acted on their impulses and brought a highly skilled individual from the future of another world into this one. There weren't many deities these days with the power to pull that off. The African goddess wasn't aware of the Germanic pantheon, unlike the great goddess of Teotihuacan, who was a goddess of the underworld and thus knew about the different afterlives and the pantheons that they belonged to. Mbaba Mwana was a fertility goddess and naturally was unaware of anything outside her sphere of influence. She could only gaze in astonishment at these men. However, she did not see the one-eyed man that Azisa had spoken of, and because of that, she quickly scolded him. "Where's he? The one-eyed man with the boon." Azisa instantly rolled his eyes. This young goddess still had not perfected the powers she currently had, otherwise she would be able to detect her target from a great distance like he was capable of. No wonder why she needed a familiar. Rather than rebuke the woman for her lack of power, the leopard instead pointed towards the tent that Berenger was sleeping in with his paw. A vicious grin appeared on Mbaba Mwanawersa's feline face as she stealthily invaded the camp by climbing down from the ledge onto a tree below before skillfully maneuvering her way through the flaps of Berengar's tent. She gazed upon the man as he slept and the beautiful woman by his side. She had found her target. If she could eliminate this man, then perhaps she could prevent whatever plans he had for this land and her people. Mbaba Mwanawersa was still in the form of a leopard and slowly climbed onto the futon where Berenger currently slept. She ended up pressing her face right against his while still maintaining enough distance to avoid physical contact. However, one thing she didn't account for was her breath, which assaulted Berengar's nostrils and woke him from his slumber. The Kaiser gazed upon the leopard that was staring right into his eyes with a flash of surprise. He had been searching for a leopard all this time, and yet one had managed to find its way into his tent. Luckily, him waking up had also startled Mbaba Mwanawersa, or else she would have ripped his throat out before he could react. Instead, Berenger instantly grabbed hold of his rifle, which lay next to his futon, and succeeded in his attempt to block the woman's attack. Mbaba Mwanawersa gazed in shock as she bit onto the wooden stock of the rifle with all her strength. The goddess was inexperienced in combat and continued to latch onto the rifle, thinking she could bite through it. This gave Berenger just enough time to use it as a fulcrum and wrestle the leopard beneath him. It was only after Mbaba Mwanawersa found herself pinned beneath the naked Kaiser did she realize how badly she had messed up. She quickly released the rifle with her jaws, which only allowed Berenger to use its stock as a weapon as he smashed it against her teeth. Though she was immune to mortal weapons, she could still feel the sting of their attack and instantly yelped as she instinctively transformed back into her human form. Berenger gazed in disbelief as he realized he was suddenly sitting atop a naked African beauty. He could hardly fathom what was going on and immediately screamed at the woman in his native tongue. "Who the fuck are you?" This awoke Anuria, who had surprisingly slept through the whole conflict. When she saw her husband was sitting naked on top of an African woman who was also in the nude, she began to scream at him. What the hell is going on here? Berenger did not know how to explain the situation, nor did he know what to do now that he had the woman pinned. Unfortunately for him, while he was distracted, Azisa had heard the commotion and rolled his eyes, knowing that his young master had completely botched her assassination attempt. He immediately forced his way into the tent where he bit into Berengar's arm. Berenger screamed out in agony as he tried to wrestle the beast's jaws off of him. However, the beast was determined and bit further into Berengar's biceps. This gave Mbaba Mwanawersa the opportunity she needed to flee, and she quickly shape-shifted back into a leopard and hopped out of the tent. Berenger was just about to stab his bayonet into the leopard's eye when the beast let go and ran off towards his master. After being released from the leopard's jaws, Berenger winced in pain as Honoria cried out for the nearest medic. Medic! Help! The medic that had accompanied the party awoke from his slumber upon hearing these screams and rushed into the Kaiser's tent with his kit in hand. He immediately diagnosed the issue and began to address the wound. As a veteran field medic, he knew how to stop the bleeding of punctures and lacerations and did his best to ensure that Berengar's wound was both sanitized and sealed. Truthfully, Berenger got off easily. If the leopard wanted to, it could have shredded his biceps. However, all it wanted to do was get Berenger off of his master and thus only punctured into his arm. With enough treatment, Berenger would make a full recovery. What needed to happen now was to make sure that he did not get an infection. While Berenger was being treated, Baba Mwana and Aziza had fled a great distance. It was only after they had run a few kilometers away and ensured that they were not being followed that the woman shape shifted back to her human form and cursed out loud. Holy fuck, what the hell? How did I mess that up so badly? I should have ripped out his throat with my teeth when I had the chance. I'm so stupid. The African goddess paced back and forth as she thought about everything that had happened while muttering her confusion aloud. She seemed to be intently focused on the fact that Berenger was naked, particularly the size of his member. I saw everything. His thing. It was right in my face. Are they supposed to be so big? What am I even thinking? I will kill the bastard the next chance I get. Aziza glared at his master as if she were an idiot before roaring loudly. Evidently whatever he had said offended the goddess as she immediately kicked the leopard and scolded him. Don't you dare insult me. The familiar whelped as it was kicked aside before dusting itself off and giving an aloof expression to its master. After doing this, it walked off, leaving Baba Mwana all by herself as she struggled to comprehend everything that had happened in such a short time. Upon seeing that she had angered Aziza, Baba Mwana called out to him. Aziza, don't be like that. Come back here. Unfortunately for the goddess, it was too late to apologize. The beast needed some alone time after being so mistreated. He saved the woman's ass and she responded by kicking him? He had better things to do than entertain the petty tantrums of a fledgling goddess. Thus, both parties in the incident were left wondering what the hell had happened after the fact. Chapter 741, Fight Until the Very Last. Berenger sat within the medical tent back at the forward operating base that had been established on the coast of South Africa. His right bicep had been punctured by the sharp teeth of the highly intelligent leopard and was now being treated by the doctors who had accompanied the German expedition. After suffering the attack, Berenger and his hunting party were forced to withdraw back to the coast. He was still in confusion after what had happened the night before. However, what bugged him the most was that out of the thousands of lifetimes and their possibilities that he had perceived when he drank from the Norn's well, none of them displayed these events that had just occurred. The reason for this was because, though Berenger could see many of the possible timelines that could occur as a result of his actions, he failed to see information regarding deities or other reincarnators. This, combined with the fact that the African woman was a shapeshifter, led Berenger to believe she was a local deity. However, he was confused about why she was so hostile to him. Was it because of the village he had massacred? Was she their local deity? If that was the case, then he would retaliate swiftly and decisively. An attack on his life, whoever it was from, was something Berenger did not take lightly. In times past, there would be serious repercussions for doing so. However, how he had responded then would pale in comparison to the vengeance he had in mind at this moment. The camp's doctor had prescribed him antibiotics in order to fight an infection and had made sure that his wound was cleaned and bandaged properly. The arm was placed in a sling. After all, he could barely use it without causing more damage to the appendage. This was not a good look for morale, and because of this, Berenger needed a scapegoat to enact his vengeance upon. Naturally, he could not inform his men of the supernatural nature of his attacker. Instead, he could only pin the blame on the local tribes. Thus, after ensuring he was in good enough condition to make a speech, Berenger departed from the medical tent where he gazed upon the thousands of soldiers who had taken part in this expedition. They gathered outside the tent waiting for news on their injured emperor. With a heavy sigh, Berenger announced his current physical state and began to spin a tale about how he had been attacked. The doctor says with enough time and physical therapy I will make a full recovery. So do not fret, your Kaiser will be back in action soon enough. However, I am troubled. I am sure you are all asking yourselves why that might be the case. The reason for my ire is that during my journey into the mountains I was attacked in my sleep by a savage woman and her tamed beast. This woman brought with her a beast of the land who beset itself upon me in an attempt to not only claim my life but devour me. I struggled to survive the onslaught on my own, but in the end I succeeded in repelling my attackers. However, this attack has inflicted scars that I will bear for life. Such a thing is not only an insult to my personal honor but to the prestige of every German citizen. By attacking me in my sleep, these savages have shown that they do not understand nor care for the civilized rules of war. I will not lie. For some time now, the Jaegers and Jag commandos who have been acting as our scouts into these foreign lands have been telling me, Kaiser, these people are savages, they eat each other, they are not human, or at the very least not civilized humans. We should not afford these cannibals the proper respect that we have given our other opponents. To that I have responded with the adage that we must treat our enemies the way we wish to be treated. However, after this incident I have come to the conclusion that my Jag commandos were correct in their perspective. I am here to tell all of you that I will be taking on this war in a manner that I have never conducted warfare in the past. And that is to fight until the very last. They wanted it, so shall they have it. Since these savages seek to destroy us and dine upon our flesh, then I will show them who shall be destroyed. By attempting to feed me to their beast, they have started a madness that one way or another will see their entire population annihilated. To the savages of this land who shall eventually become extinct, they only have this assassin to blame. With this said, the soldiers of Germany who gathered in the encampment let out a cry as they cheered for the devastation that was about to occur in South Africa. Berenger had exaggerated many things in the speech, but he had succeeded in his goal of dehumanizing the enemy. He had been scheming for some time how to make Germany appear to be the victim in this conflict, and an unprovoked assassination attempt on the Kaiser while he peacefully camped in the mountains turned out to be the perfect incident. Though Berenger had annihilated a village previously, these tribes had no written language or history. They could never present a counter to Berengar's portrayal of events in the conflict. History would not judge him for the ethnic cleansing that was about to take place in these lands, nor would they condemn him for the use of chemical weapons. After all, his defenders would use the excuse that such weapons were new technology, and because of that they were perfectly justified in being used. After walking back into the tent where Anuria stood with a worried expression on her pretty face, Berenger smiled and stroked her chocolate hair before informing her that everything would be all right. It'll be fine. There's no reason to worry. In fact, this attack on my life has given me the perfect excuse to act with excessive cruelty in this conflict. As far as the world is concerned, this was an unprovoked attack on my life. They can't blame me for being merciless when the Africans tried to feed me to a leopard, now can they? Anuria shook her head. She knew the sinister look on Berengar's face. It was the expression he had whenever he was about to engage in a massacre. She could only sigh as she questioned exactly what he had in mind this time around. What do you intend to do with the natives? Berenger chuckled when he heard this before reprimanding Anuria for her curiosity. You should know better than to pry into my affairs. However, I will be generous and inform you just what I have in mind for this conflict. There are new weapons currently undergoing development in the Royal Kufstein Armory. I intend to make use of this war to explore the depths of how effective these weapons can be. I shall push those few who survive my onslaught back beyond the Orange River. This should give us more than enough space to colonize these lands in the coming decades. In his past life, chemical weapons were labeled as weapons of mass destruction and were banned in the use of warfare by the international community. Should someone break this rule, they would immediately find themselves listed as a war criminal and undoubtedly would be executed upon capture. Truth be told, Berenger had limited information on how much destruction chemical weapons could actually cause. After all, they had seen their most use in the Great War, but that was a war fought among peers who were quickly able to create countermeasures to protect against the new style of warfare. Thus, in his past life, the disastrous effects of chemical warfare had never actually been fully realized. To Berenger, South Africa was more than just a treasure trove of natural resources. It was an area where he could act with impunity and conduct trials to see just how effective such weapons could be in the field of battle. Whoever this goddess was, she had fucked up by attacking Berenger. His wrath was something that she could not afford to endure as a fledgling goddess of a culture that did not even exist yet. The prospect of these new, experimental weapons frightened Anuria, especially with how Berenger spoke about them. She did not know what terrifying new device the man had created, but whatever it was sure to cause plenty of casualties. She could only ask one question that appeared within her mind. Should I be worried about these new weapons? Berenger shook his head when he heard this and informed the woman that she would be perfectly safe. Not at all. With the creation of these weapons, I have also developed countermeasures to ensure that our troops are safe from their effects. However, without these countermeasures, anyone who comes into contact with these weapons is almost guaranteed a brutal death. Berenger did not know that while he was planning to amass a chemical weapons stockpile so that he could easily drive the South African tribes from the region, the tribal leaders were having a conference about how to deal with the Germans who had trespassed on their lands. A great African confederation was about to be born, and it was the direct result of Berengar's interference with the timeline. Chapter 742, Dreams of the Past Part LLL. Months had passed since Mizuno AI had first started attending West Point, and since then, her burgeoning friendship with a young man named Julian Weber had stagnated. Though the two of them spent much time in the library, Julian still considered AI to be a nuisance who constantly interrupted his library time. Currently, Julian was eating from a cup of microwavable noodles as it was the only thing he could really afford to eat on his budget. AI gazed at him with curiosity as he seemed to only tolerate the meal. She could not help but ask the question in her mind. Julian? The young man sighed heavily as he heard this interruption from his reading and slowly placed down his book where he begrudgingly answered the girl's question. Yes, AI? AI wore a pretty smile as she continued her train of thought. Have you ever had actual ramen before? Julian shook his head before responding to the young Japanese woman's question. No, too expensive. It was at this moment that AI learned something interesting about Julian's background. He appeared to be very poor. She knew in that moment that she had an opportunity to get closer to the man and quickly insisted on something that Julian had not expected when this conversation began. Then it's settled. Friday night you are coming over to my parents' house where I will cook you some actual ramen. It is a crime to only eat cup noodles every day. Julian responded in a way that AI was not expecting as he quickly rejected her offer. No thanks, I'm busy on Friday. AI was dumbfounded by this comment. Was he fucking kidding right now? A pretty girl asks you to come over and eat her home cooking and you refuse? How dense was this moron? She forced herself to remain calm as she insisted on this point. I'm not taking no for an answer. I will treat you to a home-cooked meal and you are going to like it. It startled Julian when the woman sitting across from him suddenly turned so aggressive. He was not accustomed to such behavior from the girl and sort of sank back into his seat awkwardly. After receiving an intense stare from the girl for more than a few minutes of silence, he sighed heavily before agreeing to her request. Fine. Ace's expression immediately changed from a glower to a happy smile as she pressed her hands together in excitement. Yay. I am sure you will enjoy it. It will certainly be better than that mass-produced crap you're eating right now. Julian gazed down at his cup of noodles and shrugged his shoulders. Food was food. He did not have the luxury of eating fancy meals at restaurants, and he was used to cooking his own food when he got the chance. However, he had to admit that it would be nice to eat something other than microwavable noodles for once. Thus, he sighed and nodded his head before getting back to his work. The week came and passed, and finally it was Friday night. Julian had finished his schoolwork at the beginning of the week as per usual and was free to engage in whatever behavior he chose. Normally, he would spend Friday night in the library, learning about something that interested him. However, he had been invited over to a freshman's family home so that she could cook him a nice meal. West Point was strict about living arrangements, and as a freshman, AI was forced to live in the barracks. Naturally, she did not have a kitchen in her room, nor was she allowed to have a member of the opposite sex over. Thus, she could only sneak out on the weekend and go to her parents' place, which was about an hour away in New York City. Luckily, her parents weren't home this weekend and she used it as the perfect time to entertain Julian. Julian arrived at Ace's family home at precisely the agreed-upon time. The girl had been kind enough to send a car to pick him up, and thus he did not have to spend his meager funds on a cab ride to the city. Despite visiting a girl's home while her parents were away, Julian thought nothing of it and most certainly did not consider this evening to be a date in any shape or form. AI, on the other hand, had gone all out on her appearance. She picked her cutest clothes to wear for the day, styled her hair in an attractive manner, and put on just the right amount of makeup to make an impression. She had properly set the table for the two of them and had already begun preparing the meal when Julian knocked on the door to the house. AI came from a family with money and naturally had servants who she dismissed for the evening so they would not inform her parents that she had a boy over. When Julian gazed at the large mansion, he was shocked. He did not know that the girl who had been pestering him for some time was a spoiled princess, however it made sense to him after thinking about it for a few moments. When the door opened to reveal AI, whose appearance was more stunning than usual, Julian was surprised. He believed that a butler or maid would receive the guests in a palace such as this. However, AI thought nothing of it and wore a pretty smile as she dragged Julian into her house while making a joke about his arrival. You're actually here? Welcome to my family's home. Julian's brow raised when he heard this before questioning the girl for her choice of words. What do you mean I am actually here? I promised to be here, did I not? AI merely stuck out her tongue in a playful manner as she chastised him for his usual behavior. Yeah, but I thought for sure you would make some excuse so that you could bail on our arrangement. I'm glad you didn't though. Well, make yourself at home. The ramen is cooking and it won't be long before we eat. Do you want a beer or something? Julian felt out of place as he gazed around at the luxurious mansion. He had never been in such a large and opulent home before. It took him a while to realize what AI was saying, but ultimately he nodded his head in agreement with her question. Sure, what do you have? AI led the man to the kitchen where she pulled a few beers out of the fridge. They were a popular brand from her parents' homeland. She handed one over to Julian after popping off the bottle caps and taking a carefree sip of her own. My father enjoys imports from his homeland, so the only beer in the house is Japanese. I hope you don't mind. Julian took a sip from the beer and instantly felt as if he had reached enlightenment. He could not afford to drink such premium alcohol and had only ever drank cheap light beer that tasted like piss water. However, this beer had a masterful flavor and he instantly found himself enjoying the taste. It is really good. AI was happy to see that Julian enjoyed it and quickly got back to cooking. Before long, there were 2 bowls of miso ramen on the table and a side of takoyaki. Julian had heard of these meals before but had never actually tried them. However, when he tasted the fruits of Ace's labor, he nearly broke out into tears. It was among the best things he had ever tasted and he savored every bite. AI saw the weird expression on his face and quickly asked how he felt about her cooking, slightly afraid of the answer. Well, how is it? Julian looked up at AI with an awkward expression on his face as he tried to find the words to express his thoughts. Ultimately, he was afraid to tell the girl it was the best thing he had ever tasted and wore a distant look as he brushed it aside. At the very least, it is better than microwavable noodles. The forced stoic expression on Julian's face made AI giggle as she knew he was not willing to tell the truth. It was clear by the way he ate the ramen and takoyaki that he enjoyed it very much, but for whatever reason, the man couldn't be honest. This was another aspect of Julian's character that the girl found endearing. The final words that Itami heard before she awoke from her dream were Julian awkwardly thanking her for the meal. "Thank you, AI. I really appreciate this." After hearing these words, Itami awoke on her futon with a bitter smile on her lips and a tear in her eye. She was actually quite depressed that she had awoken from her treasured memories of her past life, only to find herself in the den of vipers that was her current existence. With a heavy sigh, she curled up under her covers and let out a single tear and a slight whimper before falling back to sleep, hoping to catch the rest of the dream she had just awoken from. Chapter 743, Uniting the Tribes Part LLL. Bakery sat within the center of a village further north than the Wazi tribe. Today was a gathering of tribal chieftains from a variety of different villages across southern Africa. These were the major tribal leaders that existed south of the Orange River. These men had grown increasingly concerned about the presence of the Germans and the threat they posed to the continued existence of tribal sovereignty. Since Berenger was attacked in his tent by the local goddess and her familiar, he had been securing his forward operating base and expanding it to a full-scale military colony. Equipment was being imported from the fatherland and actual stone structures had begun to take place. The vast star fort that was undergoing construction appeared to the African scouts to be something grander than they had ever witnessed. As more ships came from the fatherland to this burgeoning South African colony, the African people began to become filled with fear. So much so that now even the most bitter of tribal rivalries were put aside to deal with these white devils. Currently, Akuza, leader of the Wazi tribe, was speaking his piece about what information he had gained regarding the sea peoples. These white devils, though few, have strange weapons that are capable of conjuring thunder and fire. What magic was used in their creation we do not know, however, they appear to be capable of great devastation. They send out their scouts, who are mounted on stripeless zebras, to terrorize the southernmost tribes. They leave no survivors in the wake of their destruction. There have been attempts to attack their encampment by small war bands, but they have only met in disaster. It is becoming increasingly clear that if we do not unite together, we will be driven from these lands that our ancestors have inhabited for many moons. Though Akuza spoke of unity and nativity, the reality was that his people were not native to these lands. The original inhabitants, the Khoisan, were driven nearly to extinction by the Bantus, who now inhabited southern Africa in greater numbers. It was only natural for more powerful peoples to conquer and displace the natives when first contact was made. It was the way that humanity solved such disputes throughout their entire history. With the German settlement of the region, the Germans had brought the Bantus the same fate they had previously forced upon the Khoisan. Naturally, the Bantus were resistant to this new order, and because of that, there were many who sided with Akuza as he called for unification and war against the newcomers. Tribal chieftains nodded their heads and pounded their chests as they hollered in support of Akuza. "Death to the white devil. This land is ours. These invaders must die." Bakery listened to the clamoring chieftains as they unanimously agreed upon war as being the most viable option to settle their dispute with the German settlers. Bakery spoke up on behalf of his tribe that was already annihilated. "The white devils have wiped out my village. As far as I am aware, I am the only survivor. If we do not work together, you will all suffer the same fate. We need a leader, a great warrior who can lead this coalition of tribes against these white devils." The moment Bakery said these words, the tribal chieftains immediately began to fight among themselves for who should lead this proposed coalition. A particularly large man who wore the skin of a leopard rose from his feet and volunteered himself for the position. "I Ndansa recommend myself for the position of war chief." Ndansa had a fearsome reputation among the tribes south of the Orange River, but he was not the only one. Suddenly, a much smaller man rose from his seat and began to argue that he should lead the coalition. "Ba Ndansa, your greatest claim to fame is killing a leopard with a bow and arrow. I should be the leader. You all know how many men I have killed with my spear. There is no more obvious man fit for the position than I, the great Sayabanga." Ndansa immediately got up in Sayabanga's face, towering over the man with his stature as he stared at his rival with a face filled with disdain. Before they could fight, Akuza came up with an idea of who should be named war chief of this coalition as a means of settling the dispute. "I say we hold a contest. All who wish to show their might and claim the position of a war chief for themselves must fight in a tournament to see who is the most worthy. The last man standing gains the position." Ndansa and Sayabanga glared at each other before each agreeing to the terms. "Fine by me. Sounds good to me." With this, a tournament was about to take place to determine the man most worthy of being the leader of the coalition. Bakery saw this as an opportunity to claim power for himself and bring glory to his fallen tribe. After all, he had been trained in the arts of war since a young age, and though he had yet to prove himself like many of the contenders, he was sure that he had a chance of winning. Thus, the young man tossed his name into the tournament and soon found himself fighting against his first opponent. It was none other than Ndansa. The rules of this tournament were simple: no weapons were allowed, no killing was permitted. However, everything else was fair game, and whoever was still standing at the end of the fight was the winner. The hulking figure stood before Bakery with a smug smirk on his face as the other chieftains gathered around to watch the violence occur. Ndansa rushed at Bakery and attempted to grab a hold of him, but the boy was too swift, moving aside and grabbing hold of Ndansa's back from behind, where he lifted the man in the air just enough to break his posture so that he could drag him to the floor. The two men scrambled for a dominant position as Ndansa got on top of Bakery and began to punch his face with his massive fists. Bakery could feel his face being pummeled as he struggled to reverse the position. He had no experience on the ground, not that the African tribes had any refined sense of martial arts to begin with, but he somehow managed to shrimp his way out of the mounted position by accident before getting back to his feet. Ndansa was not pleased with this, but before he could launch an attack, Bakery kneed him in the head with a jumping knee, knocking the man unconscious upon impact. Despite having a bloodied face, Bakery miraculously turned the tables around and won the fight. Everyone stared at the boy in shock as he claimed victory over one of Southern Africa's most renowned warriors. Especially Sayabanga, who was previously dreading the idea of fighting unarmed against the giant. After beating Ndansa, Bakery silently sat down, waiting for his next opponent. Before long, the other contenders fought their matches, but there were only a few men who would dare oppose Ndansa and Sayabanga. In the end, Sayabanga and Bakery met in the finals, where the short but nimble man cracked a joke at Ndansa's expense, who had since awoken from his nap. "I must admit, I did not expect you to knock the lumbering fool out. I underestimated you, kid, but your agility is no match against mine. Don't expect to pull the same trick against me." Bakery said nothing. Instead, he cracked his knuckles before charging at Sayabanga. He wildly threw his punches without any skill whatsoever. Wide haymakers were the best he could come up with. If pitted against the professional fighters of Germany, the boy would not be able to land a hit, but he did not know that. Sayabanga jumped around these attacks, swiftly evading them as if he were a spider monkey. He threw a kick to Bakery's gut, which caused him to fall backwards. Just when Sayabanga was about to go in for the kill, Bakery jumped up from his position and threw his fist forward with all his might, crashing against the smaller man's jaw and knocking him down. Bakery quickly climbed on top of the man and began landing punches to the downed opponent until he was no longer conscious. With this, he had beaten the two most able fighters among the African tribes and proven himself to be the best fit for the position. Tactics? Strategy? Logistics? The African tribes knew nothing of these things. To them, the greatest warrior in single combat was the most adept leader when it came to war, and surprisingly, Bakery had proven himself to be this man. The crowd of tribal chieftains erupted in cheers as Akuza named the boy from the butchered village to be their new war chief. With this, Bakery had united the tribes south of the Orange River into a large force with a single purpose: to drive the Germans from the continent. Of course, fighting a duel against an untrained foe and fighting a war against the single greatest army the world had ever seen were two completely different beasts. Chapter 744, Geneva Convention? More like Geneva Suggestions. Berenger stared at the weapon in front of him with a wicked smile on his face. This was the first time in this world a military power had introduced a weapon of mass destruction. In his hands was a chlorine gas shell that had been delivered from the fatherland to the burgeoning colony in South Africa. Months had passed since Berenger first arrived in these lands, and by now the colony was stable with a sizable port and sufficient coastal defenses. During this time, the Africans had made several small raid attempts on the fort, but the machine guns mounted on the walls had ruthlessly gunned them down. Recently, there were reports by Berengar's scouts that the African tribes south of the Orange River had formed a great coalition and were already marching with tens of thousands of men on his colony. To Berenger, the delivery of these new weapons had come just in time. Since the attack on his life by the African goddess, he had not seen or heard of her since. Apparently, she had withdrawn, or perhaps she was limited to the areas of the mountains. Either way, for the time being, she was no threat to him or his plans. Anuria entered the armory where she saw Berenger caressing the chemical shell as if it was a woman's bosom. The sick smile on his face caused a chill to go down her spine as she realized something was abnormal about these particular shells. "Is that the weapon you told me about?" Berenger was so enamored by his chemical weapons stockpile that he did not notice Anuria's entrance into the armory. He quickly looked up at the intruder and wore a more gentle smile as he nodded his head. "Yes, these shells are the new weapons. Though they are untested in the field of battle, I have high hopes for them." Anuria failed to understand what was so great about these weapons as she shook her head before reminding Berenger of what was approaching. "There is an army of 50,000 savages heading towards the colony as we speak. Are you sure these weapons are as effective as you say they are?" Berenger carefully placed the shell back into its container before outlining just how the weapons functioned to his wife. "These are no ordinary artillery shells, my love. Once detonated, these shells will disperse a miasma of poison gas that, if unprotected, will infiltrate the victim's respiratory system, lighting it aflame. Violent coughing, eye irritation, and vomiting will occur until the target finally asphyxiates. These shells not only cause certain death, but debilitate their victims until they slowly suffocate to death, making them completely incapable of fighting back." Anuria gazed at Berenger in horror as she listened to just how these weapons of mass destruction functioned. She instinctively took a few steps back, afraid that the shells might detonate then and there and cause her to suffer such a tragic fate. Berenger chuckled when he saw this before lecturing his wife once more. "There is nothing to fear, my love. These shells operate with a proximity fuse. They will not detonate by mere handling of them. Besides, I have developed appropriate countermeasures for these weapons so that our soldiers are safe from their effects." "Speaking of," This immediately reminded Berenger of something important as he handed Anuria a steel canister which contained her gas mask. Since he did not yet have access to aluminum, he lacked the means to create a proper container like the Germans used in World War II. However, he could replicate it with steel. It was just significantly heavier. The container held within it the GM25 gas mask, or so that was what Berenger labeled it as. It was essentially a functioning replica of the WW2GM38 gas mask, but with a superior filter that did not contain harmful substances such as asbestos. Anuria quickly followed Berengar's instructions and attached the steel canister to her load-bearing equipment where it hung from her back gracefully. The Kaiser had already distributed gas masks and their canisters to his troops and instructed them on their proper usage. Now all that remained was to teach Anuria, which he immediately put her through a brief crash course. After a while, Berenger was approached by an officer of his Imperial Guard who alerted him to the presence of the enemy army. "My Kaiser, the savages are approaching. What are your orders?" A wicked grin appeared on Berengar's face as he gave the order he had planned for some time. "Load the chlorine shells into the artillery and instruct the men to equip their GM25 gas masks. I want this enemy army annihilated with a single battle." The soldier immediately saluted the Kaiser in the fashion that was most common among the German army before rushing towards the colony's defenders where he issued these orders. Soon, logistics teams rushed into the armory and carried the 50 chlorine shells out of the bunker before distributing them to the artillery crews. Berenger himself climbed out of the armory and made his way to the colony's defenses, wanting to get a first-row seat to the carnage that was about to occur. Sure enough, 50,000 plus African tribesmen were gathered outside the colony. They had short iron spears and cowhide shields as they danced around, waiting for the opportune moment to attack. Berenger wore a wicked smile as he donned his gas mask before helping Anuria with hers. On one side were the African tribesmen wearing the skin of animals and dancing around with primitive weapons. On the other were the fortifications of the Imperial German Army wearing modern uniforms with gas masks while wielding bolt-action rifles, static machine guns, and rifled breech-loading artillery. For this endeavor, Berenger had gone all out and had ordered the deployment of the new 10 cm FK-25 recoil-operated artillery to be deployed on the colony's walls. The German artillery crews loaded the 105 by 504 mmR chlorine gas shells into their guns before adjusting the range. The enemy was well within firing range, and they wanted to make sure the poison gas cloud was far enough away from their position that they were unaffected. Berenger had ordered his men to equip their gas masks merely as a safety precaution in case the winds did not favor him this day. Bakery gazed upon the massive star fortress and the German defenses with awe in his eyes. He did not know how they had created such a thing in a matter of months. After all, it was a completely alien structure that he and his people had never seen before. Despite this, he was undeterred. He gave the order to attack the colony to the men under his command without the slightest hint of fear in his heart. "Attack the white devils, leave no man alive." After saying this, the horde of African tribesmen charged head first towards the German colony while screaming their war cries into the air. Berenger saw this and simply sneered in disdain, though this expression was concealed by his khaki gas mask as he gave the order to launch the world's first instance of chemical warfare. "Open fire." With this, a barrage of 3 separate batteries opened fired as their shells traveled a distance of over 2 kilometers, though they could easily reach close to 5. The Africans reacted to the thunderous sounds of artillery with fright in their eyes. However, unlike the stories that were told to them by Bakery, this thunder was not accompanied by a fiery explosion. Instead, a yellow-green cloud dispersed the moment the shells burst in the air. Bakery was in the front of the formation and was naturally hit by the attack the moment it occurred. His eyes were itching beyond belief as his lungs felt as if they were on fire. He and the men alongside him began to cough violently as they found themselves incapable of breathing. He began to vomit on the floor as he keeled over and fell to the ground, physically incapable of standing. He gazed in disbelief as he tried to see beyond the yellow-green miasma that was suffocating him, but in the end, all he could see was his life flash before his eyes as he questioned everything he had strived for over these past few months. He had come so far after the Germans massacred his village and was so close to the vengeance he desired. It had been extremely difficult for him to gain his position as war chief, and before he could even attack the enemy, his life, as well as that of his grand army, was snuffed out by a cloud of poisonous gas. Berenger gazed upon the scene as the 50,000 men who had come to attack his colony fell to the ground and suffocated. A vicious grin curved upon his lips beneath his gas mask as he witnessed the massacre firsthand. The soldiers beneath his command gazed in horror at what had just occurred. They were expecting to defend their position against the large army with bullets, artillery, and bayonets. However, what they saw could by no means be called a battle. It was not even a massacre. It was simply death. This attack would go down in history as the first instance of chemical warfare. However, it would by no means be the last. Berenger would make wide use of chemical weapons in Africa. He was not willing to expend the lives of his soldiers or the effort necessary to expel the native population. Instead, he would enact a heartless genocide. In the coming days, word would spread of the Grand Army's defeat and those who were smart enough to pack up their belongings and journey north beyond the Orange River. Chapter 745, City of Light. While Berenger was off on another colonial campaign, things were progressing smoothly back home. The city was undergoing modification to make use of power lines and electricity in every building. However, the first notable addition to the city had already begun to take shape in the Palace District, where streetlights were now embedded around every corner. Though at the moment they were not lit, instead there was a gathering of citizens beneath the statue of the Kaiser. Currently, there was a celebration taking place, with Adela as the head empress taking the stage for this monumental occasion. Though she was still undergoing a spiritual crisis after hearing from her husband that he was a man from another world and that the pagan gods existed, she did not let it impede her obligations. As the Minister of Propaganda, it was her job to ensure public events like this went smoothly. She wore a pretty smile on her face as she addressed the crowd with the dignity of an empress. People of Kufstein and citizens of the Reich, today marks a monumental occasion for all of humanity, where, thanks to the efforts of our Kaiser and his engineers, we, as Germans, have for the first time in the world's history conquered the night. For eons, humanity has struggled in the darkness. The only illumination we could find was through fire. However, on this day, I show to you, the good people of Germany, that we have evolved beyond such primitive means. No longer will the night impede our progress. Today marks the day where Kufstein shall become a city shining in the world's darkness. After saying this, Adela nodded her head and the city's engineers turned on the streetlights to the overwhelming awe of the German people. Among these people who were stunned beyond belief was the Indian princess Priya and her older brother Daria, who were being chaperoned by Henrietta. Henrietta's azure eyes shined brightly as she gazed upon the scene in front of her. The statue of Berenger that acted as a place where the citizens of Kufstein would often pay tribute faced eastward towards the rising sun, representing the glorious tomorrow that Berenger had paved the way for. In the utter darkness of the winter months in Kufstein, a series of powerful streetlights illuminated the sky whose yellow glow shined on the surface of the magnificent bronze statue, creating an ethereal shimmer. Not only was Henrietta overwhelmed by the sight of this marvel, but so too were the citizens of Kufstein, many of which bent their knee to the glowing visage of their Kaiser. Among the crowd, only Henrietta and the two Indian exiles stood standing, something that nobody commented on because of Henrietta's status as an imperial princess and the Indians acting as the Kaiser's guests. Priya's emerald eyes glistened with excitement as she gazed upon the miracle of electricity and, after a long silence, pulled on her brother's sleeve with much enthusiasm. "Daria, isn't it beautiful? I've never seen anything like it. It's as if we have entered the city of the gods." Daria was astonished by the fact that there was a light in the darkness, and it was neither the poor illumination provided by a candle nor the flames of an oil lamp burning bright. He could hardly fathom what he was seeing. He was not the only one. The street lamps and the artificial illumination they provided had truly shocked the people of Kufstein to the core. Adela's words rang through their minds, and the propaganda about the German people conquering the darkness became a sentiment of pride among the citizens of the empire's capital. A single veteran in the crowd rose up and saluted the statue while shouting a modified version of the army's battle cry. "Hail the new dawn." The reason the man said this was because the powerful streetlights had illuminated the snowy night sky, causing an artificial dawn effect, as if the sky itself surrounding the imperial palace had become golden. Quickly, the other veterans in the crowd followed suit, eventually leading to every member of the crowd saluting the glowing statue and shouting the same words. "Hail the new dawn." Even Priya was caught up in the moment and followed the actions of the German citizens with a wide smile on her face. The only member of the crowd who had not acted in this manner was the exiled Emperor Daria, who gazed around him in astonishment. Even Adela had not expected the sudden chant, but upon seeing so many people loyally following Berengar's vision for a better tomorrow, she suddenly looked up at the bronze statue of her husband and smiled, coming to a conclusion about her troubled emotions. In that moment, she did not care what deities may or may not exist, or how Berenger came into this world. All she knew was that her husband was a man she truly admired and loved. Thus, she could not care less whether the god she was raised to worship and submit to was real. For even he could not create light in the darkness. After the ceremony was over, people continued to watch and observe the light and even play on the snowy streets. It was the first time in history that humanity could stay up late and behave as if it were daytime. Priya was no exception. Upon seeing the other children who were gathered in the streets form balls of snow and throw them at each other, she too took part in this game. She carefully packed a ball of snow in her hands before tossing it at Henrietta, who was in the middle of a conversation with her cousin. Henrietta gasped in shock as the wet snowball collided against her long golden hair, before turning around and gazing at the mischievous little girl who had attacked her. She smiled before forming a snowball of her own and throwing it at Priya, completely ignoring the conversation she was just having with Adela. "You little brat. If you want a snowball fight, I will give you one." As Henrietta played in the snow with Priya as if she were a little girl, Daria had a bitter smile on his face. He was happy to see that his sister was living a good life and was no longer locked away from society, being slowly starved and poisoned to death by their uncle. Adela gazed at the boy's expression and questioned him about it. "Is everything all right, Daria?" The exiled emperor nodded his head before wiping a single tear from his eye. It took him a few moments, but he eventually expressed his thoughts. "I've never seen Priya so happy before. Back at home, she did not live in the best circumstances, and am glad to see she is having fun here in Kufstein." Adela smiled when she heard this before asking the next question on her mind. What about you, Daria? Are you having fun? The young emperor was astonished to hear this. He did not know the answer to such a question. He had to admit his life was more enjoyable here in Kufstein as he was no longer a puppet struggling to survive. However, he could not help but question how lacking his home country was compared to the German Empire every time he stepped out of the palace. It would appear that the German people under Berengar's leadership were progressing as a civilization at an unnatural pace, and he did not know how his empire would ever compete. He may be an emperor in exile, but he worried about his people dearly. Daria had spent enough time around Berenger to know he was not the type of man to assist other countries out of the goodness of his heart. He even suspected that Berenger would backstab his allies in secret if it meant progressing his own agenda. Thus, he could not rely on Berenger to aid him and his people without making certain concessions. Adela gazed upon the complex expression the boy had before patting his shoulder and reassuring him. I can tell you have a lot on your mind and you most likely have something you want to ask Berenger. Allow me to give you some advice. If you never ask him the question on your mind, he can never give you an answer. For all his brilliance, the man is not a mind reader. I am certain your question has something to do with your homeland. Just know that there is a price to pay for everything. Whether you are willing to pay that price is another question entirely. Daria reflected on Adela's words for a few moments while watching Henrietta and his sister wrestle in the snow and smiled before nodding his head. The exiled emperor understood what he needed to do, but now was not the proper time. The truth was that he was still young, and so was his sister. If he could abuse Berengar's generosity for a few more years, he was sure he would be capable of getting what it was that he desired. He could only thank Adela for her advice. Thanks, Adela, but I think I will wait a while before speaking to the Kaiser about what it is that troubles me. After all, it would be cruel of me to take away the happiness Priya has achieved here in Kufstein so soon after obtaining it. Adela smiled and pet the boy's hair before accepting his response. Very well. If you need any help to approach Berenger, just let me know. With that said, the four royals would spend some more time in the palace district enjoying the new streetlights before returning to the palace. As for the streetlights themselves, word would soon spread across Europe about the city of light that could illuminate the darkness of the night. When the Pope found out about this, he would be outraged and enviable at the same time. Chapter 746, Negotiating with an African Goddess. After wiping out the grand army of the tribal coalition with chlorine gas, Berenger was left with a relatively easy conquest. All he needed to do was to expel the natives from their homes through a series of surgical strikes and use further chemical weapons where needed. The overwhelming majority of fighting-age African men within the immediate vicinity of Berengar's colony were now dead. Berenger had desired to lead his forces northward, but he was afraid of one potential enemy. The African goddess he had previously come across appeared unafraid of intervening in mortal affairs. Because of this, he wanted to either hunt her down and force her to submit, or negotiate with her in a way that would allow him to achieve the goals he desired. Thus, immediately after wiping out the army of the tribal coalition, Berenger led a sizable force of his own troops northward towards the mountains where he was previously attacked. After ascending the slopes with a small number of elite troops, he soon found himself mysteriously alone. In Berengar's experience, this meant that he had entered a divine domain belonging to a god or goddess. Given the circumstances, he immediately became on high alert as he kept his head on a swivel. In a god's personal domain, they could take whatever form they desired, and even then, this deity appeared to have shape-shifting abilities outside of their divine realm. This was proven by her previously taking the form of a leopard. It was unknown if she could change into any animal or just leopards. Either way, Berenger was cautious as he continued to ascend up the mountain and through the cloud cover. Eventually, Berenger noticed a leopard with a pair of blue eyes. He could tell by the pain in his biceps that this was the same beast that bit him. Thus, he instantly raised his rifle and aimed down the iron sights. That is, until he felt the warm sting of a woman's breath on his neck and heard the following words. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Berenger instantly turned around to see the figure of a beautiful African woman. This time she wasn't naked and was instead dressed in the skins of animals while wielding a short spear. Berenger immediately questioned how she knew his language. You speak German? The woman was equally cautious as Berenger. This man was a reincarnator, and naturally he posed a threat to her people as well as potentially to herself, assuming he made contact with other deities and had been gifted certain powers or weapons. There was undoubtedly at least one boon in his body and something else that was more mysterious. For example, he had actually harmed her when he struck her with the stock of his rifle, something a mere human should not be able to accomplish. Berenger kept his view bouncing from the leopard that was stalking him from behind and the woman in front of him, wielding a short spear that appeared to be made of a mysterious metal. The woman redirected his attention towards herself as she responded to his question. German? Is that the name of your native tongue? No, I do not speak your language, but you have penetrated into my divine realm. Naturally, I control all things in here, therefore I am able to communicate with you if I so desire. What is your purpose in being here, mortal? Your kind should not invade these lands for another few centuries at least. Berengar's brow raised slightly as he heard this before asking the question most important to him. You are aware of the future? The woman scoffed before scolding Berenger for his ignorance on the divine. I am a goddess. Naturally, I am aware of my people's fate, and your presence here threatens that. So I will repeat myself only once more. What is your purpose in being here? Berenger smugly smirked when he heard this before responding in an arrogant tone. Isn't it obvious? Resources, just like those who were originally supposed to conquer this land, I have come to claim it as my own. After all, the region is sparsely populated by a few Stone Age tribes. Why should I not claim it for the Reich? This answer angered the goddess, who glared at Berenger fiercely. Despite flanking Berenger with her familiar, she was fearful of the weapon in his hands. One wrong move could end both of their lives. She did not immediately attack him despite his intentions for Africa. She could only curse him for his greed. You fucking white devils, all you do is cause needless suffering through your endless wars and conquests. You should leave this land before it becomes your grave. Berenger frowned when he heard the woman verbally scold him. He was doing nothing that her people had not already done, nor that which any other ethnic group was already responsible for. For this, he retorted with a bit of a spiteful remark. You're one to talk. These lands used to belong to the Khoisan until the Bantu invaded, conquered, and ethnically cleansed the region. Don't preach to me of my people exclusively being responsible for war and suffering, sweetheart. That is something all of humanity has done at some point. You don't hate my people because we are conquerors. You hate us because we are the best at it. After all, if it weren't for my intervention in the timeline, your people would continue to run around wearing animal hides while wielding sticks and stones well until other Europeans conquered them in the 19th century. This world is survival of the fittest. You and your people are sitting on valuable resources, and it is only natural for a more powerful force to come and take them. Whether that is the Germans, the English, the Asians, or the Arabs. You only have yourselves to blame for being so primitive compared to your potential rivals. Now why don't you be a good little goddess and tell your people to withdraw beyond the Orange River so I don't have to waste ammunition on removing them myself. Berengar's words immediately outraged Mbaba Mwana, partially because of her personal animosity towards him, but most of her frustration came from the fact that Berenger spoke the absolute truth. The people who worshipped her were neither pacifists nor saints. Their ancestors had invaded these lands and purged the local inhabitants. Few of the natives still existed in southern Africa, and they would never be able to reclaim them. She also understood the principle that Berenger was speaking. Even if the Europeans never stepped foot in southern Africa, sooner or later some other more powerful force like the Asians or the Arabs would come along and claim the land for themselves. The Africans were too primitive to compete with nations that could mass-produce firearms and artillery. However, despite the reality of Berengar's words, she was still upset. What he had done in Africa so far was unforgivable, especially from the standards of the world he came from. She would not easily use her limited powers to compel her people to withdraw beyond the Orange River. After all, it was entirely unlikely that Berenger only planned for colonial expansion into such territory. Sooner or later his people would invade further inland. Berenger noticed that the goddess was becoming more aggressive as she circled him, and thus he responded by smacking her across the face with the stock of his rifle. She fell backward onto the floor, where Berenger pointed the bayonet at her neck. Before her familiar could pounce, Mbaba Mwana had become a hostage. Berenger snickered as he gazed upon the pitiful state of the goddess before making a sinister comment. The fact that I can hurt you with my weapons means I might be able to kill you. Do you want to test out this theory? Mbaba Mwana did not know whether Berenger had the ability to kill her or not, but she was not willing to test it out. She had been beaten before she could launch an attack, and because of that she called out to her familiar. Stand down, Aziza. Upon seeing the mighty leopard back off from the situation, Berenger smiled. When Mbaba Mwana saw this, she sighed before asking the only question she could. What do you want? Berenger gazed upon the submissive state of the woman and smiled with excitement. He removed the bayonet away from the woman's neck now that she was being more obedient before outlining his desires. First, I want a leopard cub, preferably one as intelligent as your friend here. Aziza immediately snarled at Berenger, but the look on the goddess' face quickly shut him up. Seeing that the goddess was being agreeable, Berenger listed his second demand. Secondly, I want you to use your influence to compel your people to withdraw beyond the Orange River. I am not afraid to spill the blood of savages, but a peaceful solution to my problems is more preferable. Mbaba Mwana sighed as she heard this before stating her terms. The leopard cub I can guarantee. After all, Aziza has more than a few of them. However, very few of the tribes south of the Orange River worship me. Only a small portion of the Nguni does so. Because of this, I can only ensure that those who follow me hear my words and make an exodus beyond the Orange River. The remaining tribes you'll have to deal with yourself. However, the question remains, what do I gain from these two things? You're certainly not going to say something as dastardly as my life, are you? Berenger smirked when he heard this before helping the woman to her feet. After doing so, he informed the goddess of how he would aid her if she complied with his demands. If you go the extra mile and withdraw your people beyond the Zambezi, I will give them the means to carve a mighty empire of their own in East Africa. They will worship you as their primary deity, and your power will expand beyond that of a minor goddess. What do you say? Interested in my proposal? Mbaba Mwana was not the slightest bit shocked. Berenger intended to conquer all of southern Africa for his empire. However, the prospect of becoming a mid-level deity centuries earlier than she normally would have definitely appealed to her. She also didn't care what Berenger did with those tribes who did not worship her. Thus, after thinking about it for a few moments, the goddess nodded her head in agreement, thus sealing the fate of southern Africa. Very well, so long as you keep your promises, I will do as you ask. Berenger smiled as he heard this before, assuring the woman that he would honor their arrangement. Not to worry, I always fulfill my agreements. With this, Berenger had come to an agreement with an African deity that would see her people moved further north into what was once known as Rhodesia in Berengar's past life, where under the tutelage of their German allies, would carve a mighty Zulu empire far north of where they normally should have been established. As for the Germans, their purge of the non-compliant tribes would begin shortly after this divine agreement had been made. Berenger would not offer the same terms to another group in the region, and the death toll would rapidly rise as the Germans secured more territory for their own future colonists. Chapter 747, Hail to the German South Africa. Berenger left the mountain with a leopard cub in his hands. He gazed down at the little creature and smiled. Though it was taken away from its parents, he did not seem to mind. Instead, the beast seemed excited to be leaving the mountain for the first time in its life. It playfully nibbled on Berengar's finger as he walked down the mountain. Berenger found this to be adorable as it did not break his skin. Had it done so, he would have disciplined it. Instead, it was acting like a little kitten while sizing the Kaiser up with its golden eyes. Berenger decided in that moment on a name for the creature. He wanted a strong name, one of Germanic origin, and thus he was forced to think of great heroes of the ancient world. Ultimately, he thought of a name that was perfect for the little male leopard cub and smiled as he announced it to the creature. Little guy, I'm going to name you Genseric after the ancient German king of North Africa. You are descended from a proud lineage and you deserve a distinguished name. From this day forward, it will be your job to guard the imperial family of the Reich. I hope you show the same ferocity in battle as your namesake. This beast was of the lineage of a goddess familiar. Because of this, it had enhanced intelligence and human characteristics. Hence, Genseric was able to discern what Berenger was saying with little effort. Though it had yet to comprehend the German tongue, it could tell by Berengar's expressions that he was giving it a mighty name. Berenger witnessed the intelligent gaze in the cub's eyes as it nodded its head in agreement with the name that the Berenger had chosen for him. This caused the Kaiser to reflect on another highly intelligent creature, one that he had known for years. Though the eagle Heraclius had taken a more background role since it became a father, the beast was still the most intelligent creature Berenger had ever come across. Without a doubt, it displayed aspects of a human's personality, leading Berenger to believe the creature had some form of ties to the ancient Greco-Roman gods. This was just a mild suspicion. He had no real evidence aside from its heightened intelligence to support this thesis. It was entirely possible that it was simply descended from a god's familiar and itself had no personal connection to the Greco-Roman pantheon. Still, he would investigate this upon his return from Africa. In the months since his arrival, Berenger had established a foothold in southern Africa. He had negotiated with a local goddess to secure her non-interference. He had obtained the pet he most desired, and his armies were now in a position to dominate what remained of the local tribes. The time had come for him to return to the fatherland. As Kaiser, he could not personally oversee these colonial campaigns for more than a few months. There were more important aspects to his position than simply being the Reichsmarshal. Because of this, he needed to return home. By now, he had a large enough stockpile of rubber that he could make many new inventions, and he intended to do so. Thus, he departed with his army back to the colony. On the journey, the Jagamando commander, Andreas Jaeger, rode by the Kaiser's side, securing him from any possible threat in the vicinity. Berenger had not taken an exemplary general with him on this journey and knew that he needed someone with military and colonial experience to hold down the fort until a replacement could be made. Conveniently, Major Andreas Jaeger was actually the best man for the job, and because of this, Berenger spoke to the man for the first time in a long time. Major, I have a question for you. The special operations soldier immediately snapped his head to attention as he heard his emperor speak to him. How can I help you, sir? Berenger smiled when he heard this before informing the man of the next task he had in mind for him. Now that the enemy army is dead and the tribes are ripe for the conquest, I have decided to return to the fatherland. It will take some time before this campaign is fully completed, and we have been here for months. It is with this in mind that I need a man familiar with colonial conflicts and military matters to assume command of the expeditionary force in my absence, at least long enough until a proper replacement can be appointed to the position of governor of our newest colony. I would hope for you to fulfill this position. Andreas Jaeger was slightly surprised by this remark. He had not expected to be given such a position of command. Yet it made sense after he thought about it. He had fought wars on 3 separate continents, in multiple colonies, and in the fatherland. If there was anyone who knew how to conduct the campaign while Berenger was away, it would be him. Though he didn't want such responsibility, he knew after wiping out the tribal coalition's main force, what was left over was simply removing a bunch of Stone Age tribesmen via force. It was a task he was easily capable of fulfilling. Besides, though it may sound like a request, he knew this was an order from his emperor, and thus he quickly agreed to it. I will conduct this campaign in the swiftest, most efficient means possible. You have my word, your majesty. Berenger chuckled when he heard this and nodded his head in agreement before giving the man the green light. I want you to wait a fortnight to begin your attack. After that, any man, woman, or child who is still south of the Orange River is considered a valid target and must be removed by any means necessary. Andreas did not understand why he was being ordered to wait 2 weeks before he could attack, but it was not his job to question the emperor, thus all he could do was agree to his orders. Yes, sir? Shortly after this conversation, Berenger regrouped with Honoria at the colony. During his absence, Honoria and her girls had been working on a special project in their spare time. When Berenger arrived in the colony with a leopard cub in his hands, he witnessed their little venture, which was a colonial flag for the region. Berenger approached the girls and gazed at the flag with a smile on his face. It was in the same colors as Berengar's German Empire, or in other words, had a black bar on top, a white bar in the center, and a golden bar on the bottom. However, there was one major difference. In the center was a golden shield with a white leopard's head emblazoned on it. Berenger laughed when he saw this, not because the design was bad, but because it was awfully reminiscent of German East Africa's flag from his past life. When Honoria heard his chuckle, she pouted at him before scolding the man for his rude response. "What, you don't like it? We worked so hard on this project. Don't tell me you're not going to accept it." Berenger shook his head and dispersed the misunderstanding that the girls had as they glared at him for his unconscious reaction. "No, it's not that. It just reminds me of something from my past, that is all." Though Honoria could guess he was talking about his past life, the other girls gazed at him with curiosity. Unfortunately for them, they would not get an answer to their questions. Instead, Berenger took the finished flag from the girls and gazed upon it with a hearty smile. It was truly an inspiring design. So much so that he had a sudden urge to hoist it above the colony. Without a single comment, Berenger walked over to the flagpole which flew the imperial flag of Germany and began to hoist the new colonial flag below it. The soldiers in the encampment gathered around to witness the two flags flying in the winds of southern Africa and the speech that Berenger had suddenly thought of on the spot. "It is with great honor that I, Kaiser Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name christen this land that we now stand upon to be Deutsch Südafrika, German South Africa. As for this colony which we have all helped establish, it shall henceforth be known by the name Der Hafen Berenger. Port Berenger. It is with my hopes that you all work hard to expand this colony so that one day it acts as a great harbor for our people. The future of our empire lies in the resources of the lands we conquer. It is my dream to one day see our banners fly across the globe. For now, I will have to settle for the 3 continents that we have established colonies on." After saying this, Berenger saluted the flag, which sparked the entire encampment to respond in the same manner. Every soldier stood in uniform and saluted the flag, and the Kaiser beneath it. Honoria and her crew had pleasant smiles on their faces. Most of them had been doing menial tasks around the encampment since their arrival and felt as if they had not taken a meaningful part in this venture. However, they would forever be remembered as the designers of the South African flag. After making this speech, Berenger returned to the place where his wife was sitting and informed her of her intent to return to the fatherland. Though it would take a few days to prepare for the journey, Berenger would depart from Port Berenger in the next 3 days, where his journey back to the fatherland would last a few weeks. By the time he arrived, he would be amazed at the progress that had been made with the street lights during his absence. Chapter 748, Bicycles, Diesel Engines, and Trucks. Berenger returned from his journey to South Africa with a new pet and a suntan. Like normal, he was greeted by his family the moment he stepped foot inside his palace's gates. After spending a considerable amount of time reuniting with his loved ones and introducing the leopard cub Genseric to the family, Berenger trapped himself within his office. Though Linda appeared as if she had something she wanted to talk about, Berenger had desired to get some much-needed work out of the way before he spoke with her. Thus, he was hard at work designing 3 critical pieces of technology for the coming years. The first among these designs was a simple bicycle. With the introduction of rubber and synthetic materials, he now had the means to produce rubber tires and inflatable inner tubes. The bicycle was a simple invention where one used the steering bar to change direction and the force of their feet to pedal the device into motion. Attached to these pedals was a loop chain which connected the chainwheel to a sprocket on the rear wheel. Bicycles weren't just a device used for fitness or transit, they could also be used in a limited towing capacity for the sake of cargo. The introduction of bicycles and the accompanying bike lanes would allow people in the cities to arrive at their destinations without a long walk and could even allow farmers outside of the main cities to transport their goods to the market. While bicycles were intended to become a primary means of transit for the people to make use of as they saw fit, Berenger had another device in mind for use by the government. Thus, after concluding on a basic bicycle design, he was quick to design something that would revolutionize his society as a whole. Berenger quickly got to work designing a functional diesel engine. A diesel engine was an internal combustion engine that used diesel as its means of activation rather than standard fuel. Why diesel instead of a standard gasoline engine? Because Berenger had an ungodly amount of hemp growing in his empire, and he already had the means process the hemp oil that his industry produced into biodiesel. Whereas he may have land that had access to crude oil, but he would need to devise the means to extract it and process it from scratch. Something that would take years to fully embrace across his empire. With a diesel-powered engine, he could start manufacturing trucks for use in the military and commercial sectors sooner rather than later. In Berengar's past life, a man known as Rudolf Diesel invented the engine that initially replaced steam power. He also experimented greatly on the best fuel to be used with the engine, hence both were named after him. At the time, Rudolf Diesel and several other inventors were focused on replacing the steam engine with a more efficient thermal engine. The steam engine's lack of efficiency came from the constant temperature difference between the boiler and the pistons. In contrast to this, combustion engines create a large temperature difference in concentrated bursts, allowing the engine's pistons to create more power from less energy. As both a civil and mechanical engineer in his past life, Berenger knew how to devise a functioning diesel engine from scratch. However, he had one particular design already in mind. Diesel engines were not only capable of being used in trucks, they could be used in aircraft, submarines, naval vessels, power plants, etc. However, for the time being, Berenger only desired to manufacture a functioning truck for use in his military as not only a means of logistics but also troop transports. He could not rely wholly on trains for such a task after all. A diesel-powered truck would also be useful in the towing of artillery. Currently, his army relied on horses for the job, but horses were vulnerable far more so than a truck, and he did not enjoy seeing the mighty beasts lose their lives in combat. Hence, Berengar's first objective with the invention of the diesel engine would be to design a truck capable of enduring such needs for his armed forces. During one of his past deployments in his previous life, Julian, despite being an engineering officer, had become quite intimate with the diesel engine used by the Bradley fighting vehicle. This behemoth of an engine was also deployed in different variations on other military vehicles, such as cargo trucks. Why did his unit leave the task of fixing such a thing to him? Because the mechanic who was supposed to work on the device got fragged in his port au potty, and the only person left on the FB that week who had an intimate knowledge of mechanical engineering was Julian. So after an IFE suffered numerous IED attacks and was dragged back to base, Julian was the lucky man who had to spend his time fixing the engine. Because he was so accustomed to this workhorse of an engine, Berenger designed his new engine to become his primary workhorse in the military. The engine in question was known as the V903 in his past life. The V903 was an 8-cylinder V configuration with a 903 cubic inch 14.8-liter displacement. It had 4 valves per cylinder, which was turbocharged and air-to-water aftercooled, and had a low-pressure common rail fuel system. It could produce a whopping 660 horsepower and a maximum torque 1930 nanometers. To Berenger, this diesel-powered engine was not just the answer to his nation's transport needs, it was the answer to his future armored vehicles. Though the likelihood of him needing such things within the next few decades was slim. Thus, for the time being, he would be focused on adding critical pieces of technology such as mechanized vehicles to his army for the purpose of logistics, not combat. After designing the diesel engine, Berenger moved on to the next most important invention he needed to create, and that was the truck. With his new diesel engine developed, he now would focus on a transport vehicle before anything else. He decided to make the standard for his military to be a 5-ton 6x6 truck. Though it was the size of a modern military truck, it was created in an appearance that mimicked the design style of German trucks from the Second World War. He spent a considerable amount of time and effort designing this truck before setting down his pen and paper. With these 3 inventions, Germany would be entering a new era, one that he looked forward to seeing with his very eyes. Having finished these blueprints, he stamped them with his seal of approval and sent them off to the proper R&D departments to see their refinement and production. Just when he broke out the hard liquor he had stashed away in his desk, a knock appeared on his door. He did not know who it was that was bothering his moment of relaxation, but he sighed before answering the mysterious intruder. "It is open." Upon hearing this, the door opened to reveal Yasmin with their son Ghazi in her hands. The boy was dressed up in his usual sultan's attire and had an excited expression on his face when he saw his father and the pet leopard that lay by his side. Berenger continued to sip from his drink as he questioned the woman's motives for interrupting him. "Is there anything you need, yes?" The woman stared at him with a hint of concern in her eyes as she questioned whether he was already informed about the most recent incident in the Iberian Peninsula. "Have you not heard the latest news from my homeland?" Berenger instantly stopped drinking as he heard this and put his bottle away before addressing his wife with a grave expression. "What now?" Yasmin was immediately flustered when she heard that Berenger was ignorant of what had recently transpired. She did not know why Linda had not informed him of what happened in his absence or if it was right for her to be the one to tell him. After a few moments of questioning herself, she sighed before revealing something that Berenger had not expected. There was a terrorist attack in Iberia. Chapter 749, Terrorist Attack in Iberia. 2 weeks prior to Berengar's return to the fatherland, Adelbrand sat in his office in the city of Granada. It was an ordinary day as far as he was concerned. Currently, he was overseeing paperwork and managing the Sultanate of Al-Andalus in Berengar's absence. Lately, the conflict between the Iberian rebels who were supported by the Catholic Church had turned more chaotic. With weapons and munitions scavenged from deceased German soldiers finding their ways into the hands of the rebels, the German and Andalusian soldiers found themselves fighting against an enemy armed with explosives and single-shot rifles. Though the rebels could not reproduce the weapons or munitions they scavenged, they could still use them to deadly effect in a series of ambushes. The more German soldiers who fell, the more advanced weapons that fell into the hands of their enemies. In contrast to the Iberian rebels, the Royal Andalusian Army was modeled after their German allies. They had a strict hierarchy of soldiers and professional training. Though they had yet to establish an official military academy, the officer corps was made up of talented individuals who had proven their merit on the field of battle. These men were selected from their units and sent to a crash course training where they would rapidly learn the skills required to become efficient officers in the field. This was an effective means of acquiring officers when one lacked a proper academy for them to study at for years on end. With the increased threat of scavenged weapons ending up in the hands of Iberian rebels, Adalbrand had taken drastic action by equipping the Royal Andalusian Army with G22 single-shot bolt-action rifles. How did he manage to convince Berenger to sell such advanced weaponry to his allies? He didn't. Instead, Adalbrand deceived the German Department of Defense by requesting that certain German units under his control receive priority for replacing their old G22 rifles with the new G25 service rifle. After rearming the German units in Iberia, he transferred the old G22s into the hands of the Andalusian army. He also managed to requisition some M1425 trench guns, M22 stick grenades, and M22 service revolvers for the Andalusian troops, greatly increasing their efficiency in combat. Why would he go so far as to deceive the German crown? Because Adalbrand felt the rising German casualties would reflect poorly on the Kaiser and his war in Iberia. Eventually, the actual statistics of German casualties would reach the fatherland, and by then, even the Kaiser's most ardent supporters would question the ongoing conflict in Iberia. Afraid of the internal strife that would ensue from such a thing, Adalbrand planned to arm and train the Royal Andalusian Army to take a more frontline approach while the Imperial German Army transitioned back to the role of military advisors. To do this, Adalbrand had begun increasing propaganda efforts to recruit both Muslim and Catholic Iberians into the army. Today was the graduation of the first mixed class of officers. In an act of defiance against Catholic terror, Adalbrand had sent General Ziad ibn Yais to give a speech to the newest officers of the Royal Andalusian Army. While Adalbrand may be the acting dictator of Al-Andalus behind the scenes, Ziad was the public face of the new regime, and his words would act as greater inspiration to the troops than the man most Iberians thought of as nothing more than a foreign military advisor. Adalbrand had even gone so far as to pin his accomplishments on the Andalusian general, which acted as a source of fame among the Muslims but great infamy among the Catholics. Unintentionally, this had caused a target to be painted on the man's back. While the papacy had learned its lesson about targeting Berengar's family members, they had resorted to the underhanded tactics of posting bounties on the heads of his subordinates. The sum on Ziad's head was so large that it would even entice the most devout pacifists to turn against the military governor. Thus, among the new officers who were being celebrated for the graduation of their training, there was a young Catholic who had concealed something sinister beneath his jacket. He gazed upon his target, who took the stage and began to make his speech. Ziad was calm as he took the stand in front of the Andalusian officers. He gazed at them and smiled. Their uniforms were akin to those that the Ottoman army wore during the Russo-Turkish War of 1877 during Berengar's past life. Upon gaining everyone's attention, the Andalusian general spoke. "It is with a great honor that I stand here today speaking before the next generation of Andalusian soldiers. It has been my objective since obtaining my current position to put an end to the hostilities between Muslims and Catholics in the Iberian Peninsula. Unfortunately, the papacy continues to stoke hatred in the hearts of their followers, resulting in the brutal campaign that we are forced to contend with today. However, as I gaze upon you all and see that many of you are Catholics who have put aside your bitterness to help aid in the reconstruction of the Iberian Peninsula into a new and glorious kingdom, I cannot help but be proud of the sacrifices your forebears have made to achieve this level of unity. We have to stop thinking of ourselves as Christians and Muslims, but instead as one people of Iberia. You all represent that vision, and I look forward to the future we can all create together. I won't lie to you. The battles you will wage will test your faith in humanity. The Catholic zealots who seek to destroy all that we stand for have resorted to inhumane tactics to achieve their objectives. However, do not be frightened, for I have good news. With the aid of our German allies, we have received new equipment and training to help put an end to these attacks. The dawn is darkest just before the dawn, but I believe together we can see the light of Iberia once more. I thank you all for your service and look forward to the results you achieve in your military careers." After saying this, Ziad stepped down from the stage and met with the individual soldiers of the cadet corps that were now graduating into the newest generation of army officers. He shook their hands and spoke with each one of them about their views of the current conflict. Eventually he reached the young man who hid a grenade beneath his jacket and shook his hand too. The man had a stern expression on his face as he loudly cried out so that all could hear, "Deus vult." Ziad immediately panicked and his bodyguards tried to push him aside, but it was too late. The grenade detonated immediately after these words were spoken and claimed the lives of the Andalusian general, his bodyguards, and the young man who had conducted the suicide attack, as well as a few innocent bystanders. This attack, though sudden and unexpected, would initially act as a source of pride and inspiration among the Catholic rebels. In the following weeks, they would increase the intensity of their attacks on the German and Andalusian soldiers who continued to maintain the peace in the region. However, the reinvigorated assault would only last for a short while. For when the Kaiser heard that a general he had placed in charge of the region was assassinated so viciously, he would retaliate in the most brutal of manners. No longer fearing the inhumanity of chemical weapons, Berenger would plan to show the world the undisputed might of the German army and their ruthlessness in the pursuit of victory. Unknowingly, the Pope, by instigating these suicidal attacks on German soldiers and Andalusian officers, had brought upon the Catholic peoples of Iberia the worst fate that they could suffer. For those who resisted the will of the Kaiser, only a painful death awaited them. Chapter 750, A Fierce Retaliation. Berenger sat in disbelief as he heard the words that Yasmin had spoken to him. He was unsure why such news was not reported to him sooner. This event had occurred nearly 2 weeks prior, and though he was on his ship at the time, there was a telegraph on board. Why he wasn't immediately informed of this attack, he could not say. He could really only blame Linda for the lack of communication. Though Linda had attempted to speak with him upon his return to Kufstein and seemed rather urgent, Berenger was far too eager to begin the development of his newest inventions and thus cast her aside as he got to work. Still, this did not excuse her submissiveness in such a scenario. If such an important event had happened, then she should have forced him to listen. A simple General Ziad is dead would have garnered his immediate intention. Though a valuable puppet of his was killed by the Catholics, he could only sigh in relief that Adelbrand had been spared a similar fate. In the end, the German field marshal was of far more strategic importance than Ziad was. Still, the boldness of the Iberian rebels in their suicidal attacks on high-ranking officials and their increased intensity of attacks following Ziad's death could not be allowed to continue. The look in Berengar's eye frightened Yasmin. She remembered the last conversation she had with him about a weapon so deadly he feared its use on the battlefield, at least against those he considered being civilized. She quickly questioned his intention as she noticed he was unusually calm. "You're not going to use that weapon, are you?" Berenger spun his chair around and gazed out the window into the peaceful city below. He stared at the people in the streets for several moments in silence before finally answering the woman's question. "These rebels have gone too far. Initially, I only planned the use of chemical weapons on savages and criminals. However, by engaging in suicidal attacks, they have proven themselves to be equally as devious. The Iberian Catholics have shown a willingness to harm people who are important to me. Who is to say they do not find a way to harm you or Ghazi? I can no longer tolerate this resistance. I have waited by long enough. If they wish to target my generals and friends, then they are leaving me no choice but to deploy weapons of mass destruction against them. Germany will not allow its ally in the west to fall, and because of that I must show the Iberian people what it means to resist against the rule of the Sultan and the Kaiser. If they choose to side with Julius, then only a painful death awaits them. Yas, fetch me Linda, I have much to discuss with her." Yasmin did not question Berengar's tactics, nor did she disobey his orders. She quickly left the room with her son in hand and went off to find the red-headed beauty who was the director of intelligence. Berenger gazed upon his newest pet, who stared up at him with a look of intelligence in its eyes. It shivered as it saw the ugly expression on Berengar's face. This was the look of a man who disregarded the notion that all life was valuable or had any form of inherent meaning. This was the cold stare of man determined to kill countless people to achieve his goals. The leopard cub attempted a roar as if it were trying to communicate with its master, however Berenger merely looked on Genseric with a look of disdain as if he understood what the creature was trying to tell him and responded with a vicious tongue. "What would you know about my struggles? You are just a child." Genseric pouted as he heard this before resting his head on the pillow that he lay on. He would not offend his master further with his naive comments. After this exchange was made, Linda entered the room wearing a blood-red dress. She could tell that Berenger was not in the best mood and quickly spoke up about their current predicament. "So I see you have heard about the little incident in Iberia. Tell me what you need me to do and I will do it." Berenger spun his view away from the window and towards his favorite wife. He sighed heavily before asking the question on his mind. "How long will it take for us to deploy chemical weapons to Madrid?" Linda was not the slightest bit surprised that such an offensive action was Berengar's immediate response when retaliating against the rebels. Unlike Yasmin, she did not disapprove of their use and was of the belief that such weapons could end wars much quicker than they otherwise would be. Though they were ruthless and beyond devastating, sometimes such an overwhelming display of force was needed to end a rebellion. Thus, she wore a wicked smile as she sat down casually in the seat across from her husband. "I'm not going to lie. It will take us a while to produce enough of the chlorine shells to wipe out a city. As you are aware, these weapons were only recently developed and tested. They are still undergoing refinements as we speak. You will need hundreds, if not thousands, of these shells to produce enough gas to exterminate all life in Madrid. Did you forget your factories are already working overtime to produce your latest weapon designs, which are intended to replace the arms that your soldiers currently use in the field? We only have so much manpower and industrial output." Berenger nodded his head while pouring a couple of drinks for himself and his favorite wife. He was a little surprised that she did not seem averse to the idea of exterminating a city. He couldn't help but ask about it. "I honestly thought you would have reacted differently when you heard I wanted to retaliate by destroying a city." Linda scoffed as she happily took the drink from Berengar's hands and sipped from it with a graceful demeanor. She scolded him for his assumptions while making her stance clear. It wouldn't be the first city you annihilated. You remember Florence? Honestly, I'm of the opinion that these new weapons of yours will be effective at ending the war. Sure, they are unnecessarily cruel and they will kill tens of thousands of innocent people when deployed, but I don't need to tell you just how much we have sunk into this Iberian campaign. We have spent thousands of lives and countless thalers in this war, and yet there is still no sign of victory in sight. With the way things are going, I would not be surprised if we were stuck in Iberia for another 10 or 20 years. At that point, the cost of propping up Al-Andalus would bankrupt us. So, if we need to destroy a city and kill all its inhabitants in order to end the war once and for all, I'm fine with it. You should know by now that I'm not like Adela or Yasmin. I don't care about the lives of people I've never met before. While I may be heartless to strangers, I am very protective of the people I care about. Aren't you the same way? Berenger scoffed as he heard this, but he smiled nonetheless. Linda was right. People like Yasmin and Adela, who had this naive notion that all life was inherently meaningful, could never thrive in the position that he held. They would try to save as many people as possible and in doing so cause untold suffering. Berenger did not care about the Catholics in Iberia, hell he didn't even really care about the Muslims in the region either. However, he cared about his people, and if he could spare the lives of thousands of his soldiers by killing tens of thousands of Iberian civilians, then he did not see a reason why he shouldn't. He was glad that at least one of his wives saw eye to eye on such grim issues with him. Thus, he could not help but smile as he gave the order to stockpile enough chlorine gas to annihilate the citizens of Madrid. Very well, take the necessary measures to ensure that we have a proper stockpile of the chemical shells. In the meantime, dispatch word to Adelbrand to enforce martial law. Anyone out on the streets who is not government personnel is to be considered a rebel and to be treated as such. Linda sipped from her glass and nodded her pretty head before responding in the affirmative with a sultry smile on her lips. Of course, leave it to me. With this, Berenger had planned a fierce retaliation for the attack that claimed General Ziad's life. He would make sure that with this act of terror to end the war in Iberia once and for all. Ultimately, the Iberian Catholics would submit to his rule or perish from this world. Berenger refused to allow Iberia to become his Afghanistan and was willing to take any measures to ensure his victory. Hello everyone, this is Shadow. Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I can't publish many of the audiobooks you love. That's why I've created a special paid service where you can enjoy over 300 high-quality audiobooks from platforms like Webnovel, Pocket FM, Audible, Wuxia, and more. Each novel comes as a one-time purchase, no subscriptions, no hidden fees. After payment, you'll receive full access via Telegram, along with all future updates for that novel. You'll find a wide selection of your favorite genres and titles, always in premium audio quality. Check the full list of available novels in the description. DM me now to get your favorite stories in audiobook form and start listening today.